So hey guys, this is your favorite the fictional Vortex. So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto had the legacy of White Emperor Naruto x Harem. But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. Sad beginnings. It was night, as the night sky had a full moon where it filled the evening with an enchanting view for the world to see. However, for one child, for now, it just emphasizes his loss. Earlier in the afternoon, he just received word that both his parents were killed in the line of duty. Once he heard the news, the young child ran into his father's office since it was a room that he and his parents often hang out together and cried his eyes out, while holding not only his but his mother's lockets in his hand. The young child is actually a young boy who was 6 years old. He had spiky blonde hair that resembled the same golden color as the sun, sky blue sapphire eyes with tan skin. He was about an average height that an average 6-year-old would be. There was also something different about him, that only those like him would know. He was a devil. The young boy's name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto is a high-class devil born from two high-class devils, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Both his parents were reincarnated devils that served the Agara's family for the past 100 years. You see, Naruto was born in the underworld since his parents were servants of one of the 34 current pillars in the underworld. His parents met since they were part of a peerage from each of the current lord and lady of the Agara's family. While accomplishing their tasks, they sometimes get involved with several tasks together. Since both are skilled in seals and investigation, soon after, they fell in love where they got married. For 100 years, both his parents have worked hard in order to get themselves promoted from low-class devils to high class where they were able to have a better life from all the work they've accomplished. After many years of being together, their love soon gave birth to Naruto, who became a high-class devil since his parents had earned the title of being high-class. For years, both he and his parents lived together in peace in a simple 2-story building that had 9 rooms, not including the bathroom and closets. During which, Naruto loved how his parents, whenever they had free time, would play and teach him everything he needed to know, such as reading, writing, and math. He also became friends with several people that his parents were teamed up with in the peerage they were in. Things were good, although Naruto was scared that he would never see them again every time his parents would leave for sometimes because of the Agara's family request since the family was their king. Of course, before they left, they would always say that they love him with all their hearts, which he always told them back where he would be taken care by the servants for the time being. Unfortunately, his fears about never seeing them again have come true. It was this day, late in the afternoon, that Naruto was summoned by one of the servants to meet someone at his front door. He saw that it was one of his parents' friend, another of the Agara's peerage members. It was here that the older devil had told them that his parents were killed. Being a child, he denied it of course. But the older devil told the child that his parents were killed by an enemy that took them by surprise. He even gave Naruto proof in the form of a locket, the same locket that he had around his neck. His locket had a picture of both his parents while his mother's locket held his picture. After seeing the locket, which was damaged a bit, he took and ran into his father's office, where we are at. The elder devil decided to give the boy some alone time since he knew now that the boy was now an orphan. Going straight to one of the servants, he gave an order to tell the other servants to keep the boy safe for now. Under the order from the Agara's family. Once it was done, he went to inform his king, Lord Agara's manor. The Agara's mansion was enormous, basically the size of castle or famous building, like the White House or the Buckingham Palace. Currently, Lord Agara's was sitting in his office, waiting for an important individual to arrive to discuss a recent event at cost him and his wife 2 very valuable member of either of their peerage. It wasn't long before his guest arrived. Being escorted in by one of his servants, Lord Agara's greeted the leader of the 4 Satans, Searzek's Lucifer. Walking alongside him was Searzek's maid, who was also known as the most powerful queen in the underworld, Graphia Lucifuge, the silver hair queen of annihilation. Greeting the Satan into his home, Lord Agara's immediately began to explain the details of the incident that happened earlier. A few days ago, Lord Agara's sent 2 of members of his and his wife peerage to Ga. Their intelligence from an intel that came out of nowhere. The intel explained that a powerful being was starting to make a move towards the three factions. He explained that before he brought the information to the other Satans. He wanted proof, so he sent his best members in espionage. Unfortunately, he received intel from them that they were close in finding out who it was, but soon was surprised when the routed reports didn't come in for a while, where he sent other members of his peerage. It was then that they soon discovered that the backup force didn't find them but found a locket. Inside the locket, a special seal was activated where the information that was gathered was stored, but also explained that if anyone found this locket, then the two of are either captured or dead. From the information, it is confirmed that members of the old Satan faction are a part of this group now. Lord Agaras said, "Are you certain of this?" Sirzex questioned. Yes, Minato and Kushina made it very clear in their dying message that the old Satan faction is part of this new group, although the leader still remained a mystery, as well as its cause. Lord Agaras responded, "Lord Sirzex, we must now investigate this information. If it is the old Satan faction, then it's possible that the descendants of the former Devil Kings might be involved." The silver hair maid suggested, "Yes, we should. I will send Beowulf to continue where your people have left off." Sirzex said, which Lord Agaras nodded in agreement. It was then that the door was knocked on from outside Lord Agaras' office, where the person stated himself as his pawn. Lord Agaras allowed him to enter, where he bowed towards his king and to the Devil King, Sirzex. "Have you told the boy?" Lord Agaras asked. "Yes, my lord," his pawn replied. "I have also ordered the servants to watch over him for the time being." He finished his report. His king nodded in acceptance, which he then dismisses him to continue on with his other duties. Once Lord Agaras' servant left, Sirzex was curious on who the boy they were talking to. Lord Agaras, out of curiosity, what boy are you talking about? The Devil King asked. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He's the son of both of my family former servants who got us the information. Both were high-class devils that earned their titles, thus their son being a high class as well. Lord Agaras, I see. Does he have anyone? Sirzex asked. No, he is the only one. Lord Agaras quickly replied. What do you plan to do with him? Sirzex wondered. He is the son of both my servants. We'll take him in where he'll become a servant. If anything, he can become the perfect servant to my daughter, Sikvaria, once she gets her evil pieces. Lord Agaras, but what if he doesn't want to become a servant to a peerage? After all, as you said, he is a high-class devil from a high-class family, even if isn't a very well-known one. Sirzex added his opinion. There isn't much to worry about since he is young and naive. Even though his parents were strong, they were still reincarnated devils with a gift in the art of sealing, along with being espionage experts. I don't see what other option he has. Lord Agara replied. It was then that one of Lord Agara's servants announced herself, which he allowed her to enter. The servant explained that one of the servants living in Minato and Kushina's home had found a letter that was addressed to Lord Agaras. Lord Agaras accepted, where he dismissed the servant to continue on. Sirzex wondered what it is, where Lord Agaras read out loud that Minato and Kushina had Wr. It in a will in case something happened to them. The details of their will is in a safe deposit box located in City of Lilith, where it was also witnessed and signed by a lawyer. Hearing it, Sirzex spoke up. Lord Agaras, although they were your servants, if you would be so kind, I would like to deal with your former servants' will. It the least we should do, since in a way, their death was a Rasul. Of me and other Satan's ability on not settling the issue with the old Satan faction, Sirzex requested. Taking a moment, Lord Agaras agreed, since it meant less paperwork for him. With that, Sirs, Chs and Graphia left Lord Agara home to continue on with their business. As they were leaving, Sirzex turned to Graphia. Graphia, as much as I don't want to hand you any more work, do you mind in taking care of this will and assure that it is complete taken care of? He asked his queen. Of course, Sirzex-sama, Graphia responded, where she took the letter to see the information. It was also he. That Graphia asked her king something. Sirzex-sama, out of curiosity, why do you really want to take care of this will? I can understand that they earned the title of high-class devil, even if they were reincarnated. Aside from that, why do you want to help them? She asked. Two strong and courageous individuals left this world while giving us their dying message about a possible threat to our future. They could have ended the investigation and called for more reinforcement, but didn't, where they gained the intelligence of new group popping up at the cost of their lives. I believe that an act of sacrifice for their son's safety of the future should not go in vain. And although I have never met them, the thing that I can at least do for them is to assure that their last wishes would be taken care of and their son would receive his inheritance. Her king answered. Hearing Sirzek's answer, Grafia had a small smile on her face at being reminded on why she chose Sirzek as her king. Once they finished their conversation, they both left to go home. A year later, Naruto was currently living in the main house of the Agare's family, where he was assigned to be a servant to Lord Agara's daughter, Sikvaria. While living there, Naruto was given his own room that was with the servants' corridor, which he didn't mind. While he wasn't working, he would study the books that his parents left him with. Naruto had a month of mourning where Lord Agara's let him do what he wanted for the time. It was during that time that he was visited by Grafia, who he didn't know who she was or her king is. Grafia had checked the will that his parents left him, where she made sure that everything was accounted for. Written in the will, Naruto was to receive everything that they own and bought after they became high-class devils. One was all the books that were in his father's office. His home was to be sold so it can pay for the servants that worked for them that they hired that wasn't given to them by the Agare's family. The second was his financial inheritance, where it explained that he can't have it until he reaches 12 years old. Surprisingly, Minato and Kushina were able to invest their money wisely, where it surprises Grafia to know that Naruto has enough money to live comfortably by himself and such, along with help invest in his future plans. Finally, was his evil piece set. Minato written in the will that all his evil pieces were to be given to Naruto, since he had a total of 15 but didn't use it just yet. He also explained that if his evil pieces aren't able to be given to Naruto, then they are to be used to trade to Ajuka or by some means in order to give Naruto his very own evil pieces. Grafia was surprised to read this, where she thought the idea was possible, where she explained that she'll need to talk to Ajuka about it. Of course, the evil piece he won't be receiving them until he's 10 years old. Once everything was set, Naruto started to work and live in the Agara's family. Since then, the only person he accompanies with is Sikvara. While he worked and guarded Sikvara, he also learned the basic of demonic magic from Lord Agara's peerage. He was able to master the simple necessities such as teleportation, a barrier for defense, learning to fly with his devil wings, and simple hand-to-hand. As he improved in his physical mind, Naruto also continued his studies by reading the books that his parents left him. Naruto has proven to be a very intelligent child, who was great in creating strategies on the fly, instead of preparing beforehand. While he was being taught to defend Sikvaria, he couldn't help but have his thoughts wander about something, where his mind and attention always goes to the outside world, like the world was calling him for some reason. He shook it off as he knew that as of now, he would be in danger since he is just a little kid. 2 years later, the mansion of Lord Agara's was nearly silent as rain fell upon the land. Currently, a 9-year-old Naruto was in his room, readying a fictional story inside hard book cover, a book called Tales of the Gusty Night, that he hasn't read since the day his parents died. It was a book characterizing about a young boy growing up in harsh conditions without anything, including parents. He then worked hard and rise up against all odds to become a legendary heroic knight that fought against evil, yet never hurt the innocent while saving the souls of the damned. Naruto loved this story since it wasn't just the last story that his parents read to him, it was also a story that reminded him of himself. From what his parents used to say to him, his mother and father had told Naruto that they believe and had faith that Naruto can grow up to become just like the hero of the story if he chose to. Knowing that his would be proud of him for reaching such a height would be wonderful. As read the last page, Naruto just let out a few small tears which landed on the back book cover. After a few tears fell on it, Naruto composed himself a bit before he noticed something that he never noticed before. Looking closely at the back of the book, Naruto saw that there was a hidden page perfectly aligned with the book cover. Freeing the page, he saw words written in it where he began to read. Reading the page, his eyes widen at what he discovered where he looked at all the books that his parents left for him. Mentally preparing himself, Naruto began to go through certain books that he discovered along with something else that was just as important, a letter. Year later, King down the corridor of the main hallway of the Agara's family, Naruto was summoned by Lord Agara's where he was waiting in his office. Coming up to it, he knocked on the door where he announces hymns. Elf which Lord Agara's allowed him to come into his office. Entering the office, Naruto glanced around where he notices that not only Lord Agara's, but among him, presently, was Lady Agara's and their daughter, Sekvara. Standing in front of the current lord, Naruto stood up straight since he knew that Lord Agara's was a man that wanted everyone below him to be attentive to him. Lord Agara's, you requested me? Naruto asked. Yes, as you know that today is Sekvara's 10th birthday. As such, earlier today she was taken to the location to gain her evil pieces and begin collecting her peerage. Lord Agara's explained. I see. Is that the reason you called me so to inform me about it, sir? Naruto replied, already guessing what the conversation was leading to. No, that is not the reason. You see, Sekvara has been thinking long and hard for the past month since she knew that she would be getting her evil pieces. And as such, she has come to a decision where she wanted to present you. Lord Agara's said before allowing his daughter to move forward. Naruto paid close attention at the Agara's heiress as she moved in front of him. She lifted her arm while unclenching her hand to reveal what she was holding. In front of Naruto's face, Sekvara held to him a chess piece, but not just any piece, the queen piece. Naruto-san, I want you to join my peerage as my queen. Sekvara simply stated. As that's so, Naruto responded. Hi. I've been thinking about it where I believe it's the right decision since I've seen you over the years. You have studied and trained hard as well as knowing that you can complete any task that I've given you as both my personal servant and guard. Having you as my queen, I know that you have the ability to being my second in command. Sekvara explained. I also believe it would be a good idea, knowing that having someone who is already familiar to serve to would be advantage to you. Lord Agara's added. Now then, Naruto, accept my request and become my queen. Sekvara stated. Seeing the family looking at him with a look that said that they predict that he would agree with, Naruto decided to ask Sekvara something in order to confirm on what path that he has been struggling on figuring out. Before I accept, can I ask Sekvara-sama one question? Naruto requested where it confused everyone a bit, where Sekvara nodded in agreement since it was a question to her. Speaking freely, Sekvara, if I become your queen, how would you see me as then? Naruto asked the young heiress. Confused on what he asked her, Sekvara simply answered his question. Well, you would be my right hand. You'll assist me on running not only my affairs and peerage, but also several issues that I would need help in, she honestly said. Is that all? Naruto asked. Sekvara said that was it where Naruto tilted his head down as his bangs covered his eyes, hiding his expression. After a moment, Naruto responded. All right then, I guess I know what my choice is now. Lord Agara's, it would be my honor serve. Sekvara smiled at having Naruto accept her request on becoming her first member in her peerage as her queen. Lord Agara's nodded in satisfaction at seeing his daughter getting her first peerage member along with Lady Agara's who also looked pleased. Both adults knew that Sekvara's choice in picking Naruto was indeed a wise one since, not only because of their earlier remarks, but also because they witnessed the boy growing up to see that, by his own hands, was able to reach an impressive level that nearly matched their daughter. Thinking about it, EY believed that with proper instruction by veteran masters, Naruto would become a very powerful ally to their daughter. However, just as Sekvara was about to begin the ritual, Naruto once again spoke up to the head family. But of course, that is something that you expect me to say. Getting their attention. To tell you the truth, lately I have been having some doubts about something. Important that something deep within me is telling me to do, while another part of me told me to just ignore it. He began to explain. It was then that they saw Naruto lift his face that held a smile of confidence and determination. I knew that sooner or later, Sekvara-sama would try to make me part of her peerage. I decided to hear Sikvara-sama answer my question to make my path clear, which she did. The blonde child said. Moving away from Sikvara, Naruto faced Lord Agaras with a look of gratitude and forgiveness. Lord Agaras, thank you for taking care of me for all these years after my parents' death. But I sadly must ask you to accept my resignation as both Sikvara-sama's guard and employer to your family. Naruto stated. Hearing Naruto saying that he wanted to quit working for the family, Lord Agaras and his family, especially Sikvara, before anyone can say to him, Lord Agaras talked. Naruto, you do realize that if you quit working for me and the family, you then have to leave our home. Lord Agaras said, I already know that, which is why I plan to work for at least 1 more week so you can find a replacement for me to assist and guard Sikvara-sama. After that, I plan to leave the house. Naruto said, you're just a child and you think you're grown up. You do realize that I was your parents' king, which makes me your king in both title and name. Lord Agaras agitatedly stated. That's true. You were my parents' king, but by law, since I was born as a high-class family, even if it just by title alone, I am a free devil who isn't associated to any family since I am not a branch family member or anything related to the Agaras family. I read the right that high-class devils have and such. Naruto said as he added to his answer to Lord Agaras. Lord Agaras frowned at being caught by surprise before he started to unleash his devil power, raising it to a very high level. Naruto, even if you are a high-class devil, you belong to this family and will continue to work for me until I see otherwise. Now you will become my daughter's queen and accept your fate. Lord Agaras coldly said to the young boy, who quivered a bit, while Sikvara shook in fear at feeling her father's power. Still quivering, Naruto took a deep breath before he mustered all his courage, which he narrowed his eyes as he shook off Lord Agaras' powerful aura, as he looked at him in the eye. I already sent a copy of my letter of resignation to Lord Grimori a few days ago. I remember hearing that the Grimori family treats the people that work for them fairly and such, which is why I sent them a letter. I explained my situation to him, where I told him that I am a free high-class devil, that I might quit working for you, Lord Agaras, because of a personal issue. I also said that you might force me against my will to leave, where I asked him if he doesn't hear from me in a week from now that to come here to pick me up. And for helping him, I promised to serve the Grimori family for 2 years without pay, or pay the debt in any other kind of form that is within my power. Naruto said rebelliously. Hearing that he has gotten the father of Lord Lucifer, he knows that politically, Naruto has started to cause a very serious matter which could get not only Lord Grimori but also the Devil King, Lucifer, involved, which could cause problems to the family, since Naruto was indeed a high-class devil. If Naruto was a low or mid-class devil, then he wouldn't have to worry, but the boy was a high class, which the law is protecting him. Trembling in rage at how he was outsmarted by a boy no even 10 years old, Lord Agaras glared at him. You'll work as our servant for 1 more week, but then you'll leave without pay and never return to home ever again, understood? Lord Agaras sneered out in anger. Naruto sighed as he was glad that his discussion on being able to leave freely, without any consequences, went smoothly. Once it was done, Naruto dismissed himself, where he said that he'll prepare himself on attending Sikvara's birthday party since he was still her guardian. Walking down the corridor, Naruto mentally made a list on what he needs to do before the 7 days are over. His thoughts ceased when he heard a young girl cry out his name. Turning around, he saw that it was Sikvara, looking at him with annoyance. Walking up to him, Sikvara looked at him with a serious look on her face. Why are you leaving my family? Why won't accept my invitation to becoming a member of my peerage? She asked. Naruto simply looked at her with a smirk on his face. It because of what you said that pushed my decision in leaving that much clearer. And because of that, I know that my path is out there in the world. Naruto responded. My answer. What exactly is it that I said that made you decide on leaving? Sikvara retorted. You'll figure it out, one day. Naruto simply said before turning his back towards her. Now then, I must prepare. I have 1 week to get ready on leaving your home. I also have to make myself presentable since tonight is your birthday party. So, until then, Sikvara-sama, I bid you a good day. He said as he walks away from the young Agaras heiress. Till next ch. Beginning anew. Last time, Naruto had a conversation with Lord Agaras about his future as Sekvera's queen servant. However, the young blonde had completely surprised the Agaras family by telephone, telling them that he was quitting and leaving them. With a bit of a heated argument, the issue was settled where Naruto would leave the Agaras family in 1 week. Night. In a hotel located in the Agaras family territory. High-ranking families from the 34 pillars, as well as other important officials and such, with young children or teens, have come to celebrate Sekvera's birthday. Although the party was meant for the young Agaras heiress, the party was mostly used for the adults to have important discussions with each other, along with other things, while the children learn to develop important social skills which they would need in order to lead their family one day. As the events continued to move forward, Naruto did what he usually does in these type of events, keeping an eye on Sekvera and assist her in any way she need. While being on his best behavior, he also did his best on listening to the conversation of the adults, where he knew that he needs to be ready for when the time comes when he grows older. As he looked on, he notices someone that he has seen several times before where he wanted to meet. Maintaining his awareness at the crowd, he failed to be completely focused on Sekvera, who had a frown on her face. The reason is because she knew that in 1 week, her faithful servant would be leaving her side. Her thoughts about the situation ceased when she heard a few young people calling her name. Sekvera, are you okay? Yes, it's your birthday party. You should be more entertained than this. Sekvera turned to see that it was the heiress of the Gramori and Citri family. Rias Gramori and Sona Citri. Rias Gramori is a young 7-year-old with back-length crimson hair, green-blue eyes, and wearing a pretty dress. Sona Citri is the same age as Rias, who wore a dress similar to Rias, but she had a bob-cut hairstyle to her black hair and wore glasses. Greeting Gramori-san, Citri-san. What's got you so bummed out? The red-haired Gramori, I received my evil pieces today. Sekvera stated. Really? Both girls were excited to hear since it meant that Sekvera would begin to gather her peerage. However, before the heiress could ask the birthday girl, Sekvera grimed at what she said next. However, the person I had wished to become my queen has rejected my offer. While mildly glaring at Rias a bit, hearing that someone actually rejected the chance to become a queen to the future leader of the Agaras family was surprising to hear. Before they could say anything, they were interrupted by the voice of a young male. Excuse me, Sekvera-sama. The T.Re girls turned to see Naruto disrupting their conversation. Sekvera responded to him on what he'd want. I just want to inform you that I will be leaving your side for a bit, as I would like to have a discussion with someone that I just noticed walk in right now, Naruto explained. Sekvera nodded her head. All right, you may leave, but return in 5 minutes since I still need to meet and greet the rest of the guests. Sekvera said, which Naruto agreed. As Naruto temporarily removed himself from the Agaras heiress side, Sekvera just looked with sadness at his disappearing figure. While she frowns at him, Rias and Sona both had a gaze of desire. The reason is, even though he was dressed nicely with a simple white dress shirt, black dress pants and shoes, Naruto had a very strong aura for someone at their age. I must admit, Sekvera, you're definitely lucky on having someone as a possible peerage member. Sona stated. You're right, he is definitely strong. And I must admit that he looks cute. Why don't you forget about the person that rejected your offer and make him your queen? Rias said. I agree with Rias. With him by your side, you'll definitely have a very strong person for support. Sona added. Both girls turned back to Sekvera, only for them to see her in a depressing state. They both asked on what's wrong with her. It was then that she told them that he was the one that rejected her offer in becoming her queen for her peerage. Surprised to hear this, they asked on what happened. The young heiress began to explain on everything that happened earlier, where things went smoothly since she and her family had guessed that he would accept her offer because of the years of loyalty that he has proven to them throughout the years. However, when she explained about his thoughts as well as answering his question, he rejected her offer, where he then told her father that he not only quit being her guard and employer but was also leaving the house to be on his own. Both girls were stunned to hear that Sekvera's assistant guard was leaving her side. They asked her on what was her answer to him, word by word, which the two were confused about it. With Naruto. Naruto left Sikvera's side where he made his way through the crowd of high-class individuals while being polite about it. While Naruto was making his way, two certain individuals, along with their wives by their side, were having an interesting conversation. Lord Agaras, your daughter's birthday party has been going smoothly, said someone. Thank you Lord Grimoire. Lord Agaras said, I'm sure that this eve, NT would be help lighten up Sikvera's spirit considering she is losing someone important to her. Lord Grimoire said. Lord Agaras frowned, while his wife looked saddened about it. Lord Grimoire's wife was curious on what her husband meant. Lord Grimoire was about to answer until they heard a young voice speak up to them. Excuse me for the interruption Lord Agaras, but I would like to greet your guests. All of them looked down to see a young 10-year-old boy with blonde hair. He bowed respectively towards both Lord Agaras and Lord Grimoire. Why hello there. My, what a proper young man you have here, Lord Agaras. What is your name, young man? Lady Grimoire asked seeing the young boy acting proper to them. Greetings Lady Grimoire. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a high-class devil by title. Naruto introduced himself as he answered Lady Grimoire's question. Hearing Naruto introduce himself, Lord Grimoire looked intrigued at the boy since he is someone that he was looking forward to meet. Hello Naruto-san. It's very nice to meet you. But out of curiosity, why aren't you talking with the other children? Lady Grimoire wondered. I wanted to speak to Lord Grimoire for a moment, if it's alright with you. Naruto politely asked. Before Lord Agaras can tell Naruto to leave them alone, Lord Grimoire spoke up. Alright then, I was actually interested in meeting you, especially about the letter you sent me a couple of days ago. A letter, Lady Grimoire repeated. It's a personal matter my dear. I explain it to you a bit later. But right now, I would like to speak to this interesting young man. Lord Grimoire replied as he walked forward. Let us go somewhere and talk privately, young Naruto. Directed the young boy. Excuse me, Lord and Lady Agaras. He politely said to the hosts. Lord Grimoire led Naruto, who followed behind, to a balcony where it was just the two of them. Being alone, Lord Grimoire turned to the boy to see that he was looking straight in the eye in front of him. You know, out of concern for a young child's safety, I would be explaining to Lord Agaras that I would not be supporting you simply because you were still too young. However, you got me intrigued since a young child wanting to leave to decide on his own fate is very surprising. So, I would like to ask you in person, on what do you plan to do after you leave from the House of Agaras? Questioned Lord Grimoire. Naruto gazed at Lord Grimoire as the two looked directly at each other's eyes while an ominous wind breezed between them. A week later, as morning started to show, Naruto slowly walked around the room he called his own for the past couple of years. In this room, he not only slept but also learned on how to wield his magic to his best of his ability. How he stayed up late into the night, coming up with magical formulas, equations for fighting, reading and viewing rating games, etc. Currently, the young 10-year-old is currently dressed in a short-sleeve, blue shirt that held his family symbol. Whirlpool with rusty orange cargo pants with sneakers. Around his neck, held his locket that had his parents' picture in it. On his shoulders, he carried a backpack that held several scrolls that led his belongings and several other objects that he needed in order to survive the outside world. Carefully gazing at his room one last time, he stepped out and closed the door. Calmly walking through the hallway corridors, Naruto looked around as he prepared himself on leaving the Agaras family compound. Getting close to the exit, he was surprised to see that the only person standing between him and the outside world was Sikvera. Continuing to walk forward, Sikvera stood in front of him where she held her queen piece in front of him again. Once again, become my queen. The young heir declared with a bit of emotion in her tone. No, the blonde child simply answered as he moved around her to continue his leaving. Why are you being so stubborn and stupid? You know you can't survive outside these walls. Sikvaria declared. You don't know that, and besides, I have my own path to follow. Naruto replied. What path? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Sikvaria questioned. It's something that my parents written to me in a will that was kept in secret in a book of mine. They explained some stuff to me where it made me wondered about some things. But now, I have to move forward and in order to see where it can take me since I now have a goal that I want to fulfill. Naruto said. What goal is it? She asked. It's a goal that none of the lords aren't able to do because of their pride or standing. But, maybe with me, I can since I have no problem on what needs to be done. However, before I could even attempt it, I need to get stronger. That's the reason why I have to leave. Naruto said. I don't know what you are thinking, but I will say this one more time. Become my queen, take your place by my side. This is the last time I am going to ask you. There will be no other chances after this. Sikvaria, then this is goodbye. Hopefully, you will learn on why I refused your offer. Until then, good luck on building your peerage since soon I will also start on building mine. Naruto said as he stepped out of the Agura's estate where Sikvaria narrowed her eyes on his leaving. Not even embracing the fact that running down her eyes were her tears at losing someone who she believed would always be with her. Gremory Estate. Naruto was sitting on a couch, waiting for his meeting with Lord Gremory. As he waited, one of the maid had asked him for any kind of refreshment which he politely declined. As he waited, he was so focused on his meeting with the noble lord that he didn't even notice that he was being watched. Secretly taking glimpses from outside the waiting room, Ria eyed the young boy who was waiting for a meeting with her father. She knew who Naruto was considering how many times she met him standing next to Sikvaria's side. But now, she wondered on what the young boy was doing here. She also thought about what Sikvaria told her about him turning down the offer of being Agura's heiress queen. She continued to eye him before she was startled by someone who snuck up behind her. Turning around, she saw that it was older brother, and current ruler of all the underworld, Searsex with Graphia by his side. Oni-chan, she quietly complained. Oh my Ria-tan, you were so easy to sneak up to. Tell me, what's got your attention? Searsex asked. Rias pointed towards Naruto, whom both Searsex and Graphia recognize as Sikvaria's personal assistant and guard. That boy, if I remember correctly, his name is, Naruto, Searsex-sama. Graphia answered for him. Ah, yes, thank you Graphia. I wonder why he is here for. Does Lord Agura's sent him to deliver a message to father or something? Searsex pondered, which Graphia also thought the same. I don't think so. Rias said. What do you mean, Rias? Searsex asked. Rias began to explain on what happened between the young boy and Sikvaria, where the two older devils found it surprising to hear that he quit working for the Agura's family, not to mention leaving their home, from what Rias said to them. As that's so why is he here? Is he trying to find a job here or something? Searsex wondered. If he is, then rest assured, Searsex-sama, I will personally make sure that he knows on what he needs to do. Graphia stated. Maybe he wants to see if he can become part of Ria-tan future peerage member. After all, Searsex said as he looked down on his baby sister. You are just so cute and adorable. Where the two females just sigh at his behavior. Although, Rias thought that having Naruto as part of her peerage would be a good thing since she heard that he was strong for his age. She had mixed feelings about it since Sikvaria wanted him for her own peerage. Searsex and Graphia also had the same thought, but knew more in detail that Naruto has shown qualities to be a Eat queen or any other piece for a peerage given how well knowledge he is. As the three thought about on why the boy was here, they saw that one of the maids led him towards Lord Gremory's office. Being a little curious, the three followed where Searsex and Rias kept their ears on the door, while Graphia sighed at their childish behavior. Walking inside the office, Naruto moved to the center of the room. Standing in front of a sculpted wooden desk, sitting in front of him with a calm feature, Lord Gremory looked intrigued at the young blonde boy. Standing next to Lord Gremory was his wife, Lady Gremory. Lady Gremory is a beautiful buxom woman that looked to be late teens. She has violet eyes, shoulder-length hair with bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. She wore a knee-length white dress and ornamented with a few jewelries on her neck. As Naruto took the moment to gaze at them, Lady Gremory also did the same, as she could see that the young boy standing in front of her is well brought up. Seeing that he is standing straight, his gaze looking at both her and her husband, direct eye contact. His clothes, a bit questionable in a meeting, but well kept and tidy. Hello young man. It's good to see you again. Lord Grimoire greeted. It's also good to see you again, sir. And to you too, Lady Grimoire. Naruto greeted back. Yes, this is my lovely wife, Lady Venelena Grimoire. Lord Grimoire introduced to him. A pleasure to meet you again, young one. Lady Grimoire greeted back. Now then, it's been a week since we had last talked. And to tell you the truth, I am STILL conflicted on helping you out, seeing that, like I mentioned before, you're still just a child. Lord Grimoire, conflicted. By what do you mean, dear? Lady Grimoire pondered. It's nothing to be too concerned about. Let's just say, it's a man thing in this case. Lord Grimoire answered, causing the woman to wonder on what he meant. She then decided to just listen in on the conversation that these two were discussing to figure out what this young blonde wanted. I can understand that you are being troubled by your decision, in which I would like to thank you. I know that even though you didn't do much, except admitted that you would answer my call. And for that, I am both deeply thankful and indebted to you. Naruto said, You're welcome. But now, out of curiosity, what are you going to do, young man? Questioned the red-headed lord. As I said, my parents were both reincarnated devils, but were able to earn the title of a high-class rank devil and were made as extra demons for the Agaras. However, since I am their heir, I also became a high-class devil by birth because of them. Since I am 10 years old, my father's preparation for me on retrieving my evil pieces have been set. I plan to get my set and start collecting my own peerage, Naruto stated with a serious look. Hearing Naruto say that he intends to become a king for his very own peerage was a bit surprising for the two adults in the room. It was so shocking that Rias and Sirzex, who were barely able to listen, fell through the double-door entrance, which Naruto, along with Lord and Lady Grimoire's attention. Seeing the two siblings falling onto the floor, in front of their parents with their guest, caused both Lord and Lady Grimoire to sigh in embarrassment. Though Naruto was a child, he was still a high-class family, even if his family is from a low in standard and he was the only one left. As the two stood back up with laid-back smile on their faces, Lady Grimoire turned to Graphia, who calmly walked in after the two siblings fell through the door. Ah, Graphia, good timing. Would you discipline both Rias and Sirzex for me, seeing as they inexcusably interrupted a personal meeting that we are having? Lady Grimoire asked the silver-hair maid. Of course, Lady Grimoire, the maid responded with a bow. Sirzex and Rias paled at what the silver-hair maid was planning on how to discipline them. Quickly getting a good grip on Sirzex's ear and placing a hand on Rias' shoulder, she led them out of the meeting room. It was then one of the butlers that were nearby closed the doors to the meeting room to allow them to continue the meeting in private. Once they were gone, the three that were still in the room continued to converse with each other, with Lady Grimoire taking the lead. Young man, you do know that talkin' care of a peerage is quite expensive, since you are the one who is going to be financial responsible with their well-being. Getting Naruto's attention. I already understand, since I was with Sekvari-san when she was being taught about such things. Along with the fact that I was being paid by the Agaras family for my work in order to obtain anything that I needed for myself, so I'm knowledgeable enough in both saving and spending money. Plus, the money of my inheritance from my parents would greatly help, since I checked on all their investments to see that I will be able to take care of both me and my peerage with no problem. Naruto replied with confidence. Hearing the young boy reply, Lady Grimoire still looked unconvinced. Well then, young man, what are you going to do now? Lord Grimoire asked. I'll go to the Satan's territory and get my evil piece set. Then I plan to travel and train for the next 2 years on my own before I start finding my peerage. Naruto answered. I see then. Well, I can't really stop you, since you've already left the Agaras family, which you are now independent. Plus, I doubt even if I asked you to work for the Grimoire family you'll reject it without a second thought. Lord Grimoire simply stated. You're right about that, immediately answered the blonde boy. Well then, if that's all, I say that our meeting is now over. Lord Grimoire said. Yes, it is. I like to both thank and apologize to you in making some time to speak to me in your busy schedule. And like I said before, I am indebted to you and your family. I will find a way to repay my debt to you, Naruto said as he bowed in respect. Once it ended, Lord Grimoire called for one of his servants to escort the child out of his home. Naruto picked up his traveling bag, which he dropped to the floor right next to him during the meeting. Sling it over his shoulder before following the butler out of the house. With him leaving, Lord Gremory couldn't help but lay back on his seat while placing both his hand beneath his chin as he looked at where the spot that Naruto was standing in. "Anata, are you sure it was the right thing to just leave it like this?" questioned Venelena Gremory. Lord Gremory too. A moment of silence as he thought about it. He then turned to his wife with a questionable gaze. "What would you have me do then, my love?" asking the brunette. "Offer him a job with reasonable pay and get him to live here. He is still a child where I believe that he should be under someone's care." Lady Gremory said. "True, but the way he looked at me showed that he didn't care much about wealth. He looked like someone who wanted to travel a path that many would consider suicidal. I can see that he was determined to find his own answer. If I kept him here, even by force, he would do everything he can to leave. It's best on not to trouble Grafia or the other servants with his constant escape attempts." Lord Gremory explained, not completely understanding on what her husband was saying. Lady Gremory only looked worried as she wondered if this child would really be okay with Naruto. As he was leaving, he heard a bit of whining where his curiosity piqued. He stopped his walking, which the butler noticed and stopped with him. He looked around a bit till he found the two people who fell through the double door during his meeting with Lord Gremory, along with the maid named Grafia, if he recalled. It wasn't long before he noticed the young redhead girl, along with the two elder adults, to see that they were being watched. Currently, Rias was standing close by while Grafia had a giant fan which she used it to discipline Searzex. Taking this moment on trying to escape, Rias walked up to the blonde where the two looked at each other. Before she could say a word, Naruto held his hand up before turning it into a fist as he smiled directly at her. Those that were around them, as well as Lord and Lady Gremory, who had stepped out to speak to Rias and Searzek's embarrassing behavior. Rias blinked confusedly at what the blonde boy was doing to her. Before she could even ask, Naruto spoke up. "Consider this a challenge. I know that you are planning to become a king for your own peerage one day, just like me. As for me, I don't know what I plan to do in life, but I do enjoy a good challenge. So, little Gremory heiress, when the time comes I hope you can provide me a proper challenge when our rating game comes since I don't plan on losing," Naruto declared to Rias. Seeing that she was being challenged like this, Rias' confusion changed to a confident expression where she mimics Naruto's pose. "Alright, but I doubt you can challenge me since I don't plan on losing either." Seeing Rias' response with confidence, caused her family that were around her to smile at accepting the challenge that Naruto declared to her. With that, Naruto dropped his pose before excusing himself where the butler led him out of the Gremory estate. Seeing Naruto walk out, Lord and Lady Gremory both mentally smiled at seeing that aside from her friends, there will be a rival out there that would truly push her to her limits when the time comes. A few days later, Naruto stood in front of a stone monument. This stone monument is a special one since it is where all the high-class devils and above, whoever wanted to, collect their evil pieces from here. Naruto stood in front of the entrance to the monument. He revealed his status as a high-class devil. Seeing the monument respond positively, Naruto moved forward where he now stood in arm's length. Doing what was required, Naruto watched as his set of 15 evil pieces were formed. Each piece was that of a chess piece where all but the king piece was formed since he was the king from the beginning. Collecting them into a small chest box, to keep them safe. He placed each one of them inside it. As he was doing this, he notices that his queen and several other pieces' appearances were slightly different from the others. Wondering what it was, Naruto figured that he'll figure it out later on during his journey. Once he got what he wanted, Naruto walked out of the monument towards the closest forest area. Making minimal time, Naruto picked up one of the sticks that laid on the ground before tossing it up in the air. Once the stick hit the ground, he saw at which direction the stick landed and where he followed it seeing. As he would let both fate and luck decide on what he would do. Till next the White One Reborn UN. Okay, to make everything perfectly clear, Valley isn't in this story. Although I think, personally, that he should He isn't needed since I'm moving this story to a different direction. I know you are all bummed or upset about it, but that's my decision. So no comments about it, okay. Now on with the story. Read bottom for update. Last time, Naruto has visited the Grimoire family with intent his gratitude for their assistance. Before leaving, he challenges the Grimoire heiress where she responded in kind. Later, he retrieved his long-awaited evil piece set to start building up his peerage where he then began his travels throughout the world. 7 months later, on normal days, one would consider a hike to be a pleasant and calm exercise. However, when a person considers a hike to be climbing up a freezing mountain region while only wearing a plain red t-shirt and jeans with sneakers, many would see it as insane. That's what Naruto was thinking about as he was doing just that. Step by step, going up inch by inch through harsh snowy winds up a mountain with nothing but simple clothing and a backpack was something that the young blonde wondered to himself if he really has become insane. As he climbed up, he can feel his strength fading since he has been climbing through this harsh region for several hours without rest. Deciding to make camp, Naruto continued to climb higher while glancing around to see if there was any type of shelter. It wasn't long before he spotted a rocky terrain with a cave. Making his way, Naruto got out of the chilling wind where the cave offered a relief point. Being able to get away from the cold wind, Naruto looked in his backpack where he pulled out a simple gas-powered firebox. Using his lightning to create a small spark, he was able to get a decent fire up and running. Warming himself up a bit, Naruto soon pulled out from his backpack a wind bee. Reek to cover the front entrance of the cave, a heavy-duty sleeping bag, and some food goods. As he allows the small fire to embrace around him, Naruto thought back for the past 7 months. Since he began his journey, Naruto has stayed in isolation while only going to towns or villages in order to work, earn money for necessities before returning where he left off. After getting his evil pieces, Naruto traveled by foot, only teleporting when he needed to get from one edge of a city or village to the other. As he traveled, he gathered any information such as the local plant and animal life in order to survive by living off the land. Although he entered several devil territories, he avoided the main territory of the lords that own the land to assure his own safety and such. The very first 2 months, he maneuvered through the forest, parkour through the trees, boulders, and other wilderness landmarks that were in his route in order to train his agility and stamina. Of course, the terrain of the wilderness soon became survival in a new area as Naruto crossed from the forest to the desert area of the underworld. Unlike the human world, the underworld don't have oceans or seas but several large terrains of desert wasteland. Small grasslands, patches of forest area, rocky terrains, and small patches of water in the form of rivers, small streams and ponds. Think of the third Riddick movie. For the next 4 months, Naruto had traveled through the harsh wasteland as well as avoiding and fighting dangerous creatures. During that time, he had to strengthen his will and body in order to create traps and such when he hunted for anything eatable or needed an area to sleep. After several months of living through such a harsh environment, Naruto decided to change his surroundings. Here he went to the closest city to look in a library. It only took Naruto some time until he found his next training area, in one of the harshest environments to live on, a snow mountain terrain that is located north by northwest. Teleporting to the closest village, city to the area, he gathered all the supplies that he would need, along with the local information about the area. He made his move. It has been nearly a month since he started where he found crossing the terrain very harsh. He had to use his demonic powers to keep himself from freezing, which also interfered with him able to sense anything. He would have teleported back to a village in order to resupply, but Naruto found it too difficult since he isn't able to concentrate in the harsh cold. Because of his inability to teleport, he was stuck in the mountain terrain where he got himself lost after a few avalanches fell. He would have flown using his devil wings, but he promised himself that he won't travel by air since he wanted to get stronger. This led to him to press forward where he had to survive by getting whatever crossed his way. He killed fur animals which he used for meat and warmth, such as his windbreak which was a fur pelt. Everything that he went through led to this point, where his only provisions left are nothing more than a day of food and water, while his only heat to keep him warmth through the end. It was about finished since he doesn't have much flammable gas. His thoughts stopped when he notices that his heater stove was about to flicker out. Deciding to save whatever gas he has left, Naruto pulled out his sleeping bag. Along with several warm fur pelts which he covered himself around like a cocoon, turned off the heater, and slept for the night. Unknown to the young blonde, from a secure distance, there were a pair of eyes on the young devil. Normally, this kind of action would be cause of concern, however, these eyes gazed at him with impressiveness and curiosity. Seeing the blonde turn in for the day, the sharp pair of eyes with lavender sclera turned their head away before leaving the boy alone. 7 days later, it has been nearly a week since he ran out of supplies. His food and water supply has been depleted, which caused Naruto to be concerned about his current situation. Using the snow as a water source, after he heated it up with his magic, he was able to survive for a bit longer, but he hasn't been able to find anything to eat. Breathing heavily in the cold air, he shivered as he continued to move forward in an attempt to continue to warm himself up from his kinetic movement while keeping an eye out. Traveling for another hour, Naruto found himself being blocked in from large rock walls. Having no choice, Naruto started to climb up the 200 feet rock crevice with everything he had, while fighting off the cold air that blew around him. As he climbed up, he struggled very hard in order to keep himself from falling. More than a few times that he slipped from loose rock boulders, but was able to keep himself from falling back down. While he climbed the mountain wall, Naruto's struggle was being viewed by the same pair of eyes that watched him over the past couple of days. However, this person wasn't alone with the person where a couple of other individuals that watched what the blonde-haired devil was doing. I must say, he's a very stubborn one, don't you agree? Said one. Yes, but to see a young child like that, no older than 10 years, challenging such a harsh environment with nothing but regular clothes, this boy is definitely looking for a suicidal way to die. Said another. I don't believe so. From what I can see, he looks like he is searching for something important, who knows what is though. But I can see that he is determined to gain strength. Plus, I am sure that you can sense something from the boy, right? Said the one that been watching him the most. Yes, but I don't know what it is. It feels like there's something blocking him from unleashing his powers, or is just being sealed off for some reason. Said another. In any case, we should get the boy to a secure area to start explaining on why he is here in this territory, when everyone knows that this area is off limits. Yes, we should get him now since he is close to dying. Said the one with lavender eyes. However, it was after he finished his sentence that they heard the boy unconsciously shout out loud. Turning to see, the boy has finally reached the top, but almost fallen from a loose piece of boulder. Unfortunately, the shout caused the snow to shift where an avalanche was now dropping down on him. Seeing what was happening, the group immediately went to the boy's aid. With Naruto looking up from his climbing, he saw that he finally made it to the edge of the cliffside, where he pulled himself all the way. Making it, he breathed a sigh of relief, but soon ceased when the rock debris that he held came loose, almost making him fall, where he made an unintentional shout. Keeping himself from falling, he got himself on the top, but it was there for him to see that his shout has now started an avalanche. Unable to catch a breath, he immediately started to run, following the edge of the mountainside cliff in order to get away. However, he knew he wasn't going to make it, where he instinctively brought his devil wings. Before he could even think about flying, he looked down to see a small slope that slides to the side, away from the avalanche. Deciding to take it, Naruto folded his wings before making the jump over the cliff. As he fell, Naruto gathered whatever demonic power he has left, where he used it to fire at the side of the mountain cliff to push him away from it. Focusing on reaching the slope, he didn't ponder on how to NDED where he landed on his slide before tumbling away from the avalanche. Unfortunate, the avalanche was widespread, causing the area that Naruto fell in to cause its own avalanche that followed him down, where he was soon buried inside. With the unknown group, they raced towards the boy only to see the recklessness that he took in order to avoid the avalanche, which would have worked if it wasn't for the avalanche's size and width. Following where the boy fell, they soon saw that the boy was buried completely underneath the snow. It was here that they started to use their fire magic to dig the boy out as fast as they could. With Naruto, almost unconscious from the fall and second avalanche, Naruto's vision was dark as he couldn't see, only feel the cold wrapping around him. As he started to fall asleep, his mind went to his memories as he read his father and mother's last message to him. He remembered it so well that he could remember every word and sentence that was written. Naruto sat in his bed as he opened the letter where he saw that it was his father's handwriting. Dear Naruto, if you are readying this letter, then it means that we aren't with you anymore. My son, I am writing this letter from both me and your mother to you. I'm sure there are a lot of questions and answers that you want from us, but I can't give them to you. The only thing that we can leave you now is our words. First, let me say that on the day you were born, something incredible happened. For me, it was the day that I became a father, as well as being honored for your appearance. On that day, nothing that shouldn't be possible did happen. Because of this, we hid this event from anyone and made sure that one day, you would be able to unlock the secret that you have within you. I know that this would be a burden, but when the time comes, I believe you would use it as a gift and grow into a great man. Now, from your mother, she wishes for you to grow big and strong. Eat all your vegetables, take baths regularly, sleep well, study hard, and make lots of friends. Have lots of dreams and fulfill them all. And as your father, I ditto the same thing as your loudmouth mother. Love, Minato and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. Remembering what his letter from his parents wrote, he thought about his parents' words. Dreams, my dreams. What are my dreams? I don't even know yet. Mom, Dad, I don't know what I want. Do I want a family? Do I want money? Am I going to die not doing anything? Not being able to have a dream? Not having any real friends? Although I don't know, but I know that I have to. As the group of hidden individuals continued to try and dig out the young blonde, it was here that they suddenly ceased their movements as they sense a very large and powerful demonic power being unleashed underneath them. It was then that the demonic power was synchronizing with another power that was emerging, a power that they know all too familiar. Before anyone could say anything, a large explosion of power burst a small distance away from them where all the snow was blown away. I have to live. In the middle of the explosion, they witnessed the blonde-haired child standing, panting harshly as his power started to settle down. As stunned to see the child standing on his own after the avalanche, seeing what appeared on his back was something they couldn't believe. On his back, a pair of white dragon wings appeared as it spread out proudly for all the world to see. After standing up for a few brief moments, the white wings soon folded themselves back inside the blonde's body before the boy himself fell forward as he passed out after his demonic release. The child, yes, I know, for him to have that power, to see those wings on him, it only explains on how he is defying death with that stubborn attitude. To see the new white one here, I can only imagine this to be the work of fate, or something else. In any case, let's take him somewhere so he can recover from the cold and get some answers. The violet-eyed person said, which the others also agreed. Being groggy, Naruto's eyes started to flicker with movement as he started to wake up. Fully awakening, Naruto slowly lifted himself up where he struggled a bit to move around. It was only when he looked around that he realizes that he was in his sleeping bag inside a cave, only wearing his jeans. Turning to his side, he saw that his shirt and shoes were right next to him. Getting it opened, Naruto looked at himself to see that his injuries and bruises have been treated, along with the small bits of frostbite on his hand. Slipping out of his sleeping bag, he put back on his clothes and stepped out of the cave. It was only when he stepped out that his eyes widened in surprise at what he was seeing in front of him. All around him, either by land or air, there were dozens upon dozens of dragons moving and flying around. He was amazed on how many types of dragons that were living here. Before Naruto could even start exploring, he was suddenly caught by surprise when a 10-meter tall dragon landed in front of him, looking fearlessly at him. After escaping and fighting dangerous creatures for nearly a year, Naruto wasn't as fearful at seeing a tall dragon in front of him. Instead, with a blank face, he just lifted a hand to the dragon. "Sup?" the blonde child lazily said. "Morning, child." The dragon, My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a high-class devil. Nice to meet you. Anyo. Where exactly am I? And what's with all these dragons? Naruto curiously asked. Greetings, young devil child. As for you questions, you'll get your answers in a bit. But first, you must eat considering on how long you haven't eaten. The dragon said. Before he could say, Naruto heard his stomach grow. Where he fell to his knees as he remembered that he hasn't eaten anything for nearly a week. But by now, he guessed that it's been longer than a week. Agreeing, the dragon lifted him off the ground and flew him to a local water hole where there was fish. Once there, the dragon simply splashes his large claws into the water where only 5-10-inch fishes came out. A bit of dragon fire, and the fish were cooked well done. Quickly eating the fish, he felt a whole lot better after nearly starving to death from the freezing cold. Having a belly full of fish, the dragon led Naruto towards an area that, from what he can sense, where the strongest of the dragons are residing in. Arriving at their destination, Naruto looked around to see 15 dragons moving around in a circular motion, eyeing him with interest. Before he could say anything, a 16th dragon landed in front of him, where he definitely felt the amount of demonic aura around him. The dragon was a gigantic western dragon that stood 15 meters tall. The majority of his body is covered with dark purple scales. His lower body, specifically his belly, the inner portions of his long tail, and legs, is beige in color. The dragon has a triangular head with yellow horns, a pair of large, sharp eyes with lavender sclera. He also has sharp canine teeth, and long sharp yellow nails for claws with wings resembling a bat's, with rigid tips. Along with that, he wore black armored shoulder pads that extends down to his arms and a loincloth decorated with metal accessories. Naruto knew that this dragon was familiar to him for some reason, he wasn't sure since he hasn't been keeping up with the latest news in the underworld for a while. Upon meeting the dragon, Naruto decided to act nicely since he knew that creatures this big and powerful would easily use him as a ping-pong ball. Greetings, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a high-class devil from an extra demon family. Anyo, may I ask for your name? He politely asked. Greetings as well, young one. I am Tannen, lord of this kingdom of dragons that you are now standing on. Tannen introduced himself. Hearing Tannen's name, Naruto widened his eyes as he spoke out loud about how much he knew about said dragon. Tannen, you mean as Tannen, the former dragon king who was known as the Meteor Dragon? That Tannen, questioning in disbelief at seeing a legendary figure in front of him, which the dragon nodded in response. Naruto bowed respectively before looking up at him. It's an honor to meet you, sir. I have seen several of your past recorded rating game matches back from over 100 years ago. To meet you is indeed a great honor. Kindly said the blonde. I see that my reputation is still very much alive if young ones such as yourself know about me. Although, I should be the one to say that I am pleased to meet you. To think that he would be reborn into this world as your retainer is a surprise to me as it is you to see me. Tannen remarked. Reborn? What are you talking about, Tannen-sama? Naruto asked. We'll get to that in a little bit. However, I should be asking on why you were traveling around in my territory, nearly half dead no less. Tannen with a questioning gaze. Your territory? I thought I was outside any devil's territory. I must have wandered in by accident because I got lost by the snow and mountain terrain. Naruto muttered, which Tannen and the other dragons were able to hear. In any case, the reason why I was traveling through that hell was to find my path. The blonde stated. Find your path, Tannen muttered. For a while now, I have been traveling around the underworld, getting stronger while trying to find on what I should do in the future. For a while now, I didn't know on what I should do with my life. I had thought about going back to Agara's family and become Sekvaria's queen or whatever piece she sees fit for me. But I remembered my parents' letter, which a part of me told me that I should find my own path. T isn't involved with the pillar families. I feel like that the path I want to create for myself would show me on what I should. I'm sure that someone like you would understand my predicament. Naruto honestly explained. Yes, no matter the reason, either pleasantry or tragedy, it is never too late to find the path you wish to seek for oneself. However, it still doesn't explain on why you were traveling on foot through snow with nothing more than plain clothes and a backpack. Tannen pointed back at the situation. As I was trying to find my path, I also used the terrain to train myself into getting stronger. And I won't be able to get any stronger if I just take the easy way to pass any of my obstacles. Naruto stated. Tannen mentally grinned from Naruto's words since it showed that the power that he witnesses earlier is indeed sealed inside a deserving host. I see, and it's because of the situation you were just in. You were not only determined to find an answer but also awaken the power that was sealed within. Tannen said. Power? What power are you talking about? Naruto questioned. It's understandable that you don't know what I am talking about. Unconsciously, you stood while releasing the power that was dormant inside of you. Although, I am curious on how no one in the underworld weren't able to sense it since it is as bright as day right now for me and the other dragons. Tannen wondered. I don't get it. What are you talking about? Naruto questioned him again, annoyed at how Tannen wasn't answering his question. Your sacred gear, Tannen finally said to the young blonde, whom looked surprised. Sack's sacred gear, what are you talking about? I know that only humans and human hybrids are only able to be obtain sacred gears. I was born from 2 devil parents. There's no way that I can have it. Naruto stated. That's true, although the dragon aura that I am now sensing from you can change one's perspective about it. Tannen retort. Naruto's mouth just open and close, trying to say something but isn't able to come up with the words. Before he could even try and say something about it, Tannen spoke up again. If you are still having any doubts, then why don't you bring your sacred gear out? In order for you to do it, you need to concentrate and have the will to summon it from deep within your soul. Tannen explained. Naruto did what Tannen said, where he focuses his will and search through his soul. After a bit of concentration, he felt something he never felt before. He focused his will on it where he brought it forth. It was then, a pair of white dragon wings emerged from the blonde's back for the whole world to see. Opening his eyes, Naruto turned his face back to see them. Naruto is stunned to see these white wings. What are these wings? And, how can I have them? Naruto questioned in disbelief. That young child is your sacred gear. To be more precise, it's dividing, thus making you not only its new wielder, but also inherit the title as the White Dragon Emperor. You, young man, are a Longinus user. Tannen simply responded. Hearing that he was the White Emperor Dragon, Naruto couldn't believe it since the title alone has raised his status as a high-class devil to a new level, especially once he mastered it. Seeing the boy in wonder, Tannen decided to ask him something. Now then, what are you going to do? Getting the blonde's attention. Are you going to continue on your journey to get stronger and find your path? Or, have you decided to try a new approach since of your new discovery? Tannen explained. The young blonde preteen remains silent for a bit before he looks at Tannen. No, near death, I realize that I still need to keep moving forward if I want to make both my dreams and goals come true. Even if I don't know them just yet. I just don't know on how to move from here though. He answered, given on what he has seen on the boy, as well as the potential that he notices from him earlier. He knew that this boy could achieve anything with enough training and experience. I see. Well then. If you aren't sure, then I can lend you a hand. How about you stay here in my territory? Huh, really? But why? Not that I'm not both honored and privileged to be here. Naruto said, seeing that the fact that you are now the new White Dragon Emperor, I feel like as a fellow dragon, I should teach you on what you need to know in order to fully unleash your power. But be warned, if you accept my offer, you'll know what true hell really means. Tannen intimidating said. Nah. Naruto looked at the dragon in silence for a moment before he smirked at the legendary Dragon King. If that's all you have to say, then when do we begin? Naruto responded, which Tannen smirked at his newest apprentice. As the two stand in front of each other, Naruto knew that this would be the best type of training that he'll need since in finding his goal, he would now train her harder than ever before. And with the legendary ultimate class devil and former Dragon King as his mentor, he couldn't ask for anyone better. Till next Okay, for those of you who are worried that Naruto's peerage is going to be mainly women, you're wrong. There will be a majority, but there will be guys in his peerage. As a sneak peek, I am revealing one of his male peerage members for you all. You can guess on what evil piece he is. The Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar D. Water Law, Bishop. Seductive Nako. Alright, the poll is now closed and the winners are kept hidden. Given the amount of voters, the winner, or either second and third place winners, will be added into the story. Last time, Naruto continued his solitary training where it led him to a cold mountain terrain in the underworld. Pacing through harsh conditions, the young devil faced a life-threatening where it caused him to release the hidden power that no devil should have. Fortunately, his wandering had led him to Tannen the Meteor Dragon's territory. It was soon that, after meeting the legendary dragon, that he began training with Tannen as his master and mentor. Harsh winds blew with only 5 feet of visibility as the harsh frigid terrain. Right now, a harsh blizzard with high winds blowing, the frigid snow became like knives to a piece of paper. Yet, in these rough conditions, the sounds of battle could be heard as 2 individuals fought each other. One had a familiar spiky blonde-haired teen wearing athletic snow gear, such as a jacket with hood, snow pants, steel-tipped boots, and etc. As he kept his composure, he stayed focused as he waited for the person to make their move. Waiting for the attack to come, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze prepared himself to make his next move. Across from him was a young, 16-year-old woman with CK hair wearing a large white winter coat that covered her entire body and her leg-length tights and shoes. Although the coat covered her body, it still revealed her developing buxom figure. Of course, it was second to what caught people's attention, which were her cat ears and tails. She is both Naruto's friend and first piece bishop of his peerage, Kuroka the Nekosho. Naruto had met Kuroka a month after he officially finished training under Tannen. The first thing he did was to go to the nearest town to get some information before going to Lilith in order to fully be in control to his inheritance money. Every month, he sent a letter to the government that he was still alive so that the government wouldn't steal his inheritance away. It also helped that mentioning Tannen's name was a big thing as well. Saying that the legendary dragon was his mentor in training, which only a few from above know. This did not include the Satans. As he walked around the closest town, he bumped into a taller girl with long black hair wearing a hooded jacket where they apologized to each other before turning the corner. The young girl quickly went to her secret hideout, which was an old ruined condemned building. Inside, the black hair looked at her prize to see that the wallet she stole had a good amount of money. Walking towards a more secluded area, she met up with a younger girl who looked to be no more than 9 to 10 years old. Before they could rejoice on getting some cash, the two heard some tapping nearby where they turned to see Naruto. Before any conflict could be said, Naruto looked at the black-haired girl, who was wearing a hood. You have quite a knack on stealing things. But I can see that you did it in order to help her out. How about this? You give me back my wallet, and I'll treat you two to a nice lunch. That way, we can talk since I'm very interested in talking with an Nekomata. He smiled while giving off an aura that was warm and friendly. It was during lunch that Naruto learned Kuroka's name. She explained that she only stole his wallet in order to get food for both her and her sister, Sharon. As they talked, he learned on how her mother died and how the two were left on their own in the underworld with no one to depend on but each other. Naruto told him that he understands since he came from a similar situation on losing his parents and such. After thinking for a bit, Naruto offered her a deal where he makes her be the first of his peerage as his bishop. Recall how Nekomatas are skills in the mystic arts. Kuroka has heard about the evil piece Sys. Tem and was surprised to know that the boy eating with them was a high-class devil. After discussing some things, Kuroka agreed to be part of his peerage and asked if her sister would also join her. Naruto thought it was a good idea, but disagree with Sharon once he gone down to it since he'll be traveling a lot where it would be hard for Sharon to come along since odds are that they would face big trouble. Especially since he has something that attracts trouble like metal to magnet. It was then that he had an idea which would not only please Kuroka but also help in repaying a debt that he owed to a certain family. Suggesting the idea, Kuroka was a bit conflicted, but Naruto assured her that she could visit her sister whenever they have any spare time during their travels. Having that condition, they both agreed. It was then that the two noticed that Sharon had eaten 10 plates of delicious steak dinners, which Naruto smiled since he knew that it was going to cost him a bit, but worth it in having Kuroka as his companion. Recalling the event on where he set up the meeting with the family, Naruto remembered how it played out. It was late in the afternoon as Naruto led the way while having Kuroka and her sister Sharon follow him to their destination. As he led the way, he didn't pay attention to the two Nekomata sisters since he knew that it was a private conversation for them. But he could hear the bit of whimpering from the younger one and bit of sniffling from Kuroka. He knew that Sharon was upset while Kuroka felt saddened on having to leave her only family member, but did what she believes would be the best for Sharon, since unlike her, she was still too young for something as serious as traveling around or fighting possible dangers. After a bit, the three made it to the front gate of the mansion of one of the most famous pillar families, the Grimori. Talking with the guard, he had asked if he could have a conversation with Lady Grimori and her daughter, since he knew that Lord Grimori would be busier than her. Waiting for several minutes, the guard allowed him and his two companions to enter. Calmly walking towards the mansion, Kuroka and Sharon looked odd at being able to walk in such a place. It didn't take long before the three made it to the front double doors, where they were greeted by, to Naruto only, a familiar silver hair maid. "Welcome, Namikaze-san," greeted the maid without bowing. "Hello again, Graphia-san. I hope I'm not inconveniencing both Lady Grimori and Rias Grimori." Naruto politely responded with a bow for both proper courtesy and apology. "You did come rather unsuspectedly. However, Lady Grimori remembered who you were and has made some time to see you." Graphia responded. "I see. Well, I'll apologize for my abrupt action and make my meeting with her quick," Naruto politely said. Graphia smiled gently at how mature and respectful that the young blonde is acting. In her personal opinion, she believed that he would be a perfect servant to Rias, since not only are they young but knew that he would be a great help to her. In fact, she and Lady Grimori had discussed the matter with Lord Grimori and Searsex, since they can see the potential he has for a queen or any other piece. Although those conversations were put to rest when Lord Grimori dropped the matter, since he would not try anything with the boy given on what he has seen from the young blonde's eyes. Before allowing him to walk in, Naruto got Graphia's attention, where he introduced his bishop, Kuroka, and her younger sister, Sharon. "Hello, Nya." Kuroka cheerfully said. "Greetings," Sharon said, more refined. Acknowledging them, she allowed all three inside, where she then led the way towards the veranda that Lady Grimori and Rias were waiting at. Walking through the hallways, the group of four reached the backyard of the mansion towards the veranda. There, Naruto and the two girls saw Lady Grimori politely waiting with some tea in her hand, while next to her was a younger version of her but with crimson hair waiting patiently. From the large amount of red crimson hair, he knew that it was Rias. Although, standing next to Rias was an unknown girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail. Making it to the veranda, Graphia introduced Naruto to Lady Grimori as well as his two other companions. At the same time, Lady Grimori introduced herself to the two new girls, then to Rias and her queen, Akano Himahima. Seeing them up close, Naruto could see that Rias has changed a bit, not just by height but also figure, where she was starting to signs of developing into a woman, given the small curve in her chest were giving away. The same could be said to Akano, learning her name from Venilana, whom he can tell was going to be just as attractive as Kuroka. Once everyone met with each other, Lady Grimori allowed everyone to sit around the table, with Graphia standing nearby in case anyone wants something. Getting to business, Lady Grimori asked Naruto on why he asked to meet with her all of a sudden. Taking this moment, Naruto asked if he could discuss this with her in private before talking to Rias. Giving it a moment to think about it, Lady Grimori agreed, where the two took their conversation outside the veranda near the flower garden. This left the other five alone, where they looked at each other. The tension between everyone was high, but wasn't troublesome, just awkward. The tension ceased when they all heard a small grumbling. They all turned to the little white-hair Nekomata, who looked up to her sister. "Hungry," Monotone said, smiling at how innocent her sister was acting. Kuroka turned to Graphia and asked for something sweet for Sharon. Nodding, Graphia went to retrieve a few snacks for her as well as the other girls, but not before leaving another maid to look after them. While she was gone, Rias decided to break the ice with them. Anyo, as you know, my name is Rias Grimori. And this is my best friend and queen, Akano. Rias introduced herself while Akano did the same thing with a bow. Nice to meet you. I'm Kuroka and this is my sister, Sharon. Kuroka and Sharon did the same. Out of curiosity, why are you three here for? Is there something you need? Rias asked while mentally thinking on how adorable Sharon is, where she also thought that it was unfair for a small girl to be so cute. Yeah, in a way. But think it's best to let my king speak to you about it. Kuroka responded. Your king? Akano repeated. Hi, the blonde boy is my king since I'm his bishop. Kuroka responded. Rias was taken by surprise since she remembered who Naruto was, but was surprised to hear that he actually started on gaining his peerage, just like he said. Before anything else could be said, Graphia returned with some snacks. Which was divided between sweet and healthy for children, like small blueberry muffins, celery sticks, and such. As the group of girls talked, Naruto and Lady Grimori were discussing on today's surprise visit. It's good to see that you are doing well, young man. The last time I saw you was almost 2 years ago, I think. How have you been doing? Lady Grimori asked. I'm doing fine. Traveling around the underworld had helped me a lot. I was able to find my own path and have started on trying to achieve my goal now. Naruto responded. Oh, and what would be your goal? The buxom brunette questioned. To be the strongest emperor in history, where I will then become a Satan. Naruto answered. Lady Grimori was a bit taken back at hearing that this young blonde child wishes to become a Satan. Although she knew that the chances of him becoming one is very unlikely because of diplomatic matters and other issues, she admitted that it was still an admirable goal to achieve. Also, becoming an emperor. Since she guessed that he was talking about the title emperor in the rating games, which is being held by the #1 champion, Dehauser Belial. She knew that this would be a goal that could happen if the boy is determined enough. I see. Well, just to let you know, my son is one of the 4 Satans and is very powerful. I hope you know what you are getting yourself into. Lady Grimori stated. I know, but I know that I won't become Satan like that. I know that not only am I going to work hard, but it would take time. That's why I'm just going to do what I can for now and achieve the titles later. Naruto said. That's a good way of thinking. Now then, let's discuss on your sudden visit here. Ah yes. First off, I would like to apologize if I disrupted your busy schedule or anything like that. The blonde apologized. No, you haven't much, but thank you for your apology. Lady Grimori politely said. To the main issue on why I am here. I would like to propose something to your daughter. Naruto stated. Propose. Lady Grimori said before she grew a sly smile on her face. Oh my Tilda. Although I'm not surprised given how cute my Rias is and how beautiful she will become in the future. I'm afraid that she is already arranged to someone else. But if you wish to earn her hand, Anyo, what are talking about? Naruto confusedly stated with a sweat drop on his head. Huh, you are here on asking my daughter's hand in marriage? Lady Grimori asked. Ah Tilda, no, I just came here to ask her if she was alright in taking care of someone. Naruto said. Taking care of someone? Venilana repeated. Yes, as you see, I already have Kuroka as my bishop. And although I would like to have her sister as part of my peerage, but, to be honest, it would be a bad idea. Given how I'll plan continue my travels in both the underworld and on Earth to not only look for my peerage members but also doing my own thing, plus with any duties that someone like me would have to do, I know that it won't be a good environment for Sharon. So, I was hoping if Rias is alright on taking care of Sharon as part of her peerage for Kuroka. Naruto suggested to the lady. I see, so that's why you came here today. You thought about not just the young girl's well-being but also letting my Rias having a new member in her peerage. Lady Grimori assumed. Yes, as much as I don't want to split them up. I know that Rias and Sharon would become good friends, which Kuroka would want her sister to have as well as being somewhere safe for her to grow up in. Although, I did promise Kuroka whenever we have any free time from training and such, she could come here and visit her. That's why I'm asking you if you would be alright with the situation. Naruto said before saying something else a bit childish like. And although this isn't intended, you can also say that I'm starting to pay back my debt to you and your family. Although I wish it wasn't like this. While rubbing his head, thinking about it, she knew about Nekomatas. And knew that the two girls were Nekocious, given how Kuroka has two tails. She knew that this particular species is able to use senjutsu, which could increase in power, It would make a powerful piece for her daughter. She also knew that he does have a debt to her family. Even if it's an unneeded one, she was glad to know that he was keeping his word, which was a boost of respect for the blonde in her eyes. A few more moments of thought, Lady Grimori looked down at the pre-teen blonde before she nodded in agreement, which Naruto bowed in gratitude. Coming back to the group, Lady Grimori and Naruto sat back down where she explained to Rias, in less detail, that Naruto wanted her to take in Sharon as part of her peerage since it would be a more suitable environment for the young child. Hearing that she was being offered a chance to have add a new member to her peerage, she was delighted. Although she wondered if it was all right with the young white-hair Nekomata. Rias asked her if she was all right with her being put on the spot. Sharon was a bit nervous where she looked a bit uncomfortable. It soon ceased when Naruto spoke to her. Sharon, if you don't want to live here as part of Rias' peerage, then we'll find a way in order for us to live by. With a gentle face. Hearing what the blonde king said eased her tension a bit, that caused her to remember on what kind of dangerous that she and her sister would face. Although Kuroka explained to her where they might be put in some kind of danger and such, it does cause her to be worried for not only her own life but her sister's life too. However, hearing that living with Rias and the Grimori family, she would not only have a place to live and train, but also be given a chance to have friends and grow up like a regular girl. Well, as regular as a devil family can get. It would also put Kuroka's mind at ease if she would live here instead of constant traveling, since she knew that Kuroka wasn't the type to stay in one spot for too long. After a few minutes of thinking, she said that she would stay with Rias. Hearing it, Rias was happy since she openly said that she now feels like she has a cute baby sister to look after. Seeing their interaction pleased Naruto and Lady Grimori. It was here that Lady Grimori asked Graphia to prepare a room for Rias' future piece, which she agreed. As things welted down, Naruto asked if he could leave Kuroka under her family's care for a bit since he needed to settle some things with his inheritance, since he needed to use it to be financially secure when he finds the rest of his peerage. As well as letting the two sisters spend whatever time they have left before they are separated from each other for the time being. Agreeing to it, Naruto left for Lily in order to handle his business while Kuroka and Sharon hang out for a bit longer, while also forming a friendship to both Rias and Akino. After leaving the underworld, Naruto had help in training Kuroka to be a proper bishop, since the bishop piece gives the person assigned to it an increase in magical abilities yet weak in physical defense. The first thing that Naruto got Kuroka was to spar with him so he can see what she got. The spar lasted for 30 minutes, which Naruto was impressed that Kuroka is able to use poison along with having agility, balance, and intellect in fighting him. With that, Naruto intended to help her increase her power, but utilizing her new demonic abilities where she would be able to increase her magic output without worrying about straining her body. And like he promised her, whenever they have a few days off, Naruto allowed Kuroka to go to the Grimori mansion to see her sister, where he found out that Sharon had changed her name for her new life, which Rias gave to her by her own request. Sharon's new name is Kaneko. Although she goes by Kaneko, she only allowed Kuroka to call her Sharon. The two were having a training session in an isolated, secluded area in the northern Arctic region in Norway. The reason why they were training here is because of two reasons. One is because Naruto knew that it would help increase both their endurance and stamina. The second is the reason on why they came to Finnmark. Currently, it was night where the northern lights could be seen above them, dancing into among the sky. It was both a welcoming and a treat. They've accomplished Naruto's assignment that he was given. Recently, near the city of Finnmark, there have been several strange phenomena that is starting to catch the eye on some factions. The Vil faction is one of them, where the investigation revealed that some people have been disappearing along with the recent sighting of a monster. Not wanting to take chances of it being a stray devil, especially since the city was so far up north that many of the other factions would not get involved unless it was serious, the higher-ups of the devil faction ordered one of the young devil heirs to Investigate and take care of the situation if needed. It was here that Naruto received his first order, since he wasn't just a high-class devil but also a rookie king. But of course, that was just the light of it, since he was a king from a no-name family and isn't an heir to one of the pillar families, as well as being a high class, so they figured if he died where there won't be any problems later. When Naruto received the order, Naruto figured that it might be the case where he also consulted with Tannen. The legendary dragon also agreed with the theory but still explained to him this was a perfect chance to earn some experience, which he agreed. It was then that he went and took his only peerage member, Kuroka, at the time to Finnmark, Norway. Reaching the city, Naruto and Kuroka, in her cat form, investigated throughout the town, where they discovered the area where the incidents have been happening. It was even harder since it was dark. Half of the year for the city sink. Night can last several months and such. Making it to the spot, Naruto and Kuroka, back in her human form, looked around, where they soon found the monster stalking them. It was a hideous monster they can sense the demonic aura coming from it. They now knew it was a stray devil, where the two quickly challenged and destroyed it before it can continue its ravaging among the humans. During the fight, Naruto and Kuroka used delay tactics in order to get information from it, where they learned it was from a recent peerage member that it escaped from before it could kill its king. Being forced to flee, it provided a proper cover in order to escape death. Sending the report back to the underworld, Naruto decided to stay for a day or two, since it was a rare chance to view the northern lights. After having some rest, the two started their day off with a quick spar. In this environment, especially near the coast, was a feeling that the two won't forget. Soon, they ended their spar and headed back to their campsite that was outside the village. Their campsite is a 5x6x10 featuring size tent that belong in a forest area in a warmer climate, not for the Arctic region. But that was just the outside. Inside the tent, it was the size of a small 2-story 8-bedroom house. On the first floor, there was a large kitchen with complete pantry, a large dining table, a study room filled with books, 2 restrooms, game room, and a large circular living room with couches that is connected to the kitchen. The circular living room is set up to not only act as a place to rest but also to hold meetings. Seeing how the couches are facing each other, in the center of the living room is a stone pit fireplace, ready to go. Turning towards the living room, Naruto looked at the firewood that was already set on the fire pit, where he ignited it with a bit of his demonic power. Once lit, he felt a lot better, while the black cat that was on his neck leapt out where it stretched before sitting on the ledge of the stone pit fireplace. Taking off his jacket and such, leaving himself with only his long-sleeve shirt and pants, Naruto turned to Kuroka. I'm glad that I decided to put in this fire pit here. It makes warming ourselves up pretty good, wouldn't you agree? He said before he notices on what Kuroka has done. Oh yeah, I feel a lot better now, she said pleasantly as she felt the warmth of the fire, while turning to see that Naruto had shifted his face to the side. Oh my, your face is pretty red right now. Are you yet still not used to seeing me like this, she teased with him. It's not that, I just wish you didn't show so much skin at me, Kuroka. You know, in all retrospect, I am a growing teenage male who is going through puberty, Naruto responded with a blush as he felt embarrassed at seeing Kuroka's sexy body, which he is noticing more every day. Kuroka only giggled at seeing her king's reaction to her body once she stripped herself from her snow clothes. So Naru-chan, how long are we going to stay here? As much as like the cold, I'd rather be somewhere more enjoyable, Kuroka sarcastically said. Don't worry, Kuroka, we'll be leaving tomorrow morning. It is also where we start our journey to find the rest of my peerage and our friends. Are you ready for it? Naruto asked. Yup. Let's start with our adventure. Kuroka responded, where the two looked forward on what the future had for them. Till next meet again. To tell you all the truth, even I felt bad on how lame of an idea on how to have Kaneko being in Ria's peerage. Although I like the girl, after all. Who doesn't like lowly cute girls? But I already have plans for Naruto's peerage, which didn't include her in it. So I came up with that lame plot. So, as an apology, I have written this next chapter for you all. Oh, In case any of you are wondering, the story will continue to go forward a bit more on how Naruto met and obtained a few of his pieces. But then it would move to the Razor arc. After Naruto obtained 2 or 3 more pieces to his growing peerage, okay. Also, there are some Naruto characters in the story, but I will not tell you until their time comes. So, I hope you enjoy. Sorry if it is a bit shorter than my usual chapters. Last time, Naruto and Kuroka were up in one of the most northern areas in the earth hunting and extinguishing a stray devil. Once they were done, they simply enjoyed their free time before continuing with Naruto's journey. China. Traveling from the north to east by southeast, Naruto and Kuroka had made it to Sichuan, China. Arriving at the area a few days ago, the two first toured around the populated after making sure that they had permission from the head supernatural faction that runs this part of the country. Soon, the two went to a less populated area where they can train a bit in privacy before continuing towards to their true destination, Kyoto, Japan. The reason why they wanted to head to Kyoto were for 2 reasons. 1. Naruto wanted Kuroka to learn more of her heritage by visiting the yokai faction where she can also improve herself when she starts training in senjutsu. The second is because Naruto has a persona interest in seeing the legendary city since he always wanted to go and tour around it, given how it kept its traditional roots while being how the world continued to grow more modern. Right now, the 2 were sitting in a restaurant as they enjoyed a nice breakfast of soybean milk and deep-fried dough sticks, pancakes with eggs, and morning tea. As the 2 ate in peace, they could remember how last night they both fought against an urban street gang that wanted some money and take Kuroka out for some fun. However, the 2 quickly got rid of them by beating the living daylights while handing them to the local police for attempted robbery and kidnapping. This is so good. I'm glad you decided on having breakfast in a restaurant instead of our tent, NYA. I was hoping for something different since you don't cook many other things, Naruto. Kuroka happily said in delight as she ate some fried dough. Hey, considering that I can only cook a few dishes, even I would want to eat out occasionally. Besides, I'm the only one who can cook. If you have a problem with the food, you can always make lunch or dinner for the 2 of us. Naruto said as he took a sip of tea from his cup. No thanks, NYA. As much as I would want something else to eat, I don't want to cook. The Neko replied, then don't complain about my cooking. Naruto said. It was then that a letter appeared on their table, as a message from the underworld came to them. Looking around, they were glad that no one noticed it where Naruto picked it up and read it. Since Naruto is on the move, he must send messages to the official's office on where he is going. Because he doesn't get a territory to watch over like other high-class devils from the pillar families, so they know on where he is if they need him to do a mission of some sort. Quickly looking over, Naruto sighed as he knew what it was. Noticing his expression, Kuroka spoke up. Anyo, what is it Naru-chan? Kuroka asked. We're being called upon on getting rid of some stray devils that appeared on the border edges of Tibet's mountain area and the Gobi Desert. He replied, Tibet and Gobi Desert, that's going to be fun, NYA. Kuroka remarked sarcastically. She wasn't looking forward in traveling through another cold region again or a desert area as well. I know, but duty calls. But along with it, we are getting some help along with it. Naruto said, help, what kind, NYA? Kuroka wondered. It appears that another high-class devil is going to come along with us, who would oversee the mission with their parents' pieces as a guardian. I'm guessing this would be a good experience for the person on the battlefield. Naruto theorized, which fitted nicely. I guess we're going to be acting like their pieces instead of handling it our way, huh? Kuroka guessed, which Naruto agreed. Let's finish up then head towards the Tibet since we need to meet the person by noon today on what the letter had written down. Naruto said, which she agreed. Once they finished eating, the 2 left to a secure area before they magically teleported to Tibet for their next stray devil extermination mission. Tibet, the crisp cool air, the bright warm sun, along with the high altitude made traveling outside of the city of Lhasa very interesting. Traveling near 3,500 meters above sea level gave Naruto and Kuroka a sense of admiration on how people live in such an environment. Although they can't step foot in the city, The reason is because the city of Lhasa is very religious in Buddhism, where it could be cause some problems until they met up with their leader in this joint mission. As they waited, Naruto thought about on what to do when the time came when he would have to reveal himself to the underworld about his status of being a legendary figure. He turned his head as he heard Kuroka muttering on how she should take some sweets from China to Sharon when she went to visit her again. He smiled at the lack of worry she had, although that ceased the 2 cents of devil teleportation symbol appearing near them. Kuroka wondered on who it was while Naruto looked surprised to see it since he knew the symbol of the magic aura. 2 people appeared whom Naruto recognized very well. The first was a tall man, wearing casual suit. He is a handsome man with grayish hair and light blue eyes. Next to him was someone he hasn't seen in almost 3 years. The person was a young 13-year-old girl with light green, yellow hair that stretched down to her back with pink eyes. Along with noble attire of robes, she had on a pair of glasses that enhance her sharp gaze. Although her robes exposed very little skin, it did reveal her curving body as her bust began to grow as well as her waist thinning out. Kuroka was about to ask for their name but stopped when Naruto greeted them first. "Hey, it's been a while, Zaston. And to you, to Lady Seekvara." Greeting the 2. "Yes, it has been, Naruto. How have you been doing?" Zaston greeted back. "I've been doing well. I can also see that Seekvaria has grown a bit since the last time we met," Naruto declared before turning his attention to the young Agura's heiress. "How's it been, Seekvaria? I hope you're doing well with yourself since we last met." He pondered. "I've doing well. My father and mother have been teaching me on being a proper head to the Agura's family. And after you left, I obtained 2 pieces into my peerage. One of which was a recently obtained. My first piece is my queen while I obtain my knight." Seekvaria responded with a cold face. "I see, a queen and knight. Why aren't they here?" The blonde wondered. Seekvaria explained that her father wanted her to learn on handling others that were under their servants while earning some life experience. Nodding in understanding, the blonde flipped the conversation around. "Well, I have also started on retrieving my peerage," Naruto declared as he directed both Seekvaria and Zaston to his bishop. Seekvaria-san, Zaston, I would like you 2 to meet Kuroka. My bishop and so far, my only member in my peerage," Naruto introduced. Zaston greeted the young Nekosha while Seekvaria simply kept to herself. Greeting each other, Kuroka was curious about something which she asked Naruto about it. Naruto explained that his parents were part of Lord and Lady Agura's peerage members. His father was with Lord Agura's peerage, like Zaston, while his mother was a part of Lady Agura's. It wasn't till they become high-class devils that they were able to start doing things their own way, yet kept working with the Agura's family and gathering intelligence and such for them. It was also after they died that the Agura's family took him in, which he served by being Seekvaria's bodyguard and servant until he left to go on his own journey. Naruto finished explaining his connection with the Agura's family. Zaston suggested on beginning to take care against the stray devil mission. Agreeing with him, Seekvaria led the group to the main Buddhist temple in the city to meet with a representative with the supernatural faction that led this city. Night, Naruto and Kuroka followed Seekvaria and Zaston down from Lhasa as they went towards one of the spots that one of the stray devil groups were founded. With them, 2 guides that led them to the location who also has knowledge about the area they were in. One of them is a Buddhist priest. He has a regular body frame that is kept maintained through discipline training. However, from the devils, this person has a strong spiritual presence that can take out a low-class to mid-class demonic aura with ease. The second was a young girl with short, light brown hair. She wore a similar clothing as the Buddhist priestess. She stood a good 4 feet 7 feet. And, although hidden from the clothing, showed that she started to gain her curves. Earlier, the devil group met with the officials to get the information about the stray devils. Receiving the information, they were fortunate to learn that Straw White Devils has yet taken an innocent soul because of the holy items around the city. However, it won't last long, since sooner or later, people will enter or leave the city which would get them killed. Understanding the situation, Seekvaria told them that they would begin early evening and take care of the situation before morning the next day. Being pleased about it, the official offered them 2 Gu. Aids to show them the location where the strays were sighted and help in giving them someone who knows the terrain. Being patient through the day, the devil group of 4 were finally able to start on their mission since it was the perfect time to hunt or be hunted. Making it to the last spot, the whole group began to investigate where Sekvaria had ordered Naruto and Kuroka to search for clues. Il Zaston paid close attention on how the young Agara's heiress handles the situation. Naruto looked around where he notices a few trails heading away from the main path while Kuroka used her natural senses to search for what has been coming and going. Both were able to find a trail that had some unnatural movements and distinctions which everyone went to follow. As they went, Zaston took the lead with the Buddhist where the two had discussed some things about the situation with the Buddhist to get any kind of information about the stray devil attack. Kuroka walked alongside Sekvaria where young heiress kept taking glances at the young Nekosho. This gave Kuroka an excuse on teasing her where the two talked back at each other and such. Naruto walked alongside the young priestess as they bring up the front. Following the trail, Naruto kept a good eye at the rear since he doesn't know on what kind of monstrous creature the devil has become. While keeping an eye out, he also tried to start a conversation with the young priestess which she only responded with single or few words in response. The responses he obtained were small, but was able to obtain a few things from her. The girl's name is Akatsu. She has lived with the Buddhist for a few years now. Other than that, she wasn't much in the mode to talk. Although, he found out that she has a ditzy, monotone personality. He found that she was a ditzy when the monk has asked her about something where she answered that she forgotten about it. Following the path, the group continued until the trail disappeared because of the rocky terrain. However, Naruto and Kuroka pointed towards the few ruined building from a distance, about a half a mile away. Going towards it, everyone could smell the scent of some smelly creature which everyone could smell blood. Checking the area out, Naruto assigned Kuroka to Sekvaria to keep her safe while Naruto went on his own. Zaston stayed back from the children to see how Sekvaria would handle the situation. Naruto checked inside one of the ruined building which he looked around a bit before heading back out. As he was leaving, hidden in the darkness, a creature slithered in the shadow. As it slowly reached came up to Naruto back. The creature got close enough before it went for the strike behind the blonde. Just as the creature was about to take out the blonde child, Naruto simply flipped in the air before sending a thunder strike at the back of the monster, causing it to shout in pain. Landing on the ground, the blonde king turned to see a horrific-looking monster where their mouth was 3 times larger than a normal person with detangled row of fangs, and 4 arms on its side. Keeping his cool, Naruto looked at the monster with not a care. "So, you're Zarek, aren't you?" he asked. "Why yes, I'm surprised that such an infant knows my name." The demonic freak looks. "Hardly, you and the rest of your traitors in your former peerage just came to me as a kill on sight order." Naruto simply stated unimpressively, "You insignificant child, I'll enjoy tearing your limbs and drinking your blood. The stray devil. Try it." Naruto touted the monster. The multi-armed devil ran towards him before firing a 6 magical blast at the blonde teen. As the attack came, Naruto simply maneuvered around, letting the beam attacks pass him. Maneuvering around the attack, Naruto moved forward towards the monster devil where he came up to him as well. Getting to each other's strike range, Zarek conjoined together where his hands became claws in order to pierce Naruto in the chest as he was closing in on the blonde teen. Naruto, at the same time, concentrated his thunder in his hand, covering it in a powerful demonic aura. The two collided together where the two made their strike at each other. In an instant, the two hit and moved past each other. When it ended, Naruto and Zarek had both their backs facing each other. It was only a moment later that the results came to be as Zarek suddenly fall to the ground where his arms got cut off and his chest burst open in blood. Naruto only had a scratch on his striking arm. Getting off his fighting stance, Naruto walked over to the downed stray devil. "How can I be beaten by a brat? I'm no ordinary brat. I'm the," Naruto said as he gathers some more thunder in his hand before finishing off the stray. Once the job was done, Naruto left the ruining building in order to find the others to explain about taking out one of their targets. Just as he left, Naruto turned around as a snake-type stray came at him with incredible speed. Naruto was about to defend himself when a barrier of chains appeared in front of him where it stopped the snake when it collided into it. Before it could even retreat, the chains shifted around where it wrapped up the monster. Looking around, he saw Akatsu standing above one of the old buildings. "Hurry, I don't want to hold it for long," the light brunette monotone stated. Agreeing, Naruto focused his wind and thunder magic into his fist where he then went and punched the snake in its center. "Thunder Blossom Crushing Fist," he shouted as a burst of whirlwind and thunder blast through the stray devil where it killed the beast. Once it was done, Akatsu came down to him where he turned to her and thanked her for her help. Nodding in acceptance, they both moved together They met up with Sekvaria and the others where they explained they took care of their side as well. "I guess that means that the stray devils here are now gone," Naruto said. "Indeed. With that, this mission is over with," Sekvaria stated. "Almost Sekvaria-sama. Don't forget, we still need to go to the Gobi Desert in order to take care of the rest of the stray devils that escaped," Zaston reminded the Agara's heiress. Sighing in annoyance, Naruto then wondered about something where he made it known to everyone. "You know, I am wondering on why these strays were even here. Considering how the area is almost considered to be of holy ground, why were they even here?" Naruto wondered. This got the rest of the group wondering while the monk kept his poker face but had a sweat drop while Akatsu also wondered as well. Their thoughts soon shifted when the monk spoke up about getting some good rest. Agreeing with the idea, everyone went back to the temple to rest since tomorrow, everyone will be going to the Gobi Desert. Late night, as everyone slept, Naruto stayed awake, watching over the stars that were above him. Thoughts about the strays being here had his mind working on over time since it didn't fit how a stray would do. His thoughts ceased when he felt someone coming towards him. Focusing a bit, he lowered his guard when he felt who it was. "You know, you need to sleep. After all, as the next head of the Agara's family, it is required of you to get as much rest as possible so you can be ready for anything," Naruto stated as he turned to see Sekvaria standing next to him. I didn't know you still care about me after you left, huh?" Sekvaria stated. "Even though I didn't join you, it doesn't mean that I don't still care about you," Naruto said. Could off fool. Me since you were so determined to leave. I'm actually more surprised to see alive since you went into the wild all on your own and seeing you alive," Sekvaria remarked. "What can I say? I'm a very stubborn person. I don't die that easily. But enough about the past. Why did you come here instead of sleeping in bed?" Naruto said. Sighing a bit, Sekvaria looked straight at Naruto with a determined face. "I wonder if you agree with me on making me a trade. My unused bishop piece for Kuroka," she informed him. "Why do you want her?" Naruto asked. "It's because when we were hunting that stray, our illusion ability really complemented my magical style. This would give me a chance to advance greater in the underworld," Sekvaria stated. Naruto looked at her with a plain look. That would be a no," he answered her. "And why not? Under my leadership, she would make a great bishop by my side," Sekvaria remarked. "True, but under me, she would become one of the best bishops in the entire underworld. And besides, she is my first piece. There is no way that I would give her up for anything," Naruto said. "If that's your answer, then it seems that I wasted my time in talking with you," she said. "Yes, you did, but it did give you a chance to spend some time with me," Naruto remarked. Blushing a bit, the Agara's heir questioned the blonde on what he meant where he simply teased her. Unknown to him, he didn't notice the small blush that Sekvaria had on her face. The two simply kept quiet as they focused on the peace that the star-lit sky gave them. Soon, Naruto got tired where he went to sleep and bid Sekvaria a good night. As he walked away, Sekvaria only glimpsed at him where her memories of the past slowly emerged on how the two used to be together. This caused her to place a hand on her growing bosom where her heart is. As much as he wanted to deny it, ever since Naruto left her side, she felt lonely, but more than that, she felt like a piece was missing from her. Deciding to drop such feelings, she went back to bed where she knew that they would need to rest when they hit the desert tomorrow morning. Till next dark plot of treason. Morning arrived as Naruto, Sekvarya, and the rest of their group were ready to head out to their next destination, the Gobi Desert. Getting a quick bite, everyone was ready to head out to Baotou, China to take care of the other stray devil group. Just as they were about to teleport, they all heard one of the Buddhist priests stop them. Curious on what was the priest wanted, they noticed that the same two people they were with from yesterday night. He explained that these two needed to go the Gobi Desert for an important errand for their city. Sekvarya simply looked annoyed where she was about to reject their request but was stopped when Naruto interrupted her. Alright, that shouldn't be a problem. If it's simply giving them a ride to the same destination, then it's no problem. Naruto said while eyeing the priest. Acting surprise at the decision, Sekvarya gave a glare to the blonde whom simply ignored it. Soon, everyone teleport to Baotou, China where they would once again face another group of stray devils. Baotou, China, the devil group made it to their destination which was the edge of city. Arriving at their destination, the two groups soon separated from the Buddhism group where the devils went to find the stray devil group in the city. While traveling through city, the devil group looked annoyed at how hot it is in the desert area. For the entire day, they searched where the strays might be hiding in but couldn't find them. No sign or whatsoever. There should have been at least a few reports of attacks, some haunting rumors about people being killed, or something recent about the supernatural world. Sekvarya said as the evening air began to cool the land down. True, but I'm kind of wondering on what is going. Zaston wondered since he was curious too. Then how about we follow a different lead? Naruto suggested, which got the two wondering on what he meant. Kuroka, have you found Akatsu's location? Asking his Neko. Yeah, I've been tracking her with the small bit of senjutsu that I know. Although it's pretty far, I'm still able to find her. Well, at least around a general area, NYA. She said. Why are you tracking her? Sekvarya wondered, suspecting that Naruto must have an idea on what's going on. You didn't think it was strange that stray devils would go to a city with a high holy area? Or the fact that the monks asked us for a favor? I get the feeling that these people might know something that they don't want anyone to figure out. Which is also curious since they asked us devils, from the report we've gotten, for help in dealing with the stray devil problem. Naruto's theory. Why got the others to wonder on what's going on with the stray devils and the monks? Alright then Kuroka, lead the way towards those priests. Naruto asked, which she agreed. Following the Neko show, the group of devils went to the edge of the town where Akatsu's aura led to the Gobi Desert. Night, Akatsu and the monk, who is her superior, traveled through the desert all day towards a hidden destination. Reaching it, the two rested before beginning their journey back home towards Tibet. Having the devils teleport the two to Baotou to make their destination was beneficial for the two since they needed to reach a hidden temple for Buddhism as quickly as possible. Moving across the blowing sand in the evening, the two traveled south by southeast as the monk held an item that they received in the hidden location. Deciding to rest for the night, the two made camp with a small fire while keeping their guard up as they needed to keep moving since the stray devil incident back in Tibet. It wasn't before the two took turns to get some sleep so they can continue with their journey at first light as well as keep their guard. As the night continued, Akatsu kept watched for the moment where she started to feel like she was being watched. Deciding to inform her superior, she woke him up from his sleep. What is it, Akatsu? Asking the young girl. I just felt like we are being watched, sir. Akatsu replied. Being watched? The monk said where he decided to check the area out. At first, he thought that the girl was being a bit paranoid, however he too also began to feel that they were being watched. Deciding to be cautious, the monk decided to move towards a more defensible position to avoid any surprise attacks or some kind. A bit of distance away from the 5 unknown individuals were watching from the two Buddhists moving to another more secure location. Observing the two leaving, one of the 5 spoke up. It seems that they are returning back to Tibet, given the direction they are moving. Said one. Indeed. By the looks of it, we can assume that they have the item in question. Said another. Correct. We'll wait a bit more before we strike. And once we take them out, said the first voice, we will be able to obtain their item, said a third voice. Yes, and once we do we will only have to wait for a bit before that Tibet city's barrier goes down where we can then steal that special item, said the first voice. Remind me again, what is the item that you are seeking, said a fourth voice. Don't you remember? It's a stone, and not just any stone. This stone is a stone of darkness that can enhance anyone's power to a new level, said the first voice. Enhance it. It increases our strength, said the fifth voice. Yes, from the records, humans tree D to use it but couldn't control the ominousness power down where it slowly destroyed them from the inside out. For demonic beings like us, it drastically gives power increase. From the legends, it too. Okay, the sacrifice of several high-ranking priests to subdue a single low-ranking demonic being because of the stone, said the first voice. Once we obtain it, we'll be able to obtain power that would increase our status throughout the world, especially if the descendants of the former Mao rewards us for our efforts, concluded the first voice. The rest of the group were in glee as they can't wait to obtain what they desire. The leader of the group then announced that they would strike at them before they would attack when the time was right. 5 days later, finally returning home, Akatsu and D the senior Buddhist were relieved on the fact that they were able to make it back home. Hiking up the mountain range, the two priests were close to reaching their home when all of a sudden, the two were caught by a surprise attack. Being surprised by the suddenly attack, they were knocked out of their senses. Being the first to stand, Akatsu managed to dodge another strike where she was thrown a bit further away. The senior Buddhist managed to get back up to be able to create a barrier to block another incoming attack. Akatsu used her chains to hurl herself to stand next to her senior where the two looked around their surroundings. It was then that they saw 5 individuals standing on the high ground, wearing cloaks with hoods covering their faces. Do you two know how long we had to follow you in order to surprise you like this? Said one voice before all 5 revealed themselves, the person being in the back. The person in the back was a massive round body build with relatively thin limbs. He has a big mouth with several missing teeth. He also has a pronounced crooked nose and a very large and hairy chest and torso. Long, thick, woolly black hair that falls down the back of his neck. He wore clothing of a bandit and stood almost half taller than the senior priest. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Marshall Teach, and we'll be taking the crystal ball of longevity right now. Marshall greeted while eyeing the object that was with the elder Buddhist. What for? You know that this ball can do nothing for you considering it is a holy item. You can never touch it. The elder priest stated. That is true. However, we aren't going to be using it, we'll breaking it considering you need it to keep the barrier around the city up. After all, with that barrier gone, we be able to enter and take the meteor of darkness. Causing the elderly Buddhist to eye wide in surprise. Meteor of darkness. There is no such thing. Akatsu replied, not believing that such an item is in the town. Yes, it is. We have obtained information about it from some special colleagues who would protect us if we deliver the hunk of rock to them. After all, we stray devils need to do anything and everything to protect ourselves. Marshall said, how about we end the talk and get to take them out? After all, their people will soon be on alert if anyone heard about our surprise attack, said another one of Marshall's allies. This person is just as big as Teach, being broad-chested, broad shoulders, tan-skinned, muscular man with a broad upper body and a thin lower body in comparison. He has curly violet hair reaching down to his shoulders. Agreed Burgess. Enough talk, take them out now. Marshall ordered. In that moment, all 5 fired several blasts of demonic aura directly at the two. However, instead of hitting the 2 Buddhists, the attacks were suddenly ceased when several blasts of lightning and other demonic powers struck the stray group's attack. Confused by what happened to sudden destruction of the demonic attack, everyone wondered on what's happening. Era, you 5 have definitely went through a lot of trouble, but unfortunately, this is where it ends, NYA. Said a feminine voice. Glancing it towards the side, everyone spotted an adolescent Nekomata with a playful look on her face. Kuroka-san, Akatsu announced the Neko show. Hey Akatsu, Priest-san. You should be glad that my king had his suspicion about both the stray devil group and you two, since he figured that you priests might be hiding something. Kuroka said before turning her attention behind her. But they're just glad that I was able to hide everyone's presence, huh? It was then that a magical circle formed behind her where Naruto, Sekvarya, and Zaston appeared. Indeed, it seems that Naruto-san has picked a very valuable piece for his team, Sekvarya-sama. Zaston commented, which the young Agura's air frustrated agreed. Enough about my choices in picking my teammates. How about we finish the job and take care of these strays and call it a day? Naruto said, walking up to Kuroka, which they all agreed. By the way, you were right. From what I was hearing, the monks here are guarding a valuable secret that they didn't want anyone, especially those from the devil faction, to know about. Kuroka explained. I see then. Well, it would appear that we may have to bring in some officials once this is over. Sekvarya thought over, which Zaston agreed. Marshall and his team looked annoyed at how they didn't notice that they were being followed, or for others on finding out their plan. Before anything else could be said, they heard the senior monk order Akatsu to escape with him, since they needed to head back to the security of the temple. Seeing how the two were leaving, Naruto looked at them deadpanned at the monk's strategy. Fool, doesn't he get that they can't simply run away, since I'm willing to bet that these five already know the secret entrance that any being of darkness need to take to walk inside the city without being purified and such. Naruto stated. You got that right, kid. I should be thanking you for, since we kept an eye on you when you first arrived. It gave us a chance to see where they would lead you into the temple while using those two saps to act as our divergence. Marshall stated. Getting back on track, Devil Faction Group focus on the Stray Devil Group as they prepare to fight. Naruto eyed Marshall while Kuroka and Sekvarya looked at both the only female in the group and bespectacled wearing skinny man. Zaston prepared himself as he was ready to take on the Burgess and a guy with a cigar in his mouth. Alright guys, you four take care of them while I go and take the Meteor of Darkness. Marshall ordered, which the four agreed. Marshall quickly left the battle zone, which Sekvarya tried to prevent but was suddenly pulled away by Kuroka to avoid getting hit by a blast of demonic energy. Don't even bother. You got to go through us before you get to him, said the cigar mouth. Focus on what's happening right now. Let's get rid of these four before we go for the tub of lard, Nya. Kuroka suggested, which Sekvarya agreed. Alright guys, I'll take on Cigar Face over there. Naruto volunteered. Then I'll face Burgess on my own, Zaston stated as he looked at the muscular freak. That leaves us with the woman and the skinny man, huh? Kuroka pointed out, which Sekvarya agreed. Right, but you two should be careful. If I remember correctly, they were promoted to mid-level class devils before going rogue, so they might be more powerful than your average group. Quote, indeed, especially since we don't know if they have any other special abilities. Zaston added. Agreeing, Naruto and Zaston attacked together where they separated the group of four so they can fight on their own terms. Following the two that split, Kuroka and Sekvarya looked on as the woman and the bespectacled man looked ready to kill. With Naruto separating with the others, Naruto stared at his opponent as he prepared to fight him, although he was going to be cautious since he doesn't know his abilities. Naruto's opponent is a tall person, almost same height as Marshall while having a prominent chin. He wore an old officer's uniform with black officer's hat with red stripe that has white ear flaps on the sides, and maroon gloves. As the two eyed each other, the tall stray spoke to him. Alright kid, as much fun as this is going to turn into, I got places to go and people to kill. So, just stand there so I can kill you right now. The tall Stray said with a deep voice where his forearms began to morph where it became two executioner blades that looked like large kitchen knives. Sorry, but I'm going to have to decline. After all, RDER for me the most powerful emperor in history, I can't afford to die. Naruto declared where he lifted his hand as lighting coated it. The two were ready where they both stood still as they figure that the deciding blow will be made in their first strike. A moment passed before the two rushed forwards where the sounds of slicing and lighting strike could be heard. With Kuroka and Sekvarya, two girls of the group glanced at their two opponents. The woman looked early 30s with girlish pigtails. She has a sloping forehead, a long witch-like nose, a devilish grin, and a square jaw. She also has broad shoulders and has a muscular figure. In her hands, she magically summoned a javelin. Next to her, a rather thin man of abnormal height, with light brown hair that hangs down to his lower neck. He has an emotionless expression with his eyebrows almost always furrowed in what looks like a saddened expression. The left lens of the black glasses he wears is normal rectangular eyepiece, but the right side is circular and hold what appears to be a crosshair. He wore a black cape over his button-up, pale lavender shirt with black pants. The two prepared themselves as they were ready to fight. GHT but only looked confused as their opponents looked to calm, well the woman anyways since the bespectacled man didn't show any care for them. Being curious, Sikvarya asked them on why they weren't ready for battle. Why should we since you're just kids? After all, you're already dead, isn't that right, Van? Said the woman. Indeed, such as it was fate for us to meet. It was also fated for us to kill these two, Devon. Van replied. Before they could say anything, the two were suddenly struck by a quick and small bullet-size attack of demonic energy. The two strays looked pleased for a moment as they witnessed the two girls falling before they became confused at what happened. Kuroka and Sikvarya's images suddenly disperse into thin air as they vanish with the wind. Before they could wonder on what happened, the two suddenly got struck themselves where Devon guarded herself for another attack while Van's image disappeared like the two girls did. Looking forward, Van and Devon saw Kuroka and Sikvarya reappeared in front of them. Era, did you really think I wouldn't notice his presence, or should I say lack of presence? Getting a glare from Devon. It was a good plan, Kuroka. You see, ing the dust cloud from the earlier explosion to hide ourselves while they did the same. Did you figure out where Van is located? Sikvarya questioned. Yup, he might have gotten a bit of distance but I'll find him. What about you? Can you handle this woman by yourself? The Nekosho wondered. I'll be fine for the moment. If you don't take care of that sniper, we won't be able to do anything in this position. The Agara's heiress said. All right, but be careful since she can use illusions as well, given the distance the sniper could be located. And she might be a skilled spear fighter too. Kuroka said before her image disappeared while Sikvarya prepared herself in fighting Devon. Don't worry, I can hold out on my own for a bit. Sikvarya thought to herself as she prepared on keeping Devon at bay. Teach traveled through the hidden passage of the city where it led him to the main temple. It wasn't long before he was assaulted by a few priests but he disposes of them in mere moments. Alking past the dying and killed priests, Teach continued to move forward where he found a secret entrance which led to a staircase that led further underground. Quickly making it, the stray reached a hidden chamber where he notices Akatsu and her senior standing in front of him. It won't be long now. We've already placed the sphere in its sacred chamber with the head priest. Once he finishes with the ritual, then the barrier holy power would truly be restored to its maximum power. Akatsu stated, which Teach simply looked amused about the piece of information. As that's so, excellent. Getting a confused look from the young brunette, everything is going exactly as planned. Teach said. Akatsu was going to question the overbuilt stray when she was suddenly struck in the back by a blade that ran through her left lung. Looking back, she saw that it was her senior. Senpai. Akatsu muttered in surprise. Sorry Akatsu, but I can't have that old fool and this stupid cult from trying to better my life. He began to talk on how the Buddhist life had taken away his youth and such since he was raised by parents like the Buddhist priests where he couldn't live like a man. He wanted money, I've in luxury and such but couldn't since he was a Buddhist. The fallen brunette simply listened as her senior explained how he was contacted by the old Satan faction where they offered him a very promising deal on where he can live a life of comfort. Soon, Akatsu's eyes became dimmed where she lost consciousness while her blood continued to pour out of her body. Once the young girl had fallen, Teach and the monk came up to each other. So, tell me, where is the meter of darkness, and what about that holy light ball whatever? Teach questioned. It's simply over that passage in the right. The on-e in the left is where the head priest fool is located. Although, he might not be doing well considering, just like Akatsu, he must be close to finding his spiritual enlightenment, while the holy all has shattered. The monk confessed. Very good. Now, let's go get that rock and this mission will be over with. Teach stated. Both agreed where they went through the passage but only to be stopped by a sudden blast of lightning. Turning around, they both saw Naruto standing in front of them with a determined look on his face. I guess I was right. You're really nothing more than a traitor, Mr. Monk, Naruto declared. The blonde devil moved forward as he began to explain on how he figured out that the monk was a traitor, given some of the signs he gave away. The last sign being him running away instead of staying in the battlefield and having Akatsu running away with the sphere instead of himself. Mr. Monk, you're pitiful considering how you're being used like this. Not only that, you also killed your junior for wealth, Naruto declared, glancing back at Akatsu's fallen body. He then turned his attention back at the duo. I'm going to make you regret on becoming a traitor, along with you, Teach. With his lightning enveloping his right hand. Take care of him while I get the rock. Teach ordered where the traitor's monk was ready to fight him with his sacred holy items while the elder devil simply ran towards the passage. The monk was ready to begin his chanting, but was suddenly caught by surprise when he saw Naruto appear in front of him with his right hand in a thrusting position. This is the price that all traitors pay for betraying their comrades. The blonde simply said. The next thing the priest felt was the paralyzing effects of lighting in his body, and the warm liquid fluid flowing out from his chest. Glancing further down, he saw Naruto's hand already thrusting into him, causing his lighting to pierce through his body. Once the traitorous priest has been killed, Naruto's attention turned to where Teach left. Before leaving, he turned back to see Akatsu's corpus where he had some thoughts about the young girl. Although not knowing the girl well, he felt a connection towards her. In a way, she reminded him as himself when he was still serving the Agara's family. From what he saw in her, he guessed that she has yet to be given the chance to decide her own choice for herself. Deciding quickly, Naruto decided to give her a chance to make her own choice for herself. Coming up to her dying body, he gently positions her where he used his pawn pieces to see how much she costs. Finding that she is worth 3 pawns, he could decide to make her his knight or second bishop. However, she isn't just strong spiritually, but also physically. Not to mention she is very agile. Making her a bishop or knight would be logical yet a waste. But, with this piece, Naruto thought before placing 3 pawn pieces on her chest where he started to chant his spell on her. A moment after finishing, Akatsu's body began to glow white where the 3 pawn pieces merged with her. He knew that she would be alright for now where he continues going down the hall towards the hidden chamber. Walking through the heavy doors, Teach made it to the hidden chamber room. Upon entering it, the round-billed man stared in front of him to see that in the center of the room was a podium. On the podium was a dark rock with a violet dark aura emitting but was contained by the seal array surrounding it with holy light beaming down from the ceiling on 6 designated circled, a light that is slowly dimming and fading away. Ziahahaha. Now then, with the sphere being no longer useful and the head priest out of commission, that rock is now mine. Teach greedily said to himself. Walking towards the dark meteor, Teach used his demonic aura to break the weakening array where the barrier that protected from anyone was gone. He was just about to have grabbed the evil item when he was suddenly forced away from a lighting blast. Looking behind him, he notices Naruto walking towards him with a serious facial expression. Now then Teach, like I said before, you're going to pay for your crimes of treason. Naruto stated as prepared to fight against the leader. Till next ch. Hope you enjoy this latest ch. Chapter 7. Here is another ch. I hope you all enjoy it. In an open terrain, Sikvari panted heavily as she avoided another spear thrust from her opponent, Devon. All around the young Agara's heiress was a sight of destruction as Devon used her spear, she magically unsealed, to attack the young girl by any means. There were pierced holes and evidence of other attacks given how bad the area looked. Sikvaria, although had the power, she lacked the fighting experience that Devon had. The young heiress could only defend by dodging and creating shields in order to keep Devon at bay. The female stray devil had used her agility and strength, along with her skills with a spear, to kill the young devil. However, Sikvaria kept herself in the game because of her demonic power and usage with her shields, while avoiding the hidden sniper attacks that came from Devon's partner. Devon T. took it up a notch by using her demonic power to create illusions of herself along with adding a wave with her spear attacks. The bespectacled young girl continued to fight against the elder devil will. Ishii waited to see if Kuroka was able to take out the hidden sniper. A kilometer away, Devon's partner, Van, prepared for another kill shot at Sikvaria. He suddenly ceased when a sudden blast of yokai energy came at him. Being able to dodge, Van turned to see that it was the black Nekomata that was with Sikvaria. Era, you know how annoying it was for me to find you. Now, how about you be a little stray and let me finish you up? Kuroka suggested while flexing her fingers to allow her claws to be shown. It seems that your time has come, young woman. After all, no one can escape their fate when the time has come. Van replied where he dropped a flash bomb, blinding the area with a bright light. The light blinded Kuroka, forcing her to close her eyes where Van took the opportunity to hit himself. Once the light died down, Kuroka began to search for the slippery male. However, before she could look around, she was suddenly shot by a demonic power, the size of a bullet. Van looked from his hiding spot where he saw his work at taking out Kuroka. His mood suddenly shifted from a monotone to a deadly smirk as he witnesses from the Kuroka he shot was just an illusion that disappeared. Now that was rude, shooting at a young lady, NYA. I'm going to sharpen my claws on your face for such a mean thing. Kuroka announced in the shadows. Indeed, it appears that fate has given me a chance to improve my skills since it appears that the wheel of destiny has begun. The time for your demise. Van stated. Right now, Naruto stood in front of Teach, who looked very eager for some reason. Seeing how giddy the elder stray looked, Naruto decided to ask him about it. Why are you so happy, especially since you're going to die in a few moments? Getting the older man's attention. You're curious, aren't you? Well, let's just say that I'm close enough to the meteor of darkness that its benefits are now starting to affect me. Teach replied as a dark violet aura surrounded him. Before he could wonder on what he meant, he quickly recalled on what overheard Teach say before coming into the temple, about how this space rock increases demonic power. It was then that he saw what was happening to the devil. Teach's body began to increase in size a bit where some muscle increase can be seen as his arms and legs grow. The aura around him also rise to a very startling level while his facial features show an evil look on his face. Seeing how Teach's body changed, Naruto prepared himself where he had his lighting hand ready to go. It was then that he was caught by surprise as Teach moved with incredible speed. The young blonde devil had barely been able to block the ignition strike, causing Naruto to be blown back from the incredible force. Regaining his footing, he looked back to see Teach now had the meteor of darkness in his hands where the dark aura seeped into his body. He feels Teach's demonic power rising to another level where he knew that unless he gets some help, he wasn't going to last long unless he uses his hidden true power. Preparing himself, Naruto knew that he needs to end this quickly since he wasn't going to wait to see what Teach will become. H laughed insanely as he felt his power grow in an incredible rate where he tested his abilities with a physical strike at the blonde devil in front of him. Seeing how Naruto was able to keep himself from standing yet notice his worries. The stray devil leader knew that he has reached a new level in power, a power that he can feel growing. A moment later, Teach witnessed Naruto unleash several blasts of demonic blasts directly at him where he simply dodged with incredible speed. Naruto kept his gaze at where he blasted to only widen his eyes at the surprise on how fast Teach can move now. Before he could even conjure an idea on how to handle the stray, his instincts forced him to move forward where a sudden sound of destruction was made from his previous position. Looking back, the blonde teen saw Teach had punched the ground, creating a meter wide with a 4-meter depth crater where it hit. Seeing this, Naruto knew that he can't get careless. Preparing for another attack, Naruto noticed Teach was starting to lose his sanity as his eyes looked crazy. It was then that his body began to transform where he grew bigger while his arms and legs became thicker. His teeth began to become more fang-like. Seeing this, he knew that the situation was becoming very desperate where he knew that he needed to use his true ability. Are you ready? It's been a while since we had some problematic opponent. Naruto thought where the only response was a low growl of agreement. Are you ready? getting Naruto's attention and curiosity on what Teach was saying. Are you ready to die? Teach Q questioned, where he instantly moved forward with his hand covered in dark aura. Naruto narrowed his eyes as his hands began to glow white, but for another reason. It was then that Naruto unleashed his wings as he sped right towards him. Sekvaria fired several blasts simultaneously around the area, causing Devon to brace herself from the explosive shockwaves that came from the young heiress attack. Although enduring the sound blasts, the elder woman didn't take her eyes off the young girl, where she saw the young maidens attacking in the center that she was in. Devon leapt out of the way before the attack could hit her, while Sekvaria looked frustrated since her attacks were hitting their mark. Just before she could make another attempt, Devon went for another attack, which Sekvaria created another barrier around herself to protect herself from the multiple spear slice and thrusts. While Sekvaria maintained her barrier, Devon was preparing to unleash another attack. The female stray was stopped by several blasts coming from behind her. Barely dodging the surprise attack, Devon looked confused, but her confusion was soon answered by the several images of Kuroka surrounding her. It was then that she was blasted by several yokai energy blasts in every direction that caused Devon to brace herself from the attack. In the end, she could barely stand as the barrage from the encirclement kept her escaping. What is happening here? Panted the elder devil. Era, and here I thought you be more of an opponent since you can use illusions as well. Where the devil turned to CTH. At all, the Kurokas disappeared to reveal the real Nekoshu's whereabout. Just as Kuroka revealed herself, she was suddenly pierced through her back, where she slowly looked behind to see Devon standing behind her, with a grin on her face. You really are a child, since it was obvious trick to pull on me, Devon stated. However, before she could even enjoy her kill, the Kuroka in front of her suddenly grinned with mischief as she glowed a bit before disappearing into small particles of light. Before Devon could realize on what happened, she was suddenly bound by a magical trap. Gazing beneath her feet, she saw the magical insignia of the Agara's family. Before she could wonder, she heard the mischief tone of a certain cat. I told you, a complete amateur. Looking right back in front of her, she saw both Kuroka and Sekvaria standing together, both looking tired yet fine. How did you? Devon began to question. It was simple, really. By the time you made your next strike against me, we had already prepared for this, Sekvaria said, explaining that before Devon delivered her multiple spear attack against Sekvaria, Kuroka had already returned after taking care of her partner, where she placed an illusion around them so that the two could plan on capturing her. When she struck against Sekvaria, Kuroka had already replaced her with an illusion, while Sekvaria kept the barrier up to ensure that it was seen that it was her. And once that done, I made my grand appearance, while Sekvaria kept to the shadows while her illusion took her place as the tired little girl looked defenseless. She prepared the magic formula at the place where I would reveal myself, Nya. Kuroka concluded their strategy. I can't believe that I was taken out like this, Devon admitted. Better like this than your partner, Nya. He definitely isn't going to be joining you, Kuroka added as she recalled on what happened with Van. Kuroka ran through the terrain as she kept her wits while looking for Van. Making it to another hidden site, Kuroka spread her senses again before her ears picked up a small sound. Immediately tuck and rolling before leaping to a hardcover area, she was able to dodge the attack demonic bullet blasts at her. Seeing that he missed his target, Van Bloodlust continued to grow while preparing to strike at his Neko target. Just he was going to attack the rocky terrain that Kuroka was using for cover. He suddenly felt weird, where his vision began to blur a bit. Now that was rude. I'm glad that my new poison is beginning to work now. Van looked around, only to see Kuroka appear in front of him, standing on top of the rock that he was sniping at her. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that I felt your bloodlust, you would have killed me, Nya. Where Van looked surprised. Hearing you say things about fate, it really makes me wonder on how you're going to kill me, when it's you who's going to die. It's simple, said the skinny man as he then grinned at her. I'll take you out with this, Van said, where his body began to morph as it became more beastly. He turned into an ugly ogre-like creature, where he was going to make an attempt at Kuroka, only for her to disappear. It appears that it was your fate to die, huh? the monster heard before he suddenly fell on one knee as he then felt something pierced through his back. The poison that I'm inject. Qingyu isn't that strong enough to kill you yet, but with this, you'll definitely feel it. The bishop explained. No, I will not be defeated like this, before his body began to glow where he caught one of Kuroka's feet from the back with one of his hands. Kuroka tried to escape as the demonic being looked suicidal. Let's go to hell together again. Van shouted only for Kuroka to smile as her illusion disappeared to reveal a wooden tree bark that Kuroka was holding in place with a playful smirk on her face. Sorry, you'll be going ahead of me, Kuroka said before firing a few yokai blasts at Van, which caused the already power that he built inside for the two of them to explode, destroying him only. I'm just glad that we were far enough that you weren't able to hear it because of your own battle. Kuroka explained. Now then Devon, time for you to face judgment, Sikvaria stated as she prepared a teleportation seal, causing Devon to be teleported back to the underworld to face her crimes. Thank you for your assistance, Kuroka. Sikvaria thanked the young bishop teen. Now problem, but we need to get going since we need to see if Zaston and Naruto is going alright. Kuroka suggested, which the Sikvaria agreed. However, before they can begin to look, they heard some footsteps coming close to them. The two were prepared in case it was an enemy. You don't have to worry about me, I'm perfectly fine, lady. Sikvaria, said a familiar voice where the two girls lighten up as Zaston came up to them. I apologize if I wasn't to come and assist you, Lady Sikvaria. My opponent was a bit more powerful than I realize. But not to worry, I already have taken care of him and is now heading towards the underworld, Zaston reported. That's good to hear. That only leave Cheech Marshall, Sikvaria pointed out. Then let's go. He might be inside the temple to get that meteor of darkness or whatever. Kuroka stated, which they all agreed upon. Running through the terrain, into the city and into the temple basement. The three came upon a secret entrance. Going through it, they soon found Akatsu lying on the ground, severely injured but still alive. However, this time, the Y can sense that she wasn't giving off any human presence but a devil's aura. I guess Naruto-kun had added a new member to our group. Kuroka thought, which they all agreed on. Soon, they then heard a loud sound of destruction coming from down in one of the corridors where they went to see it. In front of them, they all saw Naruto with glittering lights around him while pouring water on what appears to be a shatter rock. Looking around, they found Teach's dead body, but it was bigger and more monstrous. Once he finished pouring down the water, he stepped back and began to walk away. He then notices everyone in his group. Hey guys, are you done dealing with Teach's team? Naruto wondered. Naruto, what exactly happened here? Zaston questioned, but Naruto just walked past him. I'll tell you later, but right now, we need to check on Akatsu and the other people in this Buddhist temple, since if anything were to happen to them, any of the other factions might not see us in a better light. Naruto suggested. Zaston agreed, where he advised Sikvaria to contact her father to send a proper report on what went on for the Satan so they can discuss with the proper higher-ups in this incident. It has been 2 days since the incident with Teach and his companions. During that time, Naruto, along with Sikvaria, Kuroka, and Zaston, kept watch inside the temple where they waited for Buddhist Alias to arrive. During that time, they gave a report to the officials of the underworld where they gave out a detailed explanation on what happened. For Naruto, his report held details that this was orchestrated by the old Satan faction that Teach said, although he wasn't sure if the stray devil was being honest or being conniving. He also explained on how the Buddhist had a traitor, which he killed. All of this was explained in detail, which the report held. As for the meteor of darkness that Teach was obsessed about, Naruto destroyed it into millions of pieces, along with dipping it in holy water that was around to prevent anyone demonic from touching it. While waiting for the report, Naruto had also used this time to take care of his newest member of his peerage, Akatsu. The first thing he did on that night, he took Akatsu to her room where he bathed her with his power to heal her. It was the next morning where Naruto and Akatsu woke up that the two really looked at each other. Since he slept bare chest while Akatsu's private areas were covered thanks to Kuroka. Explaining things to Akatsu, Naruto had left her to be alone so she can take a grip of things since she was betrayed. by her senior and is now forced to live as a devil. As for the survivors in the Buddhist temple, the head Buddhist was alive but very weak, which many of the survivors were grateful about. Soon, the Buddhist alias arrived where the devil group left peacefully, including Akatsu, since they not only helped them in keeping both alive and safe but didn't ask for anything in return. Although Sikvarya wanted to speak about this temple holding such a dark object, the motion was tossed away since Naruto had destroyed the power-up object. Traveling down the path, Naruto thought about the conversation that he had with the head Buddhist priest just a few hours ago. Morning. As a new day begins, the devil group were feeling anxious since they were in a holy temple, which causing their devil instincts to fire up. However, with the Satan's meeting with the supernatural that run this part of the world, they aren't too worried about being held as enemies for the moment. While standing, one of the Buddhist that are able to stand had come to Naruto where the head priest asked for him. Meeting with him, the head priest asked on what happened since he wanted to know himself. Hearing about betrayal, Akatsu's life on the line and transforming her into a reincarnated devil, the head priest could only sigh. You know, young man, normally I would be a bit furious with what you done to an innocent human soul like Akatsu. I bet you would since she was under your watch, right? Yes. However, I believe this would be a good for her. Naruto listened that as the head monk recalled from his memory, Akatsu has lived in the temple. Never really seeing the beauty of the world, but just stayed in the temple. Her parents died, and has no one to take care of her, which was the reason she lives in this holy temple, becoming a Buddhist. However, unlike us, who decided to become Buddhist, she wasn't given the choice. Yeah, I saw it myself as she barely had any emotion in her eyes. Naruto pointed out, that is why it is good. I know that devils are greedy creatures by nature, which I believe can help Akatsu to begin opening her heart. I know that she must have things she wants or wanted to do, but isn't sure or doesn't know on how to figure it out. So, if you are taking her with you, please make sure that she is safe and happy. The head priest asked. No problem. You have my word that she will have a better life with me. Naruto said. I hope so, since I know that those who are encounter and travel alongside either the heavenly dragons don't tend to have pleasant lives. The old man said as he looked at a surprised Naruto. What are you? I may be old, but it doesn't mean I dead. I was able to see what was happening using a special mirror that was inside the room that you found me in. It showed on what happened in the corridor where the meteor of darkness was kept. He explained that when he unleashed his white dragon wings, Naruto was able to deliver a hard blow to Teach, while also receiving one from him. However, it was at that moment that Naruto used his power of divide to drain a good amount of power from the stray while Naruto's grew. He then used his increased power to attack Teach again, while the overbuff monster was going to go for a kill, but was caught by surprise when Naruto Chidori expanded in length, piercing Teach, where he then finished him off by delivering a few killing blows around the body while taking the meteor of darkness away from him. I even saw you using your dragon power to weaken the rock even more until you broke and used the whole water that was nearby to purify the remains, once you shattered while burning off all the excess dark power. The old priest said while Naruto looked hesitant about something. Don't worry, I get he feeling that you want your status a secret for a while. Since you're helping my people, I will keep this a secret. The head priest said, which Naruto thanked. Although I didn't find it pleasurable staying there, the mission was a success. Sikvarya said, which Zaston agreed. And with that, it means that we can continue on with our own journey. Naruto said, which Kuroka nodded happily while Akatsu kept her monotone expression. Naruto, how about you and your 2 members come back to the underworld? I believe that Lord Agaras might find your current strength to be impressive. It would also help in getting your new piece to settle in as a devil. Zaston suggested. Naruto declined, saying that it was better to train on Earth since the 2 were more used to this kind of atmosphere. Plus, he headed to the yokai faction in Japan, where Kuroka can improve her senjutsu skills while getting Akatsu settled in. Turning down the invitation, Sikvarya and Zaston went back home to the underworld. Once Naruto and Kuroka said their goodbyes. Once they were gone, Naruto turned to Akatsu. Akatsu, I know that things have suddenly changed for you. But I promise you that this change is going to be good for you. Because from here on out, we aren't just companions, we're friends, a family, right Kuroka? Naruto asked his bishop. The Nekosho nodded in agreement while Akatsu didn't look that convincing since she was a bit worried and afraid about leaving home. Seeing that she was afraid, Naruto smiled at her. Well, since we're going to Japan, how about we visit Okinawa first and show Akatsu some fun before we head to Kyoto? Naruto suggested, which Kuroka agreed since they want to get along with their new friend. Till next Vaka and Neko. The sun was high as the sounds of crashing waves only added to the serene view that was the beach. The sky was blue with only a few clouds in sight. The sounds of people either talking or enjoying the weather at this moment gave the area a pleasant atmosphere. Currently, lying underneath a parasol, Naruto was lying on a beach chair, enjoying the gentle breeze. He had on a pair of sunglasses and wore an orange swim trunks with black flame. Lying next to him, underneath the same parasol, was Kuroka, who was sleeping chest down on a towel. She wore a black bikini that revealed her growing body while concealing both her ears and tails. It gotten the attention of several teenage males that kept getting a glance at her, especially since she had removed her top to get a better tan for herself. Sitting in the middle of them was Akatsu, who laid her head on her knees while looking out in the ocean. She was wearing a light blue sundress and a strafoot. Underneath her clothing was a one-piece, white, swimsuit. It has been 3 days since Naruto, Kuroka, and Akatsu arrived in Okinawa, where the three stayed in a resort near the beach. On the first day, the group spent the day shopping in Airport Street, where Kuroka took Akatsu out to get started on a wardrobe and other personal necessities that she will need since she doesn't have anything other than the clothes she has when she used to be a Buddhist follower. For the day, Naruto Street to the side as Kuroka had fun in dressing up Akatsu, making personal comments to herself that she should get clothes similar for her little sister. While Kuroka helped in getting Akatsu a few pair of outfits, Naruto went around in picking up the more common things that Akatsu would need, such as toothbrush, etc. On the second day, Naruto had decided to tour the island to look around the sights, visiting the botanical garden and other landmarks, which the two can see that Akatsu had a pleasant look on her face. It is now the third day, where Naruto thought it would be a good idea to spend the morning on the beach before going to the aquarium in the afternoon. While sitting on the beach, Akatsu hadn't said much but just gazed out into the ocean. She looked tranced as the gentle waves move in. The shimmering sea in front of her view gave beauty. Amazing, isn't? Causing Akatsu break out of her calm moment to see Naruto looking at her. You can't help but admire how nice the ocean looks, right? Asking his newest pawn. Looking back at the ocean, the only thing she did was nod in agreement. Sigh. You know, it's all right to say or do something. Come on, this is a vacation first before we continue on with our journey. Naruto said. Getting his attention. Would it be all right to stand in the water? Quietly asked. Naruto smiled as he said that it was all right. He gave her the option if she wanted to make a sandcastle if she felt like it. Getting permission, Akatsu went where she felt the ocean with her feet. Although it was small, she felt joy at feeling the sea through her toes. Naruto watched as he noticed her kneel down and began to play in the sand, making a sandcastle. You seem to be pleased, Nya. Getting the blonde's attention. How is our little pawn doing? The half-naked Neko asked. She seems to be adjusting, slowly, but adjusting to her new environment. I can only imagine how she feels since this is probably her first time at the sea. Naruto said. I bet she has been living in that city all her life. I can only guess that the only time she left it would be on doing some kind of assignment or such, Nya. Kuroka theorized, which Naruto agreed. In any case, she is part of our group now. We may be small right now, but we'll grow strong further down the road. Naruto optimized said. Kuroka smiled at hearing Naruto's conviction about getting strong. Naruto then told Kuroka that they'll be on the beach for another half hour before going to the aquarium. Deciding to enjoy the remainder of their time on the sand, she continued to enjoy the sun. While Naruto left to help Akatsu make her sandcastle. Walking through the exhibitions, the group of three devils traveled through the hallways of the aquarium. They were still wearing their swimsuits. Just underneath some clothes to be decent about it, and avoid getting attention. Naruto was pleased about visiting this place since Kuroka looked intrigued, or hungry given that she is a cat yokai. Although, his pleasant feelings came from seeing Akatsu gaze of wonder. Akatsu looked at each exhibit, seeing every aquatic life, in each tank where her eyes were a bit wider than usual. This pointed, that she was amazed and fascinated about the undersea life. Alright girls, as much as I like to see fish in a tank, I think we should go to the main attraction of this visit, the dolphin area. Naruto stated, where Akatsu wondered on what her new king was saying. After walking for a bit, Naruto had led them to their destination, which was the dolphin exhibition tank where they were able to touch and feed the dolphins. Although it was nice to be here, both Naruto and Kuroka, who figured it out the real purpose, watch as Akatsu is able to feed and touch one of the dolphins. Although she wasn't facial showing it, her physical expressions were proof that this was an experience, given how she rubbed and petted the dolphin's head and body. Playing and seeing the dolphin show really made it a pleasant day, where the three enjoyed their last day of vacation. Fortunately, Naruto had also gotten plenty of photos for them to enjoy. 2 days later, riding a train, the three teens have traveled from Okinawa to Osaka for a day before going to Kyoto by train. It had been a few weeks since Naruto sent the request to the Kyoto Yukai faction on visiting, as well as requesting a meeting with an official of the Cat Yukai. Although it took a while, because of the visiting restrictions, they needed time for visitors from other supernatural factions to have the proper papers to enter. Arriving at Kyoto's train station, Naruto had handed both Kuroka and Akatsu their visitors' passes so that if any Yukai sees them, they would have proof of permission on being here. Traveling down the more traditional part of the ancient city, Kuroka felt more in tune than either of the three. Naruto and Akatsu were amazed on the building structure and landscapes. It wasn't long before reaching a certain tea house, that gave a view of the business personal garden. Mentioning his name, they were led to a booth where the three met two people sitting on side of the booth. Sitting across from them, three gave a roper bow to them, which the two accepted and responded in kind. Once the greeting was made, one of them began to speak. Greetings, we are part of Nekomata Group. I'm here on behalf of Magari-sama, of the leaders of the Yukai faction and ruler of all Nekomatas. For what purpose do you want to meet with us? Asked the official. Yes, for starters, I like to thank you for taking the time to meet with us. As for why I am asking is because my friend here, who is also a former Nekosho, want to use Senjutsu and Yujutsu. And although I believe she can master it on her own, getting a pleasant smile from the Nekosho, she might get better with a master by her side, Naruto explained. Hearing his request for his devil Yukai member to be a disciple under one of their Sen Yujutsu masters, the two discussed the matter a bit. While the two officials talked, Naruto and the others waited for their decision. It was a moment later that one of them spoke to them. Under normal circumstances, we would ignore the request since, like you said, she can train and use these skills by herself. However, considering that you said that she is a Nekosho, we need to discuss this with Magari-sama. Said the official. Why is that? Akatsu spoke up, asking a reasonable question. Naruto and Kuroka also wanted to know. To put it bluntly, it's because she is a Nekosho. And from what we now know, she is probably the last one of her species. Tell me, young one, do you know of any other Nekosho that you know of? The two looked at Kuroka with curiosity. It's just me and my little sister. She is currently living in the underworld with another devil family that agreed to take her in as part of another peerage. The Nekosho answering the officials. Although, Naruto could see that Kuroka looked upset, guessing that she now knows that only she and her sister were the only Nekosho, known so far, to be alive. I see. Well then, Magari-sama will want to know of this since now, they are the only two known Nekosho left. Indeed. How about we end this discussion for now and meet again in a later time? I recall that your passes to Kyoto is only limited for a few days here. We will go ahead to the official's office to assure that you are allowed to stay a bit longer. Until then, please enjoy touring this ancient city of ours, said the official, which they agreed. Accepting the answer, because of Kuroka's depressing attitude, They all left the tea house while being informed that they would send someone to pick them to continue their talks. Once outside, the three teens walked towards a forest area to give them some privacy. Once they were alone, Naruto turned to his frowning Neko. Kuroka, are you alright? Did finding out that you and your sister are the only Nekosho left made you upset? Asking. Yeah, in a way. I've always knew that me and Sharon are the last ones. Although, I had hoped that it wasn't the case. I kind of thought that there would be at least a few dozens of us left. Mostly living here in Kyoto or some other part Japan. But I guess that being optimistic, the Nekosho admitted. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had to find out about it. I know that no matter what I say, you're going to feel like you alone. But just remember, that you still have Sharon. Plus, you have me and Akatsu as well. Plus, I think Rias and Akano too. So, if you are feeling lonely, just come and talk to one of us. Alright, Naruto responded. Kuroka smiled a little while Akatsu nodded in agreement to Naruto's words, although didn't shift her monotone expression. And remember, if there is anything you need help with, don't mind on asking me. Naruto added. Anything? Kuroka asked. Yeah, anything, I promise you that I will help you the best I can. Naruto responded. Kuroka smiled at her king's statement while also having some scenarios playing through her head. Soon, Naruto led them out of the forest where he suggested on visiting the sites as they waited. Naruto also gave permission for Kuroka to head back to the underworld so she can be the one to tell her sister about her race, although she decided to wait a bit longer, until after discussing with the officials if over. Right now, Naruto, Kuroka, and Akatsu were sitting in a fancy restaurant near outside Kyoto, where they were invited by the officials to meet with. The reason why in such a restaurant is that it is owned and operated, completely, by the Yukai faction for both security and secrecy. It has been nearly a week since the group of three arrived to Kyoto. While waiting around, they did some seeing where they visited several destinations by foot. Traveling by foot, they visited sites. Kinkaku-ji, Nijo Castle, Kyoto Tower, Taji, Fushimi Castle, Maruyama Park, Botanical Garden, Nishiki Market. Taking photos, videos, and souvenirs with each of their visits, they had a pretty good time. Naruto noticed that Kuroka's mood had shifted from slight depressed to enjoyment, which he was glad to see. Akatsu was in the middle of a cultural explosion since she isn't used to seeing so many people in one area, yet alone this entire city. On the sixth morning, eating breakfast at the inn they were staying in. Thanks to the Yukai faction connections, they were found by a messenger from the Nekomata representatives to meet at the restaurant location at noon to finish their discussion. Thus, L3 were now waiting for the officials to meet with them. It wasn't long till they saw the two officials they met earlier coming into the room. However, they weren't alone. They felt an odd aura, more for Kuroka, where they notice a spotted cat coming into their view. It was very intriguing for them since this new cat didn't have one or two tails, this Nekomata had 9 tails. Now young ones, allow me to introduce you to the leader of all Nekomatas and one of the rulers of the Yukai faction, Marigari-sama. The three bow in respect while the Yukai leader took its place in front of the dinner table while the two officials sat at either side of her. Now then, from what I was told, you came here to help this young girl on master her senjutsu and yujutsu abilities, is that correct? Marigari said. Hi, although I have faith in her on mastering it alone, I thought it would be better if she has a master since they may know something that she doesn't. Naruto said. Normally, we won't do such things since all Yukai will have to master their skills by themselves. However, she is a special case. Knowing that this black feline and her younger sister are probably the last two of their race does bring a different manner in hand. Adding to the fact that she is part of your peerage, yes. Marigari theorized, which Naruto nodded in the leader's assessment. If there is a way for her to gain her training, then I will do what I can so she can receive it. Naruto stated, willing to make a deal for his friend. Seeing Naruto conviction on making any kind of deal he could for her Ake caused Kuroka to blush a bit seeing her king acting this strong. Well, I can see from your eyes that you are strong, very strong. Normally, I wouldn't do such a thing, but given that she is one of the last two Nekoshus, I can personally take her up as my student. Magari stated. This caused everyone to be surprised since, for one of the leaders of the Yukai faction, training a young girl like Kuroka was a very big deal. Of course, getting everyone's attention. With that, for the price of lessons, I'm going to need you to do some things for me. And don't worry, it won't be anything political or any such things like that. You're most likely going to take care of some of the more troubling situations. Are you all right with that? Asking the blonde-haired devil. I have no problem with that. But, if we're making deals, how about also giving some training to my other friend, Akatsu, as well? Naruto added. Seeing the curiosity, Naruto explained that Akatsu was trained in Buddhism before becoming a reincarnated devil. This meant that she has training in the art of sealing and barrier techniques. He was hoping that training with the Yukai, who are knowledgeable in Fuinjutsu, to help improve her abilities to another level. Acknowledging his point, Magari thought for a moment before the leader's attention went back on Naruto. If I agree to the added request, it means that you'll have to do a bit more work for me and my faction, either something annoying or dangerous. Are you for it? Asking the young blonde king. That's fine, Naruto replied. Very well, the two will train under me. Are you two fine with that? Asking both Kuroka and Akatsu. The two nodded in agreement as Kuroka knew that training under the leader will be rewarding for her, while Akatsu agreed since she looked intrigued on what she can learn from the Yukai leader and the kind of seals they can provide. Once it was agreed, Magari explained that she would call out to them on the times they can come in TRA. Since things between the three factions are still in a cold war, causing a bit of uncivil rest for other factions. With the meeting over, Naruto and the others left Kyoto, smiling at how they suck aided in getting training from a Yukai leader for both Kuroka and Akatsu. Once it was done, Naruto turned to Kuroka. How are you two feeling? Are you two going to be alright training under someone that important and powerful? Naruto asked. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll be alright about it. Kuroka responded. I'm finding it very interesting since I have heard about Japan's sealing techniques before. I'm looking forward to it, Akatsu said, causing Naruto and Kuroka to look at her with a surprised look on their faces. It was the first time that Akatsu had responded with a long sentence. I'm glad you two are looking forward to it. And don't worry about me. Whatever job or mission they want me to do, I'll find a way to take care of it, so you guys focus on your training, okay? Assuring his two friends to not be worried. Soon, Naruto focused his attention Kuroka since he knew that Kuroka would head to the underworld to inform her young sister about their status on being the last two known Nekosho in the world. Sighing about it, Naruto turned to finding a place to stay for the night. Traveling by foot, one would consider a normal stroll. Naruto on the other hand would consider it to be a demanding thing since he is currently traveling through one of the world's hottest deserts, which is also one of the most amazing tourist sites, the Outback Desert in Australia. Australia is one of the most unique landscapes in the world. The reason why Naruto was here is because of some personal training for himself. It has been a month since he left Kyoto, where his friends Peerage, Kuroka and Akatsu had traveled from Japan back to the Eastern Asia, traveling north. Soon, they were communicated by Magari that she has time to give Kuroka and Akatsu some training for a week, which he was alright with. Once they were gone, Naruto decided to take a training trip himself, where he decided to head down under and travel around the Australian outback. As he moved through the rocky terrain, he thought CK on what has happened in the last month. The first would be Kuroka's trip to the underworld, where she told her little sister about their status as a species. Upon her return, he can see that she Ked somber, where he gave her the amount of space she wanted and only came to her when she wanted. It wasn't long before her mood became a lot brighter, where she returned to her tease self. Another LDB in working with the Yukai faction on a mission that Magari gave them. It wasn't difficult, simply delivering a message to someone she knew. To their surprise, especially Naruto, it was Sun Wukong, the legendary fighting Buddhist from the journey to the west. The three young teens only stayed with the monkey for a bit but had received some advice in their training, especially Naruto, whom the old monkey had simply figured out that he was the new White Dragon Emperor just by looking at him. Once they were done, Naruto and his team continued with their journey until Magari contacted them. His thoughts ceased when he was suddenly contacted via magical seal. finding out that there is some fallen angel probably near his location in Western Australia. It is common knowledge that, around the world, there are several areas that are controlled by devils. Although most areas are in Europe, North and South America, there are a few places outside of them that are kept watched because of the isolation from others where the supernatural can thrive in secret. Naruto's latest message was that a stray devil is meeting up with a group of fallen angels in order to make some kind of personal deal. This information came by his trackers found the message by dumb luck. Naruto was chosen, since he was closer, to investigate and if necessary to stop and kill both the stray and the fallen in the area. Agreeing with the request, Naruto teleported to Kalgoorlie in order to see what was happening. Unknown to Naruto, he was going to meet up with someone who has similar business with the same group that he is tracking. Night. Secretly moving through the shadows, Naruto traveled outside a town that was near Kalgoorlie. Moving through the terrain, he managed to silently close in on the secret eating that the stray devil and fallen angels. Observing on what was happening between the stray and the fallen. Unable to listen, he watched from his hiding spot to see on what they were doing. If he felt anything wrong, he was going to go in and take of the problem as best as he can. Seeing the fallen angels demanding something from the stray, they reluctantly looked annoyed where they pulled out and revealed to the stray a helmet. Naruto was curious about it but had to wait to see on what the stray has before making a move. It was then that the stray revealed on what he has, where he magical summoned into his position a weird item that looked like a lightning-like shape. Before he could try and understand what it was, the area was suddenly attacked by a strike of magical blasts of energy. The sudden attack had scattered the members of the meeting where the stray left running while the fallen flee into the air where they search for the culprits. It wasn't long before they spotted the person where they began to attack them. Naruto was going to go after the stray but decided to help the one that broke the meeting up since he wanted to know on what kind of information they might kn. Out on what was going or know what was being traded. Being discreet, Naruto ran across the area, avoid getting spotted by the fallen angels where he then positions himself behind them. As he prepared himself, he witnesses that the one that fallen were attacked shot several shots into the air where they were but couldn't get a decent shot because of the bombardment they were receiving, plus the height disadvantage. Naruto fired several shots of lighting directly away from the fallen, making sure to get their attention away from their opponent for the moment. Seeing that it worked, Naruto soon leapt into the air, using his devil wings to get behind one of them where the sudden sound of static charge could be heard. Glancing behind them, they saw Naruto appear behind one of a group of 3 fallen angels. The one that Naruto was behind of could only look on as the next moment, his head was sliced cleaned off. Before any of them could respond, several more blasts of magic came at them, Air Naruto used it to fly down towards the one that attacked the meeting. Spotting a figure on the ground, Naruto pulled out a small glimmering knife where he threw towards the fallen, whom followed him. Having a moment, Naruto concentrated a blast of lighting at the object where it moved around for a bit before giving off a blast of blinding light. This caused everyone to avert their eyes, giving Naruto a chance to sweep down and get the one that attacked the fallen. Once the light died down, the fallen looked around to see where Naruto and their unknown attacker was located, frustrated that they lost the two. Naruto flew close the ground, carrying the cloaked person over his shoulders before making it to a well-covered area. Before the person could try and get out of his grasp, Naruto put the person in a submission hold that kept them from moving too much while covering their mouth to assure that the fallen don't notice or hear them. Several minutes passed before Naruto eased his lock on the person he held, who gave up on trying to escape his grapple. "All right you. Before I let go of your body, do you agree on not making any unnecessary sounds? I want to keep our position a secret in case the fallen are still around. Do you understand me?" Naruto asked. The person nodded their head in agreement where he let go of them while taking a few steps back a bit to make sure he doesn't get surprised or anything like that. Adjusting his eyes a bit, he could see that the person was wearing a hooded jacket with tight cargo pants and standard brown boots. "All right you. As gutsy as it was to see someone attacking an average group like that all by yourself, I kind of wondering if you have some kind of suicidal wish?" he asked the cloaked person who remained silent. "Now then, Why don't you tell me on who you are? Naruto asked. Sighing, the person removed the hood from the jacket to reveal themselves to him. Standing in front of him was a teen girl, just as old as he was from what he can guess. She has short blonde hair with an ahoge, tan skin, and red eyes. Underneath her dark, long sleeve, hooded jacket was a short sleeve, V-neck, green shirt. He mentally had to tell himself that he found the young girl to be very attractive. However, he put that thought aside for the moment since he needed to know on what she knows. Alright, if must know. I tell you, but you must telephone. Tell me who you are and what were you doing here as well. She asked. Fair enough. My name is Naruto Namikaze. A high-class devil that was given orders to find a meeting that a stray devil and the fallen had set up. My orders were to observe and if necessary to interrupt it. If there is of any of interest in this meeting, I was ordered to let the meeting conclude and take care of the stray and the fallen, if it was anything dangerous. Naruto introduced in his orders. As that's so, she then went to strike him down but was suddenly wrapped by threads of demonic energy that came from underneath her feet. You actually think I would have let you go without making sure you aren't going to do anything against me? How gullible do you think I am? Now talk, who are you and why did you just attack them? Naruto questioned the girl. The girl kept quiet, refusing to answer him, so Naruto did the next best thing. Alright, if you don't want to answer me, then all I can do is leave you here, in that position, for the next 2 days. That should be enough time to keep you out of my hair, and weakening you before you can try again. Of course, by that time I will most likely find the stray and the grow. P of fallen where anything they have will be mine. As they say, spoils of war. Naruto stated but kept an observing look on the girl to see her actions. Hearing that she would left alone for the next days didn't do much other than annoy her and wondering her chances of surviving as well as finding the groups again. However, it was hearing that he was going to keep any items that they had was what really caught his interest. Seeing how she went wide-eyed for a split second was all that he needed to know. So, they do having something of interest. I doubt it would be the fallen since they're or organized, plus they would usually take care of their business partner if they didn't prove to be useful. So, it must be the stray that has something. Getting another, small, reaction which he hit the mark. Now that I think about it, reports did say that the stray devil was in Central America before coming to Australia. I wonder why, Naruto suggested, whom the young girl sighed in defeat. Alright, fine, I tell you, my name is Gravel. I'm part of the Magicians Association in both Central and South America, who are also allied with the Aztecs and several other South American deities. Hearing this, Naruto eased his binding spell on her, which showed that he was interested in what she had to say. Sighing in defeat, she continued. I came here, along with 2 senior members to catch the stray devil since he was able to steal something that he wasn't supposed to get in an eternity. Unfortunately, the stray was able to contact the fallen where they surprise attack us where I am the only survivor. So now, I have to carry out the mission. And what did he steal? Naruto asked. He stole the Shokotl, an Aztec weapon that was born by Huitzilopochtli. It's a weapon of such power that it has the power to defeat a god. Gravel explained. A stray devil was able to penetrate a magician's association to steal one of the world's most dangerous weapons in history. Am I getting it right? Naruto stated in disbelief. It wasn't alone. The stray had an accomplice from within the association. However, once he was able to take what he wanted, he killed the traitor before coming here too. Assured that we won't know where he left. Luckily, the traitor to our association had left a hidden message that we didn't notice until it was discovered. It was the coordinates to Australia. Hearing the tanned girl's story, Naruto sighed. Just my luck. Not only is this mission getting complicated, but now I have to find them again or one of the most dangerous weapons can be used to shift the balance of power. Naruto thought before he thought of something else. Out of curiosity, what the fallen angels planned to give for the weapons since from what saw, they were making a trade of some sort. And if the stray was trading the weapon to the fallen, what does he get? Naruto asked. I don't know, but it has something to do with Germany from what information the trader's room had. Alright then, how about this? Since things are getting a little too hot, I'm going to be contacting the higher-ups while you do the same. We'll find out on what they would want to do since it is getting a little too dicey. Naruto suggested, which Gravel agreed. Once agreed, Naruto let Gravel go while getting some distance as he magical wrote 2 letters and sent it to Lord Agaras and the Satan's Depar. He meant considering how the weapon to defeat and possibly kill a god or Satan is in the play. Knowing Lord Agaras, he was going to discuss this with the Satans while he went to search on the whereabouts of either the Stray or Fallen. This is going to be an exhausting mission. Naruto muttered till next ch. The Aztec God Slayer. Hello to all my readers. It's been a while since I updated any of my stories. Just to inform you, I am still alive and have been doing fine. Although it's been a while since I wrote a chapter, I can assure you all that I have been working on my stories, rereading and rewriting them. Trying to find the right angle on both my new and older stories. Until I upload on my other stories, enjoy this chapter. Underworld. In the Agaras family, Lord Agaras were looking over some files while having his daughter Sikvera helping him out while gathering experience for when she would take over as the new leader of the Agaras family. A few hours working in the office, Lord Agaras didn't notice that an emergency message suddenly popped up. It was Sikvera that saw the message where she looked at it to see that it was Naruto. Annoyed at seeing his name, she opened the message to hear what Naruto wanted to say. It was only when the message was finished, Sikvaria turned to her father where she got his attention. She showed him the message where Lord Agaras sighed. I don't know how he does it. A simple observation mission becomes a mission that involves the Aztecs and a very powerful weapon. Looks like I will be up late for a bit. I'll be heading to Lilith where Lord Lucifer and the other Satans must be aware of the situation by now. Sikvaria, finish the minor reports that I leave in this pile. Once you're done, you can head to bed. Also, send a message back to Naruto that he is to track down either the Stray or Fallen and engage only if he needs to. We'll be sending a more seasoned veteran to take command of the mission since this could cause diplomatic issues. Lord Agaras told his daughter where she agreed. He soon left, where Sikvaria did what she was told, all the while she thought of one thing. How in the world does that idiot get himself in these types of situations? While working on the documents with Naruto, it's been hours since he sent his message, where he spent all night following the path that the Stray Devil has taken, stopping only to investigate any changes in the Stray's actions and to assure he kept himself hidden. While following the Stray, he also had to keep an eye on his companion, Gravel, since even though they were working together, he still had thoughts that Gravel must be keeping a secret or two. Following the Stray maneuvering from one direction to another, backtracking to ensure that he has lost his pursuers. However, Naruto's training in the wild has improved his skills in tracking that he is able to follow the Stray. Tracking all night, the morning sun began to rise where it was only when they reached the end of the track that Naruto lost it but could sense a bit of magic. Around the same time, he suddenly received a message from Lord Agaras where he kept it to himself since he still doesn't trust Gravel enough. Oh great, the Stray decided to teleport to somewhere else. And I may be able to track an animal down, but tracking teleportation magic is out of my league for the moment. You have any ideas, Gravel? Naruto asked his travel partner. I do, since I'm a magician in training, I can track it down. It would just take me a moment or two, the witch suggested. As Naruto gazed at the magician, he can't help but notice how cute she was. He soon put those thoughts in the back of his mind since he needed to focus on what's important right now. I found it. From the destination point, it seems that the Stray has traveled to Perth. Gravel stated. That's good to know. We should get going now. Naruto said where he saw Gravel had started to use her own teleportation spell which he was in. A moment later, the two teleported out of the area to Perth. Underworld. While Naruto was tracking the Stray Devil, Lord Agaras was back home as he finished up in reading the report. Lord Agaras already discussed the matter on Naruto mission where the 4 Satans. Lord Agaras walking through the hallways to stand in front of the doors of the Satans meeting room. He arrived in Lilith to the Satan's tower to speak about the sudden events that is taking place at this very moment. Being announced his presence, he entered the room where, sitting in front of him, were the 4 great Satans, Sears X Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, Falbium Asmodeus that were summoned due to emergency. Standing next to Circex was his queen, Graphia Lucifuge, who was known as the strongest queen. Circex and the other Satans have begun the meeting where they are being informed about the broad situation that is going on in Australia, which Lord Agaras came to give the more detailed part of it. Once it was explained, the four Satans began to conversate with each other. This is indeed a very dire situation. To think that such a dangerous object is in the hands of a stray who can very much shift the balance of the world in a negative way, said Circex. Indeed, I'm more surprised that the relic in question was kept hidden. I can understand that recovery of such an object in secret is important. But if the situation involves the fallen angels, then it can now be a high-class priority. Ajuka added, we're going to have to contact the Aztecs gods in order to discuss on what happening. Seraphal, you can contact their department so that we can meet with them via through communication video. Circex said, right, I'll get to it Circex-chan. But before I do, I think it's best we send someone from one of our peerages to assist the young boy who requesting help. Seraphal suggested. Indeed, Circex, isn't McGregor free at the moment? Falbium asked his friend. Yes, all I am. Immediately contact him to go and take command of the mission with the boy acting as his support. He should find the boy by midday tomorrow. Circex said before turning to Lord Agaras. Lord Agaras, would you send the message to the boy to expect McGregor to arrive by mid-afternoon tomorrow at the latest? Circex said, right, I'll send him a message. But it could take a bit of time since he is currently tracking down either the fallen or the stray. So, it may take a while before the message reached him. Lord Agaras explained, that's fine, but be sure to explain to him on not to take an Y form of action until we gotten a complete understanding and cooperation with the Aztec gods. We will also contact the Grigori and find out on why the fallen angels were involved in this or this cool D just be a group of rogues in their midst. Circex said. The meeting was short but contacting the other factions about the situation as well as revealing the information that Lord Agaras had to provide. The proof took longer since the time scale for either faction leader might be off by half a day or less given the dimensional and time difference. Once it was done, the leaders agreed to discuss the situation with each of the faction leaders in certain times before coming together to finish up the meeting. Lord Agaras didn't head home until it was late night, around midnight or longer. It was morning when he sent the message to Naruto about the company he was going to meet. Once it was done, he continued on with his own work as he pondered on how the situation on Earth was being handled. With Naruto, the blonde devil was really pissed off since he can't help but call himself an idiot for actually believing the young sorceress. Naruto had teleported to Perth, Australia expecting to see Grav L with him, but the moment he teleported into the city, he notices that the tanned-skinned girl wasn't anywhere with him. That sneak. When I find her, I'm going to get her back for this. Thought the blonde devil. With him being in Perth, he has no idea where the stray, fallen, or gravel are located. I have no idea what I am going to do right now. Muttered to himself as he tried to figure out his plan. Naruto-san, is that you? Someone called out his name where he turned around to see someone approaching him. Calmly walking towards him, was a skinny man in his late 20s with sharp eyes. Long and slightly wavy hair which is a mixture of black and blonde. He wore a casual suit that perfectly blended in the area since the two were in a tourist spot of the city. However, Naruto can sense that this person was a devil. Yes, are you the backup that Lord Agaras has informed me of? Naruto asked. That's right, I am Circex Lucifer's bishop, McGregor Mathers. McGregor introduced himself. Naruto has heard about the legendary bishop of Lucifer. Knowing that this person is the founder of one of the modern magic association, the Gold Dawn. Both an honor and pleasure to meet you. Maybe when this is over, you can give me a tip or two on magic. Naruto greeted. Acquisitive aren't we, but I believe it's best that we get to business first before we get into pleasantries. I have been informed on what's the situation was from last night. But that was last night, can you inform me on the current issues? McGregor requested. Naruto explained that he tracked down the stray devil around before losing him when it teleported away. Being unable to track teleportation spell, he had to rely on gravel, one of the magicians that was trying to retrieve the artifact but was doped when he arrived. Guessing that she teleported him somewhere else while she went to find either the stray devil or fallen angels. I see, so that's the situation as it is now, huh? The elder devil responded. Yes, I would have contacted my peerage to come help since I know that my own bishop can track down the person but they are training with the master at the moment. So, I'm on my own for the time being. Naruto explained. Nodding in understand, McGregor explained to Naruto that he would take point while the young blonde would follow his lead and support him in the mission. Agreeing, Naruto asked on how to track Gravel since she might know the true location where the stray may have gone. That's simple, take me to the location where you teleported in. Once there, I'll just backtrack her movements. But of course, knowing the kind of person she must be trying to also hide her magical signature as well. Fortunately, I can undo that part and find her in a little bit of time. McGregor said. Being happy about it, Naruto took the elder devil towards the spot he arrived in so that he can find out where Gravel has gone to. With Gravel traveled through the rocky terrain of Mount Issa as she followed the magical signature of the stray devil that she was following. Earlier, she used her magical tracking ability to locate where the stray would teleport to. Finding the location, she quickly made a magical teleportation seal to travel to its location while at the same time, forcefully teleport her unwelcome company to another location so she can complete her mission by herself. I need to hurry. From what I could tell, that devil will be receiving backup from the underworld. I probably don't have much time before they find me. I need to complete my mission on retrieving the object as fast as possible before they find out where I am. Gravel thought. Using tracking magic, Gravel followed the fleeting demonic aura through the mountain terrain, keeping close to the shadows. Gravel traveled half a day on foot until the sun began to set where she continued to press on. It wasn't long before her tracking spell began to reveal a bigger quantity of the demonic aura of the stray. Following the trail, Gravel soon made it to an open area where her tracking spell led her. I don't sense anything here. I can only assume that the stray rested here for a bit before continuing. Although there aren't any signs or any type of energy signatures, I should still proceed with caution. Thought the young magician. Staying on one side of the open area, Gravel cautiously and quickly moves through to continue her journey. Just as she was about to pass the halfway mark, she is suddenly caught by surprise by a light spear that embedded into the rock structure in front of her. Being on alert, she suddenly moved away and turned her attention on where the light spear came from. Looking around, she spotted, standing from on top of a rocky structure, the stray devil and the fallen angels that she spotted from the first meeting. Maneuvering quickly, the young tan girl leapt around the area where the ground started to become unstable as the fallen angels and the straw devil fired multiple shots of their power at her. Seeing that she was trapped from the hail of attacks, the group ceased their action as she watched as they saw the trade-off. The fallen angels now hold the Shobkotal where she can see the lightning-carved stone in the hands of the leader of the group, a six-wing fallen. Thank you for delivering this ancient artifact to us, said the fallen leader as he turned away, taking a few steps away before raising the weapon into the sky to take a better look on it. You're welcome. Now about the other half of our deal, the stray suggested. Ah yes, the deal. The leader said. It was then that the stray felt something pierce through him. Looking down, he saw that the other fallen angel have summoned their own light spears where they pierced the stray. About the deal, I say retrieving this artifact for free is a better one, don't you agree? The leader said sinisterly. Indeed, the other fallen replied. Yo you. The stray began to sputter out. Goodbye, the leader said before the other fallen pulled out his light spear and then sliced the stray's head clean off before wiping out the remains of its body. Now then, little girl, since we don't have much time left, I believe that it's best to end this. Finish her, the fallen leader commanded. The other fallen agreed where he unleashed his two pairs of fallen angel wings to show his position. He came flying straight at her where he summoned dozens of light spears and blades where it was aimed at her. Gravel could only look nervous as she summoned a defensive barrier all around her. It was then that the fallen launched another attack where it struck the young magician. Gravel struggled as the fallen angel's attack rained down on her hard and fast, where her defense started to weaken. The fallen then concentrated his attack at 2 points of her defense where several shots of light had struck harder. It was with this that the young magician's barrier finally broke, tossing her for a low up where it sent her flying directly the rock side. Groaning in pain from the attack, she looked up to see that the fallen prepared to finish her off with dozens of light attacks aimed at her. Sorry to do this, little girl. Too bad. You could have been a real looker in the future. We could have had some real fun together, but alas, said the four-winged fallen. With that, he fired his attack at her. Vel could only look up as her eyes widened in fear as she prepared herself. Just as the attack were about to hit, a sudden blast of a horizontal cyclone of wind blast between her where the light blasts connected, causing several explosions to appear. Everyone looked surprised for a moment before turning their attention at the direction at the young girl to see that standing in front of her was a young blonde boy. The thing about it was the fact that he gave an aura of a devil. The young boy turned his head to look at Gravel to see who it was. Do you know how much of a pain you were in tracking you down? He said. Naruto. How? I know for a fact that I covered my trail from you. It should have taken you and your backup at least a day to find me. Gravel questioned as she saw Naruto standing in front of her. You did, but it doesn't mean that someone else could have. Naruto answered where the person that he was talking about gently levitated down in front of them. The person wore a crimson ROB with a distinguished design and gave a limitless amount of a creepy aura coming out of his body. Impressive wind attack. I can see that you are really strong for such a young man. I'm going to have Ida in form of Lady Venelana to step up Lady Ria's training if you are already this strong. Said the person. Hearing it from you, it's kind of an honor, Lord McGregor. Naruto replied. McGregor. Gravel muttered before a look of realization appeared on her face. Samuel Liddell McGregor Mathers, the one that created the Gold Dawn, one of the most legendary magicians in the world. Gravel spoke out loud. I'm pleased to know that the younger generation knows of me and my work. Searsex. Bishop responded before turning his attention at the three fallen angels. But I believe that any RTHER discussions should be done later as we need to take care of the issues as I am now under orders from both my king and those of the Aztec to regain the item. McGregor stated. The two fallen angels in the sky were nervous as they can feel the power coming from the Elder Devil. They thought about retreating before they felt a powerful aura coming from behind them. Naruto and his alias also felt a tremendous power coming from the direction in front of them where they saw the leader of the group holding the Shokotl in front of him with an insane look in his eyes. Let's see how powerful this God Slayer truly is, he suggested before the stone artifact began to gather power, focusing it into a small ball. Seeing this, McGregor knew what was coming where he immediately turned back to the children. We need to move now, said the elder. Naruto quickly picked up Gravel in a princess cradle where he leapt away with McGregor following close behind. The Shokotl unleashed its power a blast of light and roaring power came in a form of a beam at the spot that they were in. The blast radius was 3 times the area they were in with the shockwave adding into the effect. Naruto held Gravel securely while McGregor put a barrier in front of them to protect the young children while using himself as an added shield. The attack soon ended where the three turned to see the amount of damage. Naruto was surprised to see that the attack didn't cause an explosion yet it did create a path through the rocky terrain where it could be seen through the other end of the mountain. What power! So that's what a God Slayer could do. Or, is it still just warming up? Naruto spoke out his thoughts. I don't even want to think about it. Gravel said in surprise. Same here. I don't even want to imagine what it could do in the hands of someone that insane. We need to end this as soon as possible or the damage that lunatic could do would be catastrophic. Especially since there's towns and cities in a few directions. We need to end this now before the local law enforcements get wind of this. McGregor said. Then we need to hurry. Just from that blast alone could have alerted any civilians from a distance about what is going on. If anything, we probably have at least 30 minutes before any authorities began to swarm the mountain terrain. Naruto said. Knowing on what needs to be done. Naruto placed Gravel down on the ground while stepping forward to stand at McGregor's side. Lord McGregor, I believe the best strategy would be for you to take their group leader and dealing with that artifact. I'll play both decoy and defense where I'll give that jerk a target to attack while protecting you from the other lower fallen angels so you can completely focus on getting the Shobkotal. Naruto planned out their strategy. I personally don't like that strategy since it would make me look like an awful person for letting a child put themselves in danger for me. However, I do agree that we need to take away the Shobkotal as quickly as possible. Very well, we'll go with your plan, but if things start getting too antsy, you retreat to a safer location and call for immediate backup. Understood. McGregor order which Naruto nodded in compliance. With their strategy in place, the two look forward to seeing that the leader of the two fallen angels that attacked them with the God Slayer has finally finished laughing maniacally since he ended his first attack. He then ordered the lower fallen angels to attack them as he prepared for another demonstrated attack with the legendary God Slayer. McGregor quickly moved forward with incredible speed as his only target was the six-winged crow since the item needed to be stopped immediately. Caught by the surprise at how fast McGregor moved, the subordinate tried to make a move on him. However, the two were stopped by a sudden attack of streaming lightning that forced them to leap back. A bit back, the fallen turned to see Naruto running alongside the rocky terrain, getting closer to him while firing from long range to protect McGregor, so the elder mage could reach the leader of the group. Naruto constant weaving and attacks from a distance kept the two pair fallen in place as he focused on him, where they attack with light attacks. This gave McGregor the chance to simply take down the fallen in charge of the group. The three-set fallen angel has about finished preparing the next attack when McGregor came right upon him. Caught by surprise, the fallen angel took step back as McGregor went to finish him off. It was then that everyone was caught by surprise at what happened. McGregor attacked with a powerful spell in his hand when he was suddenly stopped by a barrier that covered the fallen angel. It was the end that McGregor was suddenly struck back, causing him damage while at the same time shoving him back. You fool! Do you believe that I wouldn't prepare for a defense while charging up my own? This artifact's power is being used to defend me with a barrier that would stop any attack from an ultimate class devil or seraph before that same power is then redirected to its attack. He said before aiming at McGregor. Now pay for your foolishness. Where the artifact was ready to fire another beam of light. Just as the attack was unleashed, an explosion occurred near the fallen causing the rock structure underneath the fallen angel to suddenly crumble away where it caused him to lose his footing, forcefully changing the direction of the Shobkotal. The blast was strong but was facing upward, narrowly missing the mountain sides and such but had forced McGregor be sent flying the ground hard. Naruto had managed to catch the legendary bishop before hitting the ground. Finding another hiding spot for the two, Naruto glanced back at the situation they are in, now knowing that the leader of the two fallen is using the artifact to attack but also create a powerful barrier that is being powered by the Shobkotal. A barrier powerful enough to stop Lucifer's legendary bishop. There wasn't many choices on how to deal with it unless they can somehow weaken it. We're so screwed. Thought Naruto knew that in this situation would cost them their lives. What option can I use to stop a legendary artifact like that? There has to be a solution. Quote, you could always use my POR. That is an option as well, said the dragon within him. Albion, of course, how dense can I be? With your power, I might be able to defeat that fallen and stop that artifact. But, can actually end the barrier around the fallen enough to allow a finishing blow? Naruto asked the legendary white dragon. That's almost insulting. Not only can I do it, but it would give us the edge as well. The only thing that we required is for you to give one good strike on it which I can then use my power. Of course, it would be easier if we went into our balance breaker. Then victory would be assured. Albion explained. Balance breaker, muttered Naruto. Before he could decide on what to do, McGregor had finally regained his senses where he got Naruto's attention. Thanks a lot, kid. You saved my hide there. But now, the situation is starting to become dire. We may need to contact for some extra support. McGregor thought of the situation. Maybe not, sir. I have a plan on how to take that guy down. It would require a 1-2 punch attack at the same time where would only get one shot. Naruto said, getting the elder devil to listen. Naruto explained, with a bit of lying, that the barrier is only as strong as the artifact's power. However, when the artifact launches an attack, it weakens drastically. That includes the barrier. If they can attack during the charge-up cycle for a moment, then they could break through the barrier where they could stop the insane Fallen. McGregor agreed that it was a good plan but wondered on how the young blonde devil knew of it. Naruto explained that the moment McGregor couldn't break the barrier and during as well as after the attack, the power of both the attack and barrier, he senses that the power weakened before it started to regain in strength while he was rescuing the elder devil. It also explains on why the Fallen isn't firing consecutive shots of magical blasts at them. Alright then, when that fool makes another attack, I'll strike him where you use that second to strike down the bastard, understand? McGregor ordered. I agree, but let me attack him since we're going to need both speed and power if the recharge is too fast for me to break. Naruto suggested, which McGregor agreed. The two knew that if they can't finish the guy in this next attack, then their mission is over and the possibility of war breaking out in the supernatural world could begin. Till next success in general. Last time, Naruto and McGregor had gotten themselves in a bind where the legendary Aztec weapon was being wielded by a crazed fallen angel. Knowing that there was only one shot to take the Fallen down, the two devils were preparing to counterattack. Looking at the Fallen, the two can see that he was prepared to fire another destructive blast at their direction. Ready to move? McGregor asked. Born ready. Naruto responded. On cue, the six-wing Fallen angel had finished charging up his next attack where he pointed at their general direction. Be gone, you insects, the Fallen angel said before he fired the blast at them. Naruto and McGregor quickly leapt away in different directions to confuse him. The attack blasts hurled the rock and continued to go forward to the other side of the mountain. As the blast was starting to die down, McGregor has noticed Naruto beginning to make his move. Gathering wind magic into his fist, a large amount of power grew where it is focused deeply into it. Flying quickly at the six-wing Fallen, Naruto prepared to do what he needed to do. He flew into the enemy's direction but was utterly caught by surprise by magical power coming from above him. Have you forgotten about me? Said the two-set Fallen angel as he fired several light spears at him. Damn, I forgot about that loser. Naruto thought. With our worries, we forgot to add him into the equation. If I don't bring down the Fallen with this next attack, then we'll have major troubles. And if I let the boy die, I will be held responsible for letting him die, which I don't want to bear on my conscience. McGregor thought. Just as the spears were about to strike Naruto, a suddenly blast of light and green magical power came between them where it protects Naruto by destroying the light spears. Looking back, they all saw that it was Gravel revealing herself and away from the hiding spot she was in. Just like them, you shouldn't have forgotten about me, Gravel shouted as she prepared another magical blast to cover Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto took the advantage where he pulled in his devil wings where he used Void Shundo to close the distance instantly. Eat this, Naruto shouted as he punched the six-wing crow. Oka Hoken, while unleashing his sacred gear, dividing. The attack was dead-o-n but the barrier suddenly appeared and continued to grow in power where it began to push Naruto back. You're a pathetic fool, you know that you can't defeat me as long as I wield this power. Now suffer by my hands, said the lunatic where Naruto was pushed back hard. The attack was efficient enough for the Fallen to lose a bit of a concentration that stopped the barrier for a moment. Seeing this, McGregor quickly moved as he prepared his attack on the wing Fallen. Seeing the legendary bishop rushing towards him, the six-wing Fallen shifted the legendary artifact at McGregor where it began to prep fire at the optimum level. Just as the two were about to collide, Naruto managed to remain focused after being pushed back from the barrier as he looked at the confrontation. Now Naruto shouted as his dragon wings glowed. Divide. At that moment, the power that surrounded the Fallen had been cut in half, weakening the barrier which McGregor had successfully broke through, delivering a finishing blow of darkness and fire. Seeing that the battle was over, the two-wing Fallen was about to leave but was stopped when Gravel had fired a few more energy blasts at them. Erecting a barrier, he protected himself but it wasn't enough when Naruto appeared behind him. Naruto regained his balance where he went for the other Fallen angel. The blonde devil noticed Gravel seeing him where she's upwarded him by further distracting the fallen. This gave him the chance to sneak up to him. Once he did, Naruto unleashed 2 thunder spears that pierced the fallen, plunging him into the ground before being engulfed in an explosion of thunder and lightning. Naruto was surprised to see it since he attacks with the usual level of his attack, but the level of power was greater than expected. It must be because of the extra amount of power that I gotten when I used Albion. Naruto thought as he finally took notice on how much his power he regains. He made a mental note to watch out on how much power he absorbs in order to keep his abilities a secret. When it was over, the only ones standing were Naruto, McGregor, and Gravel, who moved forward and appear in front of them. Holding the Shobkotal, McGregor walked up to the young adults, whom Naruto looked relieved to been able to hide his wings. Good work you two. We were able to stop a catastrophic incident. But right now, we need to fix the area. So, Naruto create an illusion barrier alongside the young girl to assure that any mortal doesn't see this. I'll get to work on restoring the environment. Let's hurry since we may not have much time. McGregor ordered, which they two pre-teens did. Sydney, Naruto and Gravel sat in a restaurant with an ocean view where they waited for McGregor. As they waited, they overheard from the restaurant's many wall TVs the news that suspicious beam of light appeared at the mountain they were on several hours ago. McGregor did a good job on restoring the land while Naruto and Gravel held illusion barrier from any of the locals to suspect a thing about it. Listening to the news, Naruto turned to Gravel. So, what do you think is going to happen? Knowing on what happened and being reckless about it is going to cost you something, Naruto stated. She simply kept quiet, but Naruto knew that the young sorceress is in trouble because of the events that took place here in Australia. Wasn't long before Naruto and Gravel saw McGregor, wearing a casual suit, coming up to them where he sat alongside them intending to enjoy breakfast. Now then, as we wait for our meal, let me get over on what I have discussed with Lord Searsex and the decisions between the Satans and Aztecs. First, Naruto, getting the blonde's attention. Because of your quick thinking as well as assistance in investigation and battle, the Satans agreed to commend you for your excellent work, where they have announced your actions to several of the other families so that you might be able to form more alias and develop a partnership with some of the families that would be interested in you, mostly to families with young and eligible young girls. Along with that, they are willing to pay you a large amount for good work. So, enjoy what you gained, my boy. McGregor explained. He thanked the legendary magician, where the elder also reminded him to write a report about the events himself. Naruto acknowledged it, where the two then turned to McGregor. Although, he wasn't too comfortable about being used as a suitor. McGregor turned to Gravel. Now miss, although you helped in recovering the Shobkotal, fact that you not only didn't report the incident about your arrival, you also went on your own to try and complete the mission. And in the process, you also deceived our investigation as well, which later caused the incident that happened last night to occur. The fact that everyone is thinking that it was a UFO sighting on television only shows how lucky we were that no one had figured it out. I've been told that they'll be waiting for you to contact them, where they would decide on your punishment. McGregor explained. Nodding in understanding, Gravel remained silent as their breakfast returned. It didn't take long before McGregor finished his meal before excusing himself, since he needs to deliver the Shobkotal back to the Aztecs before returning to the underworld. Once the legendary bishop left, Naruto and Gravel continued to eat their breakfast in awkward silence. After a moment or two of silence, Naruto decided to end this quiet time. So, you mind telling me why you would disobey orders and policies to complete a mission by yourself? The blonde pre-teen, Gravel, remained silent as she simply stared at her food. Seeing that she wasn't going to talk about it, Naruto just dropped it. Later, deciding to enjoy some sightseeing, Naruto walked around the city to see what was going on. Seeing how beautiful the beaches are, Naruto decided to take his peerage here for a bit of a vacation when they can get it. While traveling, there was someone else was with him as he toured the city. Following him was Gravel, whom walked behind him. The reason why the sorceress was following him was because of what happened earlier after breakfast. Gravel had contacted the Aztec faction where the higher-ups had delivered their judgment, which was to ban her from the organization. Knowing that the young girl was no longer part of the supernatural faction, she simply had no place to go. Seeing her predicament, Naruto had invited her to travel the city to get her mind out of the dumps. Considering how depressed she was, it was sunset when they stopped at the famous pier that overlooked the harbor. Having enough of her silence, Naruto had asked the same question he asked her earlier since he wanted to know on why. Still not replying, Naruto sighed at the lack of response. Man, talk about stubborn. And I thought Akatsu was a tough nut to crack, muttered the blonde before he turned back to watch the sunset. It was when the sun finally settled that Naruto noticed Gravel standing next to him. Deciding to let her talk, he simply remained quiet. The two stayed like that for a while, which wasn't something that Naruto enjoyed since he's liked to be active. After about an hour more, Naruto heard Gravel speak. I tried to fulfill my father's wish. Naruto listened as Ravel explained that she came from a family of high-ranking magicians that were also once one of the 9 council members that served the Aztecs faction for over 1,000 years. With each generation, however, a few hundred years ago, one of her ancestors had caused an incident that they were able to protect the Aztec society by sacrificing some ancient land, but it cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Although the Aztec gods were grateful, they still had to deliver judgment on her ancestors since they cost many lives in the process. Her family name was stripped of all honor and privileges where they were banished from their land for 10 generations. Because of this, her family had to leave their ancient home and live further south into Central America. Although still being faithful, their family was still shamed about what had happened centuries ago. It has been more than a century before my family could rejoin the Aztecs once again. However, since her family name is still written in as a taboo, it still took a very long time before we were able to regain some of honor back. My father had carried on the wish of our ancestor to rejoin the council of the Aztecs to regain our family name honor. Unfortunately, before he could achieve it himself, he had fallen ill and passed away a few years ago. Being given this mission gave me hope that I can carry out not just my father but also my ancestors. However, in the end, I just wanted to obtain the glory all to myself where the consequences were extremely high. It's best that I don't return since I have just ruined whatever chance of redemption for my family. Gravel expressed her secrets. Naruto simply remained silent as he listened to young girl's family story and her ambition to retrieve both glory for her family and herself. Once she was done, the two remained silent, simply gazing at the horizon. After a while, the blonde Hakuryute decided to break the silence that was building up. If you don't want to return to the Aztecs, what about joining me? Suggesting to the female magician. Gravel looked confused, surprised at what Naruto suggested. She remained silent as Naruto continued to speak. You might be a bit ambitious for honor glory, but you have a decent amount of skills in magic. You also have a bit of skills in hand-to-hand. Although you're a little rough right now, you do have what it takes to be a heavy hitter. If you're properly trained, then you can obtain status within the underworld since we, devils, respect power and strength the most. And I'm willing to do that and more if you agree on becoming my rook. Naruto offered to her. Being offered to become a devil in his peerage is indeed a surprise for her. Before she can reply, Naruto stopped her for a moment. You don't have to decide now. I'm willing to give you some time to think it over since it's a big decision. I'll give you till tomorrow morning to decide on what to do. Telling the blonde magician a chance to think it over. Leaving her alone, Gravel simply continued to gaze out at the horizon. While leaving her alone, Naruto walked along the pathway towards the inner parts of the bay where all the restaurants and clubs are still open. As he walked, he felt like he was being watched. Glancing around, he couldn't find anyone suspicious, so he simply continued but being a bit more guarded. He entered a seafood restaurant, taking a seat at the bar where he ordered some grilled shrimp and such. Enjoying the meal, Naruto noticed a man taking a seat next to him. Taking a quick glimpse, the young blonde saw that the person was a tall man in his 20s, and that was just it, as he was more interested in finishing his meal of seafood. Ordering some alcohol for himself, he simply took a drink while looking at the menu for something to eat. Unlike him, since he's a teenager, It looked weird to see a man like him sitting alone, but wondered if he was waiting for someone else or something. "Hey kid, how's the food? I'm kind of curious on what I should try first," said the person, surprising Naruto with his question. It took a moment before he responded back. "I don't know, it's my first time being here," he responded. "I see. Well, that's too bad, since I would like to discuss somethings with you, little devil," the person accused, causing Naruto to stiff up a bit. "Or, should I be calling you by your proper title, White Emperor Dragon?" smirked the man as Naruto tense even more at hearing the man say his secret. Who are you? What are you talking about?" Naruto questioned while being on guard, since although the two were inside a public tavern, he wanted to be ready for anything. "Oh, don't act like that, I'm not here to cause trouble. As for what I'm talking about, I am talking about those white dragon wings that you are hiding. I must say, your ability to mask its power is very impressive. If it wasn't for the fact that I observed on what happened in the Shobkotal incident over a day ago, I wouldn't be here," said the person. "Who are you?" Naruto questioned as he wondered on who this person was. "Grin, that's simple to answer. My name, dear boy, is someone who can possibly help you perfect your sacred gear to its true power," said the mysterious person as he and Naruto began to conversate with each other. Underworld. Right now, Searsex was sitting in his parents' home as he was having a discussion with his mother and father about what just took place over a day ago. Hearing about how a god-killing artifact had ended up in the fallen angel's hand was very disturbing. However, the incident has been resolved while meetings with the Grigori leaders have been smooth, especially since they have denied that any hostilities towards the other factions weren't order and such. They agreed proper compensation would be handled on a later date to stop any possible hostilities with the other factions. It was around this time that McGregor appeared in the Grigori household to give his report towards his king. Seeing his bishop, Searsex greeted him like he usually does, completely layback. "Hey McGregor, how was transporting the Shobkotal back to the Aztecs go?" Searsex asked. "It went well, Searsex. Once I have returned the item to them, they told me that they would seal it in a more secure area than it was before," McGregor answered. "If I may say, Lord Searsex, was it wise for you to return the Shobkotal back to the Aztec deities? Wouldn't it be better if it was destroyed instead?" Grafia commented. "True, but don't forget we want to better our relations with the other factions. Destroying one of their sacred artifact just for our sake would have put us in a bad light towards them. It's better for us to simply return the item to them." Searsex pointed out the result of a positive turn. Searsex turned back to his bishop. "In any case, I'm glad that everything went well and it didn't become a serious incident." "Yes, Lord Searsex," McGregor said pleasantly before turning to his king's mother. "Also, Lady Venelana, getting her attention, I would like to advise you to increase Ms. Rias' training." Advising the Grigori matriarch. "Is that so? Any reason?" Venelana curiously asking. "Indeed, the young devil that I just worked with during the mission. If he continues to push forward with his training from what I saw, then Ms. Rias' chances to prove herself to the world won't come to be," McGregor stated. "Is that so? Well, I'll take your words into consideration," Venelana responded. Unknown to them, McGregor's prediction would be considered a spec to what is happening now. Kyoto, Japan. It was morning as Kuroka and Akatsu have prepared to head out and continue their journey with their friend King Naruto. They contacted him yesterday morning where they've been informed by him that he would be a day late since he was doing something important. Using an extra day to practice on what they've trained for, the two were glad to know that the Yukai treated them nicely for the extra day. Akatsu wore a white sundress with white shoe sandal while Kuroka wore an average red yukata for young children with a white obi wrapped around her waist. Admiring the view from the skyscraper, the two were at the meeting point, which was Kyoto Tower. As they looked down at the ancient city of Japan, they suddenly heard a familiar male teen's voice calling out to them. Turning around, they saw Naruto appear wearing an orange short-sleeved t-shirt with light blue jeans and sneakers. Although, what caught the girl's interest was the person walking with him. The person was a young woman, just as young as Akatsu with tanned skin. She has short blonde hair and red eyes. She looked like she was starting puberty given how her figure have started to become curvier with the development of her womanly features, such as her growing bust and rear shaping. The young girl wore a black loose tank shirt and short jeans with sneakers. "Hey ladies, glad to see you. I see. And see you guys have really taken in the Japanese culture," Naruto said, noticing Kuroka's clothing and Akatsu's dress. "Hey Naruto, I can see that you came back with company, NYA. Kuroka pointed out. "Yeah, some things happened while you two were training," Naruto said as he began to explain on what happened during his trip to Australia. "You fought with someone who wielded a God Slayer weapon. Talk about action. So, who this person?" Kuroka asked. "Ah, she was part of the Aztec faction before coming to our side." Kuroka. "Akatsu, allow me to introduce you to Gravel, the new rook of Naruto Namikaze." Naruto introduced. "It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm new but please treat me well." Gravel introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Kuroka, NYA. Kuroka introduced herself. "Akatsu, a pleasure to meet you." Kitsu said next in her usual momentum tone. Seeing that everyone was getting along, Naruto said that they'll be going to meet up with someone that he met in Australia. Wondering on who they were going to meet, they followed their blonde king's decision. Naruto activated his teleportation spell where he and his 3 peerage members went to the official channels to assure Gravel's entrance to the underworld. Naruto and his group of 3 traveled through the underworld, moving through a part of the underworld's realm which all devils considered forbidden to travel. The reason why it's forbidden is because the area they were traveling through is a part of the underworld that isn't controlled by the devils. Being a bit nervous, the girls kept gazing around their surroundings as they can't help but feel like they were going to be ambushed. Traveling a bit longer, they arrived at a populated area where several large buildings could be seen with several beings coming and going. Making it to the front entrance, they all saw a numerical key lock where they needed a password. Naruto walked up to the lock, pressed a 8-key password where the front entrance doors opened up. Walking through the hallway, all 4 entered a corridor that was complete dark that they can barely see. It wasn't till the lights being turned on to reveal that they were inside a large room. It was then that all got on their toes as they all noticed an intimidating figure descending towards them. Taking a good look, the girls took notice of this appearance. The person is a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and black goatee. The most distinguishing thing about the person was that he possesses 12 jet black wings that could be described as a never-ending black. He wore a long-sleeve indigo trench coat with 2 belts around his waist. He wore 4 extra belt straps on each arm while leaving the front of his coat open to reveal a bit of his bare chest. He wore black pants and brown dress shoes. Landing in front of the teenagers, Naruto kept his cool while the girls looked ready to fight. Before anything could happen, Naruto raised his arm to struck them to stay at ease while he looked at the person in front of him as several other being like the person soon descended and stood next to the first person. "Glad to see that you accepted my invention," said the male person. "Considering on what you offered for me and my peerage, I can't help but be both curious and interested. Of course, you knew that considering who and what I am, Azazel." Naruto replied. The girls looked surprised to know that the person standing in front of them was the leader of all the fallen angels in the Gregory, the Governor-General Azazel. "Indeed, but or we can begin on anything. I first would like you all to do something for me," Azazel stated. "Do what, NYA?" Kuroka speaking up for the first time as Azazel looked at all of them. "I want you all to fight me." The Governor-General requested. They were all curious, which Azazel explained that he was very interested in Naruto's secretive and very powerful sacred gear since he was more interested in cred gears than in war or anything like that doesn't pique his interest. The girls were curious about it while Naruto explained to them that he met Azazel in Australia during the mission he got just a few days ago. He gave him an interesting offer, once he couldn't help but accept. Azazel agreed that he would train everyone in Naruto's peerage if Naruto joined his group since he was interested in Naruto's power. Plus, being able to see the growth rate of a Nekosho like Kuroka, as well as seeing what the other members of his peerage could do since someone of Naruto's title never had a peerage before, especially being this young. And so, before we could even begin on training, I would like to see how you can do. What do you say? Azazel said as he flared up his power. We just need to fight you. Which Azazel nodded. That's fine with us. Naruto smirked as Kuroka and Akatsu prepared their attacks while Gravel prepared her own magical attack. Now then, giving the signal for the other fallen angels around him to dismiss. Leaving simply him and Naruto and his peerage alone. Show me what you got. Use everything you all got against me. Azazel stated. Alright then, let's go. Naruto shouted where he unleashed his sacred gear where it began to glow bright. Let's go Albion, he proclaimed. Right. The white dragon responded. Vanishing dragon. Balance breaker. Closing square bracket. Hope you like this chap. Just to let you know. This ends the side story where it will meet up with the storyline. It will pick up at Rias' wedding. And no, there will not be a Naruto x Rias Akano pairing, got it? Till next time. Wedding crash. Here's the next chapter. I hope you all enjoy. Underworld. In a private room in the Grimoire estate, sat a young woman with long red hair who had an aura of dread. She sat in front of a makeup desk and mirror. Her thoughts about what has happened over the past 2 weeks. It was mid-afternoon as the ORC sat in their room where they were currently having a meeting with someone. The ORC or Occult Research Club is a club formed by Rias Grimoire, a third-year student in Kuo Academy who is known to be one of the 2 great ladies. Although, that was just the front. That everyone in the former all-girls school knows. Rias Grimoire is in fact the heiress of the Grimoire family, one of the remaining 34 pillar families in the underworld. Rias has grown in the last several years where she has become just as beautiful as her mother. She was in her late teens with white skin, blue-green eyes, and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature was her long beautiful crimson hair that reached down her thighs. Standing behind her were her peerage members. To her right stood her queen and the other half of Kuo, 2 great ladies Akano. Akano has also grown to become a very beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure as well who was the same age as Rias. She has violet eyes and long black hair that is tied in a long ponytail by an orange ribbon where it reached all the way down to her legs. Continuing on from the right, stood another person where it was young second-year male with short bleach blonde hair, gray eyes, and a mole under his left eye. He was Kuo Aka, Demi's pretty boy who is also known as Kuo's great prince. He is Yudo Kiba, Rias' only knight. Standing behind Rias' left, next to Akano, was one of her 2 newest peerage pieces that she acquired lately. He was a young average 17-year-old teenager with short brown hair and light brown eyes. His name is Issei Hyodo, Rias' only pawn, who was also the newest owner of the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus sacred gears. That carries the Welsh dragon. This also gave him the title as the new Red Dragon Emperor. Standing next to Issei's left was a young pretty girl with green eyes and long blonde hair that flow all the way down to her back with split bangs over her forehead. She used to be a nun but was now part of Rias' peerage as her bishop. Her name is Asia Argento who also the same age as Issei. Standing next to Asia was Rias's final member of her group who was also her only rook. She was Kaneko, who is also known as Sharon. She has grown from the little girl that Rias first met but was still petite like a loli. She is a 15-year-old with a short bob-cut white hair and hazel eyes. The girls were wearing the Kuo Academy girls' uniform while the guys wore the boys' uniform. The reason why they were like this was because of the company that's sitting across from Rias. Although most meeting were pleasant, this one wasn't since this was a person that Rias despised. Sitting G across from him was the 3rd son of the Phoenix family, Riser Phoenix. Riser Phoenix is a tall and handsome young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. He wore a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that is not fully buttoned, giving a slight view of his chest. He sat on the couch he was sitting in with an aura of arrogance as he looked at Rias with the hopes of conquering a new girl for himself while also glimpsing the other female members of her group as added bonuses. The reason he was here was because he was Rias' fiancé in an arranged marriage that their parents set up just before she was born. Because of his obnoxious attitude, Rias didn't like him where she despises the blonde playboy attitude. Finding out about it, Everyone in Rias' group except for Akino and Kaneko were stunned, surprised to find out. As everyone looked at the two high-class devil kings, Riser pointed out at her group behind her. Rias, is this really all the members of your peerage? Questioning the red head. Yes, I do. They're each a valuable member of my family. Rias honestly stated. This caused Riser to laugh at since he found it amusing that Rias has such a small group. He then looked at his fiancée with an arrogant gaze. Let me show you what a real peerage looks like. Riser stated as he snapped his fingers together. A second later, a huge pillar of flames burst out from the floor, similar to how Riser appeared, except instead of one person appearing a group of 15 young lowly to buxom women appeared. Issei had a perverted look on his face when he saw them where he also saw Riser going up to them. Now this is how a peerage supposed to look like. Riser stated with a smirk. 15 beauties. He has 15 beautiful girls. He really is a man. Issei admitted where Rias and several others of her peerage simply sigh at his perverted nature. Hearing about it, Riser decided to aggravate him by making out with his queen, which caused Issei to be jealous about it where he declared Riser to be nothing worth than a piece of trash where he would never be good enough for Rias. Hearing his declaration, Rias smiled about while Riser didn't like his insult to him where he punished him by using one of his pawns to give him a strike in the gut, causing Issei to kneel on the ground in pain. Seeing this action, Rias was prepared to strike Riser where Riser looked eager to start something. Alright, let's stop this messing around, Rias. It's time for us to go back to the underworld now to look over our wedding ceremony is taking place. And if you still refuse to come, I'll just bring you back myself even if it means I have to burn all of your peerage members. Riser declared where his demonic power increased. Rias countered by raising her own demonic power as she glared at the man she despises. Before anything could happen, both kings were silenced by a third person who was here to observe the meeting between the two high-class devils. This was Sirzek's queen, Graphia Lucifuge, also known as the strongest queen. Cease this provoking act. This is supposed to be a non-confronting meeting. If you two insist to continue these actions, then under Sirzek-sama's honor, I will step in and cease these actions. Graphia calmly yet firmly said while giving them a glare. Hearing on what the strongest queen has said to them, the two stopped with their hostility towards each other. Once things have settled down, Graphia moved up to the two kings. As we'd figured, both Lord Grimori and Lord Phoenix has thought that this might occur. So, in preparation, we'd decided if any arguments can't be resolved, then it would be resolved in a rating game where either you two could cancel out the arranged marriage. Graphia explained. Knowing that her parents continued to meddle in her affairs again, Rias was supremely upset at how they were controlling her actions like this. Although knowing this, Rias took up the offer on facing Riser in order for her to avoid marrying the piece of filth. However, there was a flip side where if Rias lost, she would be forced to marry Riser straight away. The date was set where Rias was given 2 weeks, 15 days, to prepare for her first unofficial rating game against Riser Phoenix, who was unofficially undefeated. Using the time, Rias and her peerage went to train in the mountains where everyone increased their strength nicely where they managed to gain a few new skills. When the time came, the rating game between the two kings was evenly matched in the beginning where Rias' peerage, despite both battle experience and being outnumbered 2-1, was able to take out nearly all of Riser's peerage before all of her GE members fell until she surrendered to Riser Phoenix before he could kill Issei. Once the battle was over, Rias was immediately taken back to her home, along with most of her peerage, to get treated. So they can prepare for the wedding which was 3 days away. During that time, Rias simply stayed in her room as she thought about what has happened for the last 2 weeks of her peerage and how Our favorite memory during the training period was the fact that Issei liked her as simply Rias, unlike Riser who loved her title as Rias Grimori. As she waited, she would soon depart from her room and head towards the Phoenix territory to begin the wedding ceremony. She decided to look in her drawer where it held some stuff from her past. It was here that she found an old devil contract where it was written to summon someone. Thinking about it, she remembered when she received this devil contract tag. She got this from Naruto, years ago, after he declared his challenge to her. He gave it to her since that time. He was in a life debt to the family where he gave it to her so that he can help repay her family. But now thinking that her own life was out of her hands, she decided to go for it and hope that maybe he can help her. If you can hear me, I wish to be free from this arranged marriage and find my love by myself. She thought to herself, where she simply sighs at not seeing the contract activate. Putting the contract back in her drawer, she soon left her room since a maid called her over to get ready to depart to the Phoenix estate for her wedding ceremony draws closer and needed to measure her for her wedding gown. Unknown to her, the contract she just placed in her drawer soon glowed whitish gold where her wish was soon to be granted. Dusk. It would be a few hours before one of the most anticipated weddings in the underworld to begin, and one king with his peerage were currently working on an assignment that was given to them a few days ago. The assignment was to terminate a pack of stray devils that tried a coup d'etat on their king but failed and are now on the run in the human world. Since the young king was close by to where the traitors were located, the higher-ups sent the order to him where he'll deal with them. It didn't take long where the young king and several members of his peerage to slay the stray devils since their hiding place was in the middle of a jungle. They hunted them down during the day since no one would enter the uninhabitable part of the jungle terrain. Once it was over, they went back to their temporary home that was located in a shady area in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Their home was nothing much than an abandoned 4-story warehouse where the top floors were livable to some. Using a demonic aura to put up a barrier to keep away intruders as well as frightening away all the vermin, the abandoned building was a safe place to live in for now. At the very top, there was enough living space for the group of devils to live in, where everyone had their own space to live and sleep in. The silence that the warehouse had was broken by the sounds of cooking, as it could be heard around a few certain parts of the area. On top of the roof, a small glow could be seen in the middle of the dark starry skies. It was a barbecue where 2 individuals are making everyone dinner. One is a young, tan-skinned woman with short blonde hair and red eyes. Her hair went down her neck and has several bangs covering her left eye while another bang near her right. She wore a white dress shirt and pants with sneakers. The second was another young woman with light brown hair and dark blue eyes. She wore a simple long skirt, strap dress with sandals. Right now, the two were finishing up making dinner, which a local dish. They have just finished getting everything ready when they heard footsteps coming closer to them. The two were relaxed since they could feel the amount of power that was being given off to show who they were. Once appearing in front of the two ladies, they both greeted the people that walking in. "Hello, how's everyone doing? None of you are injured, right?" wondered the tanned woman. "No, everyone is unharmed. The job assignment wasn't that difficult," answered one of the group of people as they split up and sat around the fire while getting some of the food to eat. "Anyo, where are those 3? Dinner is ready," said the tanned-skinned woman while preparing a large dish with bigger pieces of meat for one individual in their group. "If you're pondering about those 3, they went to take a quick showed before coming to dinner," said a young man with short red hair, whom set down the gourd on his back to the ground next to him while getting some dinner. "I see. Well, they better hurry since the two of us don't want any of the food to get cold," said the tanned-skinned girl. As everyone settled in for a nice quiet dinner, the brunette girl that was with the tanned girl came up to one of the people in the group. The person was a tall young man with short blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. "Tilda, what is it?" the teenager asked. "Here, this began to glow about an hour ago," the brunette answered as she handed him a handheld computer. The computer was a handheld contract locator where any devil that has a contract with their name appear where they could find and grant the person who was using it their wish if it was possible. Seeing it, the young man smirked, a smirk that everyone around him knew what it meant. The redhead teenager asked him on just happened. "All right everyone, let's finish up the meal since we need to go the underworld," the blonde teenager said. Surprise on what their leader of the group has said, they asked him on why the rush, which he simply answered, "It's time to repay my debt to a certain family," where he immediately contacts one of his sources to get him some intel on a certain family in the underworld and what had happened a few days ago. Hearing this, many wondered on what their blonde hair leader was planning. In a ballroom in the Phoenix estate, there were many devil families from the 34 pillar families attending the wedding ceremony of Riser Phoenix and Rias Grimori. As the high-class devils mingled among themselves, Riser was speaking with several individuals about the raiding game he had with Rias, while making it sound like Rias and her team didn't stand a chance against his stronger peerage, where his own peerage, that stood close by, also agreed with him. Riser was wearing a long-sleeve jacket robe that was open to reveal his chest and a gray belt with red stripe pattern tied around his waist. He also had matching white dress pants and shoes. Underneath his robe, he had a long-sleeve shirt that left his chest exposed and a red-white pattern covering his abs. Listening to the garbage from a bit of distance was Rias' peerage, who were dressed up for the occasion. Everyone, except for Akino, was dressed elegantly, while Akino wore a black kimono with floral patterns. Just look at him, he's making it sound so one-sided that he doesn't realize on how close of a match it was. Hiba remarked. Indeed. In fact, if Rias had another piece or two, you all could have turned things around, said a familiar voice. Turning to the voice, they saw that it was Kuo Academy's student council president and heiress to the Citri family, Sona Citri. Greetings, Sona-san. Akino greeted. Greetings, Akino-san. Everyone, I just wish our meeting here would be more pleasant than this, Sona remarked. Yeah, that pompous windbag is nothing but a jerk, Issei commented before turning to his friends. And now Bushu has to marry this bastard. Isn't there a way to stop this? He asked. Unfortunately, not. Rias has already considered it, where she explained that if she didn't win, then there was nothing that could be done even by Satan's interference. Akino explained. This is just wrong. There has to be a way to save Rias Onisama. Asia pondered in desperation on trying to figure out an answer. Like I said, there is nothing we can do. All we can do is try and be there for her, Akino remarked, where everyone then heard Riser speaking loudly to the guests. Everyone, I like to thank you all for coming for this special occasion, as I, Riser Phoenix, and future mother to my children, Rias Grimori, have agreed to wed together. Where everyone applauded. 4. The young man, since Rias Grimori was indeed a very beautiful woman to have as a wife. Rias, peerage growled silently as they heard Riser's declaration and the crowd's applause for getting Rias to marry him. Now, I would like to bring out my beautiful bride, heiress of the Grimori family, Rias Grimori. Where Rias teleported into the ballroom in a crimson flash. As everyone applauded and admired how beautiful Rias looked with a straight face, none of them, except her friends and peerage members, saw that she had a depressing, saddening look hidden behind the masked expression on her face. Come, my dear bride, it's time for us to be one now. Riser smiled mischievously at what he plans on doing with Rias on their wedding night. As Riser led Rias to the front of the stage, as she looked down while thinking that her life was now over, where she would be trapped in this loveless marriage. Someone, anyone, please, save me, I want to be free, silently wished for herself. Just as Riser led Rias to the top of the stage, the sounds of fighting could be heard coming outside the ballroom. The noises of grunts, roars, and painful sounds could be heard coming closer. As the sounds came closer, Riser looked displeased by all this racket. Who dares try to ruin this moment of mine? Riser said as he went to see what was going on, which many are curious on knowing as well. It was then the doors of the ballroom were slammed open by a few guards being sent into it, where one of them hit Riser, sending him back a bit as he landed on his back. What is going on? Riser shouted out, where his peerage came to his aid while wondering on who was interfering with his marriage ceremony. Soon the sounds of footsteps could be heard coming from the shadow of the hallway that led into the ballroom. The Phoenix's guards positioned themselves to meet the intruder and protect the guests. Coming into the ballroom, everyone saw that it was a young handsome man with spiky blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. He was wearing a V-neck orange sweater with a black pattern design on his arms, blue jeans, and black steel-tipped shoes. Moving forward with a bored expression and his hands in his pockets, giving him a cool appearance. He glanced around a bit as he cared very little on what these people were thinking of him. Being in front of everyone, he simply looked until he found his target, where he then pulled out one of his hands from his pocket along with a piece of paper. Anyo, is there a Rias Grimori in this place? Asked the young man as he read the document's context. Rias acknowledged herself, where the blonde simply looked at her. Well then, I might as well get this over with. I'm just going to say this once, so please don't make me repeat this. He muttered the last sentence as he took in a breath of air. Rias Gramori, I am here to make you as my bride. The ballroom fell silent for a moment before several people, including Rias and her peerage as well as friends, simply said in confusion, "Eh." It was then that Issei stepped forward, where he pointed at the blonde newcomer. What are you talking about? And who are you? Questioning the blonde hair. I just said don't make me repeat it. But in any case, I'm only here to make that red hair beauty my bride, answered the blonde, while having a quick glare at the boy's left arm. You're here to what? Riser responded. I'm just as curious myself, said another voice. Everyone turned to see the Satan, Sears Lucifer, along with his queen, Graphia Lucifuge, calmly appearing in front of everyone as they now stood in front of the blonde newcomer. Sears kept his laid-back attitude but internally hoped that this person can help his baby sister with her current situation. Well, after finding out about this whole marriage contract about Rias and Riser, I immediately came over since I have a thing for the redhead beauty. I wanted to ask her on a date a while back but decided to wait until I was a little older and stronger. But hearing about all this, I came fast to win her as my bride. The blonde explained. As that's so, and can I ask the name of the one who want my sister hand in marriage? Sears asked. My name is Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. A high-class devil from an extra demon family. Naruto introduced himself. Remembering the young boy from several years ago, Sears acknowledged his TLE since it is true on what he stated about himself. Plus, he also knows that Rias Rook has a sister who is a part of his peerage, making it more legit. Rias also knows who Naruto is because she knows that Kaneko would take trips once every 2 weeks or a month to visit her older sister. Nani, you're just here to try and take what is mine? Riser deduced. Pretty much, since I really thought how cute and adorable Rias is, both in body and as a person. And I promised that once I make her my fiancé, I would agree to any request she want to make for our wedding, such when and where our wedding is. Hold B, she wants to wait until after college, our honeymoon trip, anything she desires I'm willing to agree with. Naruto stated with a smile while glance at Rias with sly eyes. Seeing him explaining as well as looking at her like he was sending her a message, Rias thought about what he said before realizing his real purpose for bursting here for. Not just Rias, Sona and several other people figured out the underlying message that he was applying to Rias. Turning towards Riser, Naruto looked at the third son of the Phoenix family with an aura of confidence. So, what do you say, Riser? Are you ready to fight for Rias's hand in marriage? 'Cause if not, then step down so that the two of us can start making the guest list for our wedding. Naruto stated. Don't be foolish. Why should I have to fight you to marry her? She and I are bound to marry each other for years. You may be a high-class devil, but you're still a low-class trash who doesn't even deserve to be in the presence of greatness with all of these pillar families. Riser stated to him. Everyone looked at the two arguing males, where Naruto simply looked unimpressed at Riser's words. Instead, Naruto responded to the Phoenix's words. So, what you're telling me is that you're afraid of me? What did you say? Riser shouted in anger. Well, it's not that surprising. After all, using a marriage contract as a shield against one who is undoubtedly stronger than you, I can see why you would use it as a cover for your cowardly emotions to get what you want. Naruto explained uncaringly. Hearing what Naruto was saying to Riser, Sears smiled at using Riser's ego and pride against him in order to get this match underway. Although, it was kind of pointless as Sears stepped forward. How about this? Let's add a little wager for each of us. If you accept and I win, not only do I make Rias my bride, but you will grant me one request, no questions asked. He said, having a look of confidence. Before Riser could say anything, Naruto continued. However, if I lose, then you'll marry Rias, but I also become your servant for the rest of my life, which includes my peerage as well. What do you say? Do have the balls for it? Murked the blonde as he basically dared Riser to accept his challenge. Hearing that not only does he make Naruto his servant for all eternity but also having his peerage as his own, Riser smirked at the prize. Very well, I accept those terms. Once I win, you and your peerage, along with Rias and her peerage belong to me," said the third son of the Phoenix. "Well then, I believe we have a duel to witness. Since the both of you have peerages, it will be a rating game between you and your peerages. The duel for Rias, hand in marriage, will start in 5 minutes. I suggest that you two prepare yourselves," Sirzex said, which the two blondes agreed. As the combatants prepare themselves, Rias smiled since she has another chance to be free. Although, not knowing Naruto personally, she hoped that the blonde devil isn't getting too full of themselves. Till next ch. Also, no valley. There can only be one white dragon emperor. Plus, I have some ideas for the future about the storyline. Phoenix vs Namikaze Part 1. I hope you enjoy the first part. And just a reminder, there is no valley or female version of valley at all. There is going to be a different plot that involves the original Lucifer family and such. So stop wondering about it. Phoenix Manor. In the ballroom, all of the guests that were invited to Riser and Rias' marriage ceremony were either sitting in their respective tables or standing around as they viewed one of the multiple magical monitors that appeared around the ballroom. For one group, they weren't just gazing at the monitors but also ponder on what either Naruto or Rias would do after the match if one or the other won. Rias Gramori sat at one of the tables with her peerage and her friend Sona Citri with her queen by her side. They waited patiently, anxiety for the start of the rating game that is going to determine Rias' future. They all knew that if Riser wins, their Crimson Redhead King would still be having to marry him and become nothing more than his trophy wife. Although if Naruto wins, then the possibility of Rias being freed from her marriage could be secure, but still had some fear that Naruto might want to marry her for real. "Are you nervous, Bushu?" Issei asked since he can see the nervous sweat that was on Rias' face. "A little. After all, I have to put my faith in someone I haven't seen in years," Rias said. "Indeed, I'm kind of wondering on how much he's changed." Sona wondered out loud. "Anyo, Kaichu, do you and Rias know Naruto-san?" Sona's queen, Tsubaki. Rias explained that the blonde teenager was once Sekvarius's, the Agura's heiress. Attendant servant who wanted him to be part of her peerage as her queen but refused. He later left to start his journey where they haven't seen or heard much about him for years. For Rias, the last time she had met the blonde was when he brought Kaneko and convinced her to make her part of her peerage so that her older sister, who was in Naruto peerage, wouldn't have to worry about her safety much. Other than that, we don't really know anything about him. Rias finished, which Sona nodded in agreement about Rias' statement. "So that how you met Kaneko-chan? It was Naruto-san that brought her to you. He was probably buttering you up for something like this." Issei theorized in jealousy as he thought that Naruto used Kaneko as a gift for Rias' affection. "No, that wasn't the case. Remember, I did say that Kaneko's elder sister so that she could be part of Naruto's peerage without having to worry about her safety much." Rias responded. "Safety?" Asia questioned. "Yes, since Naruto-san has been traveling the world. And Kaneko being so young at the time, he and her elder sister were worried that she would be put in danger with them constantly traveling and accepting requests from the underworld. They figured that it would be a better idea for her to part of peerage who would take care of her. And at the time, Naruto knew of the Gramori's reputation on treating servants and such as family. Where they thought that Rias would be the perfect choice to take care of her. And ever since then, Kaneko became part of our growing family." Akano smiled as she remembered the day the two met Kaneko. Kaneko had a gentle smile on her face as she remembered the decision Naruto and her elder sister had decided for her to make, which turned out to be the right one. She not only has friends, but is also living a peaceful life in Kuo. "Well, that's nice. But it's still very surprising to me to hear that you have an older sister, Kaneko-chan. So, what's her name?" Issei questioned. "Her name is Kuroka. I see her occasionally, when she has some free time from training and such," Kaneko answered. "Is that so? Kaneko-chan's Onisan. I'm kind of curious on what she looks like since it could give me a preview on what Kaneko would grow up to." Issei muttered as he envisions the possibilities, which he gained a perverted smile. Of course, his imagination stopped when he felt a kick at his shins. Glancing at his side, he saw Kaneko staring at him, hentai. But in any case, I find it strange that Naruto-san would show up at the exact time that this party was starting. Kiba pondered. Everyone also gained similar thoughts about it, but was soon answered by Rias as she confessed about her wish. Wish? What do you mean, Rias? Sona wondered. A few hours ago, before I was brought to the Phoenix estate, I looked through my dresser drawer where I found an old devil contract that belonged to Naruto-san. It was then that I remembered that he gave me his devil contract as a bit of payment to a debt that he owes my family. I was so desperate that I made a wish on it. Rias admitted. Now everything all depends on him. Let's hope he has both the power and skill to defeat Riser and his peerage, huh? Akano remarked. Kaneko-san. Getting the white-hair loli's attention, have you ever met his peerage? Sona curiously asked as she wondered on what kind of peerage the blonde-haired devil had. No, I usually meet with Oni-sama, who usually comes and visits me since I don't know where she is most of the time or what she is doing. Kaneko answered. I see, the bespectacled woman responded. The only thing we can do now is just wait and see how it plays out. Rias stated where they saw Sirzex moving in front of the stage. Being his usual laid-back personality, the Crimson Satan looked at all the guests as he announces the commencement of the rating game. Now then, it's time for the match between Riser Phoenix and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. These two combatants will have their peerage fight alongside Harem, and the way to be victorious is the same as any rating game, either take out or make the king submit. Now then, Graphia, please take over, Sirzex announced as he heads towards one of the viewing screens since he wanted to see how the blonde-haired devil face against a Phoenix family member. Once Graphia explained the conditions of the rating game as well as the rules, she announced that the LD will be of a mixture of grass and forest area with several water sources. Promotions for pawns will be in the enemy territory, where Naruto's base of operations will be a cabin next to a pond in the grass area, while Riser is cabin on top of a hill in a forest area that overlooked a lake. Finished with the setting, Graphia announced that she would once again be the referee and officially start the rating game between the two kings. Rating game. The field of the rating game was a special dimensional world for anyone playing a rating game to fight in. It expands nicely where it starts from either the grass area to a deep forest area, vice versa, and everything in between. Naruto and his peerage were teleported into a 2-story log cabin. In the cabin, it had comfortable furniture that a log cabin would have, but also has a large map that was a layout of the area. It's a pretty large area, bigger than 6 large indoor soccer stadiums. This gives us a lot of freedom on how to move. But from what I can tell, there isn't much cover in the grass area. Most of the cover seems to be from the forest area. That could also be somewhat of a problem, Naruto said as he glanced at the map. This is going to be a bit tricky. After all, not only does that Phoenix brat have the advantage for a sneak attack, but also has cover to begin with, said one of his knights. That's true. In putting it in lameness term, we've been screwed right off the bat. I get the feeling that one of the top elders or nobles of such went around Sirzex to set up this kind of condition against us, Naruto theorized. So, you all know what that means, said one of his rooks. Yup, indeed, everyone answered. It just means that it's going to be even more pleasurable for us when we beat that extra fried chicken, Naruto stated. Dibs on the bomb queen, a familiar Neko Nadeshiko said. Alright then, considering on how things are, I believe it's best that we get moving since we don't know what or when Riser and his peerage might be planning to do or not, Naruto suggested. All agreed to get a move on, but not before Naruto's queen handed everyone a private magical transmitter earpiece. Okay guys, now before we go and show everyone what we can do, we need to at least have someone guarding our territory, or else we're going to have a lot of trouble facing 8 pawns becoming queens now. Which everyone agreed. So, how about you stay and watch our headquarters for the time being, since out of all of us, you have the best tactic with delaying and defending against group attacks, Naruto suggested, which a familiar brunette pawn nodded in agreement. Now with everything settled, let's move. Which everyone did as they all left the log cabin, where they immediately began to spread out in groups around the Raiden G-game area while keeping constant communication with everyone about their progress. As the rating game commenced, the audience that were watching the live streaming wondered on how this unknown king will deal with Riser, who is unofficially undefeated. While the guests watch, Rias kept a nervous gaze at how Naruto, a variable unknown who isn't fame or such, fight against Riser, who not only has experience but also surprisingly good tactics. The live stream then showed that some of Naruto's peerage and Riser's peerage that are in groups are about to come across each other. Moving silently around the deep forest area, some of Riser's pieces came quickly from their main base to prepare an ambush in their kill zone. They had already created tripwires and other traps that were either hidden or visible to make sure that the enemy would come directly at them so they can take them out quickly and effortlessly. Soon, their patience was rewarded as a group of 2 individuals came running towards them. Running into the kill zone, it was there that Riser's pieces made their move. Using magic, they fired several blasts of magical power at the ground near them, causing a dust cloud to form. It was then that 3 of the 5 hidden figures leapt directly at them with full force and speed. One quickly used their large Zweihander to slice through the male collarbone of the 2 given the figure, through the dust cloud, gave. And the other 2 had their nails increase in size by several inches, using them as claws to scratch and slice the female of the 2. Once it was over, everyone appeared in the opening to reveal that it was Riser's rook, Isabella, his knight, Cyrus, and his 3 of his pawns, Ni and Li, and Sharia. That was easy enough. Don't you agree? Cyrus stated as she sheaths her large sword behind her back. Indeed, as expect of weaklings from a weak king. Sharia added, in any case, let's move and get you 3 promoted to kings. After all, the faster we finish this, the fast we can enjoy the wedding ceremony. Isabella stated, which the 3 pawns agreed. Are you sure about that? If you ask me, not checking if the enemy is down for the count. Where? They all looked towards the bleed male to see that it was talking to them in an unimpressive tone. It was then that the color of both him and his partner soon decreased before they suddenly turned into sand and dispersed itself. Is a fatal error. Then again, all of you are just as foolish as your king was said to be. Where the 5 pieces turned to see the male and woman walking out from behind the shadows of several trees. The male was a fair skin, has green eyes and short, spiky, auburn hair that stood 5 feet 11 feet. He has tanuki-like black rings around his eyes that has a lack of distinctive pupils or eyebrows. The black rings looked like it was painted with black war paint. On the left side of his forehead, the kanji for love was carved onto his skin, which his hair is parted in order for it to be kept visible. He wears long-sleeved crimson coat and full-length dark trousers with a pair. Over the coat, he wears 2 buckled belts, a gray vest held in place by a single strap over his left shoulder, and 2 buckled belts which is also using to carry a guard that was strapped to his back. All in all, he is considerably seen to be very handsome for a young man in his teens. The male turned to his female companion. Don't you agree, Sophia? Said the auburn hair male. I agree, although I wish you didn't look down on people like them so much, Gaara. Sophia commented, which Gaara uttered that he'll take it under consideration. The voluptuous woman turned her attention back at Riser's pieces, and as you just heard. My name is Sophia, I'm Naruto's pawn. And over here is Gaara, one of our 2 rooks. It's a pleasure to meet you 5 ladies. Sophia politely greeted. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Isabella. Riser's rook stepped forward as she introduces everyone to the 2. And although we had hoped to end this quickly, I've got to admit that I prefer this kind of fighting, since I would rather be victorious in face-to-face combat than sneak attacks. We'll be making this our victory, Isabella declared, which the other 4 agreed as they prepared themselves. I see, then I'm going to have to apologize since the 2 of us together are going to win this battle. The blonde woman said, where Gaara moved in front of her. Sophia, why don't you stay back and be both the support and defense in case there is another surprise attack? I'll take on all 5 of these ladies by myself, Gaara declared, which Sophia agreed as she stepped aside to allow Gaara some room. Feeling insult by the fact that the 2 didn't see them as a threat as only one was needed, the 5 rushed at them where Gaara unleashed his counterattack. Ballroom. Seeing one of the groups getting ready to fight one another, everyone didn't pay too much attention to the battle since they figured that Riser was going to win. Although Rias and the other members of their group, friends, and family watched closely as they wanted to know on what was going to happen, plus see and learn anything that can be useful to them or any of their future opponents. Of course, Issei, along with several other people in the crowd, had a jealous look on his face when he saw Sophia. You've got to be kidding me. He has a beauty like that for his pawn. By the looks of it, her opai is even bigger than Akano-san. Getting a bit of annoyance from the Yamato Nadeshiko. Ignoring the perverted brunette, the other members of Rias group looked on. Seeing that Gaara was going to take on 5 of Riser's pieces, they wondered if he was just overconfident or does he have a hidden ability that can take them all on. As they viewed on how the first group was doing, everyone noticed that another 2 groups are about to face off with one another. Leaping on the top of the tree line, the second group of Naruto's peerage made their way towards Riser's main base. Gracefully following the path over the tree line, Naruto's other 2 members continued to move but suddenly ceased when one of them noticed something, causing their partner to stop as well. Is something the matter? Asked a feminine voice. Hi, there is, said a male voice as he pointed towards a certain part of the tree lines. Over there, about 10 meters ahead of us. Can't you tell? Directing the woman's eyesight towards that direction. Taking a second glance, the young woman soon understood where she smirked about it. I might be starting to lose my touch if I didn't notice that. Said the woman. It's fine. After all, you were concentrating on keeping an eye on both the sky and below our feet since Riser's queen is known for surprise attacking her PP on it with concentrated amount of fire blast. After all, that's the reason why she earned her monarchy, the bomb queen. Said the male. Indeed. So, do you want to take care of this, or should I? The female asking her partner. The answer came when the male unsheathed his sword and slicing the area in front of them with a very powerful wind magic that sliced the tree tops. A moment or 2 later, after the cut, several few explosions appeared in front of them. The 2 watched as they knew from that explosion in front of them that the enemy has placed several traps where they would have been in trouble with injuries if they were unprepared. Now then, since their initial plan didn't work, they now turned to their plan B, said the male. Plan B. I'm guess it would be to surround us and perform a 5-way strike in 5 of our every direction, said the woman where she noticed 5 different presents around the 2 of them. Soon, the 5 presences appeared around the 2 who were 5 if Riser's pawns, Ni, Lee, Marion, Berent, and Mira. All 5 girls looked very excited on getting to take down the 2 of them. As the 5 pawns of Riser surrounded them, they also gaze at them too. Take notice if they are hiding anything they needed to worry about. The person was a slim man of a relatively tall height of 6 feet 3 feet. He has faint shadows right under his gray eyes. He has dark hair, a majority of which is obscured, save for his sideburns and small goatee by wool skipper hat. He wore a black coat with a hood, a pair of blue jeans, and a pair of dark, pointed shoes. His black coat was open to reveal his physique, which everyone can see that he wasn't just fit but was covered in tattoos. On his hands, the letter were tattooed on of the back of his fingers, including his thumbs. He also has a black cross on the back of both of his hands. On his chest, he has a tribal-style heart tattoo on it. In his left hand, he held a kikoku, a large version of the typical Japanese sword type known as nodashi, over his shoulder. It has an oblong-shaped hand guard coated with short white fur, sheathed in a black scabbard decorated by white crosses from the opening to the bottom, and with a small piece of red rope tied near its opening. She wore a white leather jacket, a scarf, very short pants, and thigh-high boots with heavy steel knee pads. Her jacket was partially zipped up, revealing her impressive cleavage for all to see. As the 5 gazed on them, the 2 of Naruto's own pieces were back to back with each other as they glanced at their opponents as well. They are very young for a devil's peerage, said the woman. I agree. Fighting them could be considered child abuse, said the male. For you maybe, but as for me, this would be a good warm-up for me, said the young woman. Have at it then. I'll just stay back and keep watch if anything tries to interrupt your fight, said the male, whom didn't look impressed by their 5 opponents. You think you can beat us? All alone? Just who do you think you are? You bitch, shouted Marion. What a foul mouth. But if you want to know my name, it's Anya Chidorigafuchi. I'm Naruto's queen. Anya introduced herself. As for me, I'm Naruto's knight. The name is Trafalgar Law. I also go by another name which you and probably several other lower high-class devils know of me as the Surgeon of Death. Law introduced himself. Once the two sides introduced each other, everyone rushed forward, Riser's group knowing that if they take out Anya, who was a queen, would be a huge hit on Naruto's group. As Anya, she street. I'd put while Law simply leapt high into the air, to avoid the conflict as Anya prepared to fight them all by herself. Many of the patrons that were watching had to admit that Anya was a beauty and were curious of both her power and skill level. Issei commented how seductive her body is. While Issei had his perverted moment, the others watched curiously at how Anya would fight 5 pawns of Riser's peerage by herself. Although, seeing Anya fight was a second thought as the two young kings and heiress, as well as their queens, heard that Law is called the Surgeon of Death. Some murmuring LDB heard from a few groups as they heard the name he was given. Kiba also wondered as he could see the worried looks on Rias and Sona's face. He asked them about it and asked on who was Law, and why they were nervous about his name. Akeno answered Kiba's question. You see Kiba, for the past several years, there have been several accounts where executing stray devils or rogue fallen angels and priests, along with anyone else that has done a serious crime that needed decisive action. As you know, confirmation of their deaths was needed if they weren't destroyed into oblivion like Rias does. Among those confirmations, there have been bodies sent that were pristine condition, like they weren't even been struck once. However, taking a closer from the inside, it was discovered several organs and other bodily functions have been not only being taken out but several other functioning organs have been switched around that caused the person to die from improper function. Such as the heart, that supplies blood throughout the body with air. In one case, veins and functions weren't just ceased but reversed and overly expanding the heart intake where it burst from the inside, where everyone's eyes widen at hearing this. However, everyone's attention turned to Sona as she continued off from where Akeno stopped. The most surprise of this all is the bodies themselves didn't have why stitches or cuts that were made by any knife and such. Because of this, it was theorized that the person that done this kind of work must be a high-skilled doctor, surgeon that knew how to not only damage the body's outer appearance but also conduct such devastating surgical procedures in the process. It was then the higher-ups have stated to call this person the Surgeon of Death. Finding out his identity has been somewhat a priority since the person in question hasn't done anything evil or illegal against any of the other factions. Now we know why. It's because he is part of Devil's Peerage. The bespectacled heiress finished the explanation. So, Naruto-san has a very badass person as his knight like that in his group. Man, he's got to be something if he got himself that kind of person. Issei commented, which everyone agreed. They turned their attention as to the screen where they caught glimpse that the third group of Naruto's peerage were getting close to another group of Riser's groups. Although, they saw that one of Riser's members was near them but kept a bit of distance for some reason. Moving in a less thickness of trees in the forest area, Naruto traveled on foot with 2 of his companions. As they ran across, his companions spoke their thoughts out to him. It was not a bad idea to ask him to stay near the border of the forest area. After all, we won't know if any of the enemy's numbers might have escaped the battlefield to regroup themselves. Said a feminine voice, especially if all of them are pawns that can become queens or any other piece that suited them. Said the male voice, I know, even I can trust her to watch over our base. I don't know what Riser or any of his members could or would do to win. I'd rather be safe than sorry and put the entire burden on her shoulders where she might feel sorry for herself if she failed. Naruto commented. The two gave proper small nods as they can see that their king cared about, not only their safety and glory but also them as a person. Unknown to them, high in the sky, Riser's queen, Yubeluna, had gotten their position set as she prepared to strike with her power. She was able to get their L from their sensor where she was a good 30 meters away to launch a surprise attack on Naruto and his company. Seeing them running towards her attack zone, Yubeluna prepared as she got a rated amount of fire magic spells that spread out from her staff, that looked like a cannonball. Fire her attack, she was caught by surprise when another attack came right in the path of her attack. The attacks hit, causing a bit of an explosion, causing the bomb queen to wonder on what happened. Too bad for you that I could pick up your presences, NYA. Causing Yubeluna to her attention around to see who was now hovering near her. Such a cowardly thing to do. Sneak attacking a person in a safe distance. Just like you did with Sharon. I'm going to have fun on filing my claws on your face for striking at my little sister, NYA. Said the young woman with a bit of vicious tone in the end. I'm Kuroka, Naruto's only bishop. It's nice to meet you, NYA. Kuroka introduced herself as she used her magical power to levitate in front of Yubeluna. I'm guess it's that white hair little girl. I can see the family resemblance a bit. If you're anything like her, this battle is my victory. Yubeluna declared with a smirk. Even though I love her, don't league me up as her just yet, NYA. Kuroka declared where the two were ready to fight. A moment later, both fired several blasts of their magic. All power against each other, causing a bit of an explosion when their attacks collided with each other. Ballroom. Seeing Yubeluna facing off against Kuroka was an interesting match since Kuroka was a Nekosho who was an expert in Yukai magic and Senjutsu, from what the more experienced devils knew of Nekomata along and that Riser's queen is very skilled in demonic fire magic. Kuroka has hanged a lot since the last time I met her. Rias commented as she remembered Kaniko's elder sister's former appearance. Kaniko nodded as she paid attention to her sister's fight against Yubeluna. As here that Issei and Asia remembered that Kuroka was Kaniko's older sister. That's your sister. She beautiful, that she can rival Bushu and Akano-san. Issei commented as he mentally thought that Kuroka's opai were just as big as Rias and Akano. This caused him to have a perverted giggle as he thought about Kuroka and an older Kaniko wearing something skimpy. Kaniko frowned as she kicked Issei shin as she knew that he was thinking perverted thoughts about her older sister, and possibly imagining her when she gets older. As they watched, they wondered on how the Naruto's bishop will handle Riser's queen. It was then that everyone heard Graphia's announcement. Riser Phoenix's knight has retired. Riser Phoenix rook has retired. 2 of Riser Phoenix's pawns have retired. Quote, running along the pathway, Naruto and his 2 companions overheard the announcement of several of Riser's pieces retiring from the game, which the blonde wondered. It was a few moments later that he got some communication from Sophia that it was Gaara that took out 4 of their 5 opponents. The 5th was able to escape because one of their comrades shoved away before they got caught by Gaara's ability. I see. Well, in any case. Good work you two. Head back out near the border and help our silent pawn guard our territory. I doubt they'll have anything to cause us some problems now. Naruto ordered, which the 2 agreed. As the first casualties to go down, Naruto wondered on how much more would it take to cause Riser to act ignorant and come at them. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.